No, I'm doing good. I was in St. Louis this past weekend, and it took me 15 hours to get back yesterday. And I
Welcome.
took
How
an
are you?
airplane. I didn't even drive 15 hours. You had layovers.
Kicking ass, taking names. Apologies. I just had to reset my devices. How'd you find out about me, if I may ask?
I got your Discord invite from a friend.
Oh, excellent. Your friend is amazing. Do you mind if I tell you?
Same here.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead. What's your
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere on earth. I've been live streaming my life going back to the pandemic all day, every day, for more than 3.5 years. This is the largest single archive on an individual in global history. If if I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
I have, yeah, I have seen that.
Excellent. Well, it's like that. I'm live right now on 10 different YouTube streams. You can watch me on YouTube, Instagram. You can watch me on Twitch and Rumble and all the other ones. I am essentially the king of multi-streaming. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And I may be able to monetize that someday. And when I am, I'm going to help you, City, and I'm going to help you, Robert, with all of your hopes and dreams. I'm going to give you enough money to be able to help yourself, your friends, your families, and to be able to start charities of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, fantastic.
Excellent. I am too.
Yeah.
So let's get down to brass tacks. What makes this stream better than anybody else's stream on Earth? Well, in addition to the amount of content it has, it's the quality of the content. You may not think it now, but the discussions that we have on this stream are amazing. They're about ending world hunger through technology, such as agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. Right there, that would help the developing world incredibly. It's about ending world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's has over $100 million cap. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I know that's a mouthful. You don't have to buy it. I'm just making you aware of why I have all this clothing on like I do. They sponsor me with merch, and that they sponsor my covers and my blankets and everything, my pillows. Um, we have through this project built wells in Nigeria, and so that's one way we can help end world thirst. Another way that we can help end world thirst is through life straws, but most importantly, I feel the way that we can help end world thirst is through desalination plants, essentially pumping Earth's salt water onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I don't feel that at any point any person should go without water, especially with the technology that we have in desalination plants. Additionally, things that we talk about are anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about free energy. We talk about things like faster than light travel, alien disclosure, de-extinction. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of de-extinction, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific, is started, and they've made it their goal by the year 2028, or less than 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using hybrid, creating a hybrid with African elephants. Following the creation of the extinction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So within the next decade or so, we may see some scientific advancements unlike we've ever even dreamed in the past. These are all really exciting opportunities, I think. Other things that I talk about that aren't normally discussed in society are things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. And I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through use of technology like human growth hormones, stem cells, things like steroids, perhaps nootropics, perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, perhaps the use of possibly ambrosia therapy, where we use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, and cold shock therapies. But then, once you're 120 years old, your body's going to inevitably break down. You're going to say, Rabbi, okay, now what? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into play. If no one's ever told you this before, I perhaps have the privilege of telling you that I don't think anybody in here is going to die. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how's that work? There's a type of technology, it's an emerging technology. It's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But basically, what I'm saying to you is that there may be the possibility for you all to experience digital immortality. And I think that's a very interesting opportunity that no one's discussing in the mainstream. What do you think about that?
I think you have I have never met anyone with as complex thoughts as you. That's a compliment in good faith. Like you've obviously thought very in depth to all these topics, and that's commendable.
Oh, you're amazing. You're amazing.
Very respectable.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is something. This is one of a kind right here.
100%.
I like this.
Excellent.
This is something I've never seen before. It's like I'm witnessing history.
You're 100% witnessing history, and that's an excellent way to see it. Essentially, this is the world's largest time capsule. Or the world's largest timeline. Essentially, it goes back to the pandemic, 24/7, 365. You'll be able to watch anything that you want about me. Watch me laugh, watch me cry, watch me eat, sleep, everything that a human does. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm sending you guys friend requests because you guys are amazing. And additionally, I'm sending you a link to my YouTube. Feel free to just see the amount of angles from which you can watch my life. I mean, it's really something. You won't generally find someone with more than one angle of their life when they live stream, let alone up to 10 or so. In addition, I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream, or Aiden Ross's Discord server, if you know who that is. I'm the #1 streamer all time in iShowSpeed's Discord server, and I'm the #1 streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord server, in addition to many others. So basically, I give people a portal into my life where they can just watch whenever they want. And again, I'm going to do everything that I can to help you all and help the developing world. When I say don't want war, a lot of people can be can think that that's a pipe dream. But the way that I envision it, and I really think this is true, if you study colonial civilizations, but even science fiction alien civilizations, if you really get into it, they don't ever have civil war at home and then continue to colonize. That's too difficult to do. Eventually, they have to have peace in their home country or peace on their home planet before they can get into types of technology like space tourism and terraforming other planets such as Mars and Venus, terraforming other planetoids like Europa of Jupiter, and eventually getting out of the solar system, and then eventually getting into interstellar travel, such as getting to perhaps the next closest star system, which is Alpha Centauri, which is about 4 light years away, and then eventually getting into intergalactic travel, which would be the next closest galaxy, which is Andromeda. These are all things that I feel are not just possible, but inevitable, and especially inevitable when mind uploading technology becomes mainstream, because then we won't have to go from generation to generation losing all of the thoughts of all of the great thinkers that will continue onwardly, which I feel is going to be of great benefit to humankind in general. Welcome, Baraban. How are you, Baraban?
Yeah, this is my friend right here. They don't have the mic, so I'll speak to them.
That's cool. That's cool. I just want to create a welcoming environment.
I thought this was this is one of the greatest things I've heard all week. And I kind of just wanted to expose more people to it. So this is my friend right here.
I sincerely appreciate you doing that. You're amazing for doing that. I have more social media than any person ever, so I have more content than any person. So literally, you could spend years, just watching one of my streams. But I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than anybody ever.
How do you keep track of all these accounts?
Great question. I have spreadsheets, but then generally it's all up here. So I mean, they generally, like, if I want to find any of my accounts, I just type Rabbi Rothschild and usually some digits, and then you'll be able to find anything that I have. But my big hashtag is hashtag Viral Rabbi. If you want to find any of my content, you just put, I dare you, put hashtag Viral Rabbi in any search engine, whether it's TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Google, anything, and you'll just be overwhelmed with the amount of content that I have. Welcome. Glad that you're here, Toji. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I am happy that you're here. I was just telling some of the other people about myself. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother, and I'm glad that you're here. So,
Yeah, you thought about this very deeply. Like, how long have you been streaming for? When did you start?
I started in 2021.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was...
It's been nonstop.
Yeah, exactly. Every 12 hours, I stop at least one of the streams to restart it because I want people to be able to watch this as an archive. That's what makes this different than really any other live streamer or life streamer out there. Most people who live stream, they stream their whole life. They'll just start their stream and keep it going, which is great. But people can't go back and watch what they were doing a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Mine you can, because every 12 hours I stop my stream and restart it so that it's in 12-hour increments, essentially.
So I got a question. What do you think about, like, what's the word? Immortality?
Yeah.
How can we expand upon that?
Yeah.
Certainly. Okay, so really I think the future is a digital immortality where we, like I said previously, with mind uploading technology, we scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download. Now, how can this download be accessed? Well, this may give people the opportunity to perhaps complete or participate in activities they never did before. So someone previously may have said, I'm afraid to bungee jump, or I'm afraid to jump out of a plane or skydive, or I'm afraid to base jump because if I die, I'm done. I have one life. However, if I know that I have uploaded my brain before my mountain climbing trip or my scuba diving trip or whatever, and I may die during that expedition, my friends and family could just bring me back from my mind upload, almost like a save point in a video game. And now there's the argument to be made, is this really you? That gets into philosophical paradoxes, but essentially you wouldn't know any different. It would essentially be you would awake and you would feel like you just did right when that scan took place. Every single aspect of your life, every memory of your life would be the same. Every aspect of your personality would be the same. And you'd be able to transfer that from one shell, essentially, one android, avatar, cyborg, cybernetic being, clone of yourself, robot, ethereal being, from one to another into eternity, essentially. The physicists or astrophysicists currently surmised that the universe is approximately 12 billion years old and has a total lifespan of 60 billion. So when I say into eternity, I mean for another 48 billion years. But you have to understand that there's the possibility over that course of that 48 billion years that the opportunity at time travel may be possible, that interdimensional travel may be possible, that perhaps being able to transfer from one universe to another universe in the multiverse is possible. So under a conventional idea, maybe perhaps another 48 billion years, but under some other ideas within physics, perhaps indefinitely. I think it's a really exciting opportunity. And there's another opportunity that I'd like to discuss alongside that. I call it revivification technology. And I don't just call it that, other people do as well. What is revivification technology, you may ask? I'm sure every person in here has lost a loved one at some point in their life. Maybe it was a parent, maybe it was a grandparent, maybe it was a friend. And they just were gone too soon. And they were a really good person. They had a really good heart. And the world was a better place because they were on it. And they're no longer here with us. And it's very sad. Well, what was once goodbye doesn't necessarily have to be. And this gives a lot of people hope. I talk to people every day who this type of technology, to whom it gives hope, to people who were orphaned or people who just really lost someone who they cared about a lot. And so, what is revivification technology, you may ask? It's the idea that we could take someone's DNA and put it into a machine. Now, the name of the machine hasn't been aligned. I mean, it's still a hypothetical concept, but generally it's known as a replicator machine. But it's also been known as a Santa Claus machine or a revivicator. And what is that, you may ask? Well, so you take a little bit of someone's DNA and you put it in a machine. This machine is connected to every element that we have in the periodic table, so that it knows essentially how to create a clone of what the person would be at a given date of maturity. So you could create them as a baby, you could create them as an adult, you could create them as an adolescent, whatever you want. Okay, so essentially you can create a clone of someone just using their DNA. And even if you don't have their DNA, using artificial general intelligence and moving into artificial super intelligence, you'll be able to even use your own DNA to replicate one of your ancestors if you didn't have access to their DNA. All right, so what does that do? It's essentially going to allow you to create a mindless clone of them without any of their personality, without any of their memories. All right, well, what kind of benefit does that help us with when we're trying to replicate them and bring them back to life? Well, there's the idea that photography, there are many ways to do this, actually. It's just not one way. But the easiest way to envision is just through photography. So let's say someone lost a grandparent and they have a picture of them. All right, well, we could use their DNA to create the clone of them at, say, the date of which a photograph of them took place. And then what we can do with the photograph in the future is remove their skin layers, remove their clothing, remove their skeletal layers to be able to see what their cranium looked like, to remove their cranium to be able to see what their brain looked like, and literally be able to recreate their brain and know where every atom is, every particle is within their central nervous system. Take that information, which would have all of their memories stored in it, and it would have all of their personality stored in it, put it into the clone, and essentially one day they would awake, just like awaking from a nap. They wouldn't necessarily know what happened to them. And you would explain to them that they had died, let's say, in 1975, but because of the technology that's available to people, they were revivified and they'd be able to live a digital immortality alongside you. How does that sound?
Yeah, bro, me too. That sounds great.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about that. You know, it's a lot of information to take in at once. Am I right, Yellow Shit?
It is, yeah. 48 billion years. It's a long, long time.
Yeah, and my lovely mute friend over here wants to know what you feel about afterlife and reincarnation. Do you believe in it?
Sure. Well, it depends how you define it. I think that there is a potential that people in the future may consider themselves reincarnated. So that means people in the past may have been able to have the same type of experiences, especially when we get into the idea that we aren't alone on this planet. So conventionally, the idea of reincarnation is someone dies and then their soul is transferred to like the soul of a baby, and then that soul of a baby kind of lives out their life. And if people want to think that, that's fine. I don't think there's a really great way to prove that. But what I do think there is the opportunity to do in the future is have reincarnation. So I am an advocate for it in the future. So how could we have that? All right. So let's say that you have a person, they live their normal life to age 80. Then they use the life extension technology, get to age 120. Then they use the mind uploading technology and they spend 1,000 years as a cyborg, 1,000 years as a cybernetic being, 1,000 years as an avatar, 1,000 years as an android, 1,000 years as a robot, 1,000 years as an ethereal being, and another 1,000 years is a clone of themselves. So they've done all of these things. They've basically lived a well-lived life. Okay, well, then they may want to perhaps be reincarnated into someone or something. They may want to one day be an animal. They may want to one day be some type of alien creature. And so, what would that mean? It would mean essentially that they would have their consciousness in this shell of another being. And if that was possible, then yeah, reincarnation is possible. Do I think that people here on Earth are necessarily reincarnated from one person to another? I do not conventionally think that is true. Not saying that it can't be true, but we don't have any evidence for it. But I think it could be true in the future.
Oh man, wow.
It's quite an interesting thought.
So my good friend here, NYX, he would want to reincarnate into a rare, exotic cat. Would he be able to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exotic cat, such as any big cat, man.
Absolutely.
He just really wants to be a cat.
Let's
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's take
Is that
it.
possible?
Absolutely, 100%. So here's how it would happen. Essentially, we download his data from his brain through mind uploading, store that information into a computer, download it into a big cat. Eventually, what we would probably do is use memory erasure or mind erasure of the animal so that it didn't have any of its previous thoughts, so that we could implement his thoughts, or we could just add them to the brain of the animal. And essentially his soul, or whatever you want to define all of his memories are and such, would be within that big cat. Not only that, we'd be able to perhaps do that with animals that are currently extinct, utilizing that the de-extinction technology. So he could be a saber-toothed tiger if he wanted to be. And utilizing that type of technology, perhaps could roam the Arctic Circle like a saber-toothed tiger did thousands of years ago, but into the future. And at a certain point, you may
Wait,
say,
Can I go to Hyperborea? Like in Earth?
go for it.
No, I was asking, like, if you upload me, can I go to Earth?
What if they have like a really small brain? What if like his brain is too small to upload? What if it's like too tiny?
Yeah, like what if like his
Did
brain
that
cells just moving around in the big void space in his skull? You can't catch him. You can't upload him.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're
They'd
saying,
just be like really not there.
I mean, essentially, you could create the brain of the animal in such a way that it would have its normal brain power, and then in addition to have the small amount of brain power that you think your friend may possess.
But I do possess it. It's not a
I don't think he does though.
Okay, I mean,
Our thoughts and our memories are stored in like gigabytes or some other unit of storage.
they can be generally. Let's get the exact amount on that. So when I don't know the exact answer to something, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you with it. I want to know the exact answer, just like you guys do. So what we're going to do is find out approximately how many. I think it's in petabytes from what I've seen previously, but I don't remember the exact figure. So one moment. Approximately in terms of storage, like gigabytes and petabytes, terabytes, all that stuff, how many does a human brain consist of an adult?
Rabbi.
Yo,
Alan, do you have any respect for the rabbi?
No, I understand.
Approximately in
I asked
storage
him,
units?
If he remembers me, it's been a while. It's
uh,
been a long time.
sure, Talon. Not off the top of my head, but I meet a lot of people. What's going on?
I know you meet a lot of new people. You know, you're very famous. But I was in here a long time ago with another buddy.
Okay. Well, how are you?
We were talking about the alien stuff. We were talking about the aliens and stuff. You were showing me videos
Okay.
of the laser stuff. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been?
I've been well, thankfully. How have you been?
That's awesome. I've been great, dude. Fantastic.
Oh, what in your life has been fantastic?
Well, you know, I don't know. Just I've been good. I'm better. We're happier. Been being better.
Approximately.
Stuff like that.
Just one moment. My my voice to speech isn't working. We'll find out the information that. Okay, so if I may ask, have Has your mind changed at all on the subject of aliens? Are you a believer in aliens?
I mean, I believe that there is some form of like foreign entity out there.
Extraterrestrial, right?
Same
Exactly.
thing. Yeah, extraterrestrial.
Yeah, I'm just.
I believe there's something out there, other human life forms.
Oh, definitely, yeah. This is a definite.
I wonder, you know, if they be coming to Earth, maybe. I think they'd come here, but I'm not too sure if it's like something. Like, why would they want to? You know, why would they want to come here?
The way that I, the way that I,
They do exist, but they're like at the levels of the pilgrims. They're not a bit advanced enough to get over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is something.
in terms
You
of
have to go and find
conventional storage,
Yeah,
like
it could be over
megabyte,
really afraid of
aliens, you guys.
gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte, and such, how much is an average human brain?
Yeah, dude, we run the space. But
What's up, Big John and Jonathan? What's up, 05? What's up, guys? What's up, 05?
Okay, so in answer to the question about a human brain, approximately how much storage is it equivalent to? It's about 2.5 petabytes, which is 2.5 million gigabytes. So it's a huge amount of
Pretty
data.
close.
Absolutely.
I mean, some people we obviously know here they're less intelligent, so they have probably like maybe half that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Nyquil would probably fit you on like a solid state drive.
Well, no, I was thinking, well, if he wants to go and get big cat, you don't need much for him.
Yeah.
I think like
Let's look that up. Let's see what the average storage is of like a lion. Approximately how much storage does
Lion is pretty
a
generous for
lion
this guy,
have
just to be honest.
for mind storage, like megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes, petabytes, etc.?
Excuse me, Rabbi. I have a very important question.
Go for it.
So, some U.S. senators a long time ago were talking about big space lasers in the sky. Do you think that they exist or they do not exist?
I think that there's certainly a potential that they exist.
oh, they definitely do. They killed my dog with one last week.
Dude, my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you.
My heart goes really hard. I said stuff about the CIA that I really shouldn't have, and they took none of my dog.
The laser, did you see it? Like, what color was the laser?
I saw it was very angry red, and by the time I was able to get to my dog's brain, it was a big, like, ash.
I think that means that they're mad.
I think we're bad. Yeah, no, I said some really bad stuff about the CIA.
No, in all seriousness,
No, I'm sorry, dude. I really hope everything goes well.
in all seriousness, this is known as a directed energy weapon, and these certainly exist. They've existed for decades.
Really? Who controls them? Who controls them? If you had to guess.
Really, if you want the names, it's the 13 families that rule the world. So that would be the Astor family, the Bundy family, the Carnegie family, the Collins family, the DuPont. Hey, do you want me to speak? Hold on. Do you want me to speak, or do you want to cut me off?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. The way the conversation goes is one person speaks, the other people listen. Let's learn
No,
from
I
that.
understand. I'm sorry.
Excellent. So again, the Astor family, the Bundy family, the Collins family, the Carnegie family, the DuPont family, the Lee family, the Russell family, the Reynolds family, the Rockefeller family, the Rothschild family, the Van Dunn family, the Vanderbilt family, the Warburg family, and the House of Windsor generally are considered the most influential families on earth. Okay, what's your question?
Am I able to speak?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Do you think with all those families together, do you think they have like a direct connection with the 12 disciples of Jesus in some way?
Well, that's a good question.
That is a good question.
Perhaps some of them, especially when you get into the Merovingian bloodline, which is related to this. As I understand, the Merovingian bloodline takes its lineage directly from that group of people. And so if you're wondering who the Merovingians are today, they would be like the different houses of the nobility of Europe, the House of Monaco, um, the house like the different royal houses, the House of Milan, the House of Venice, those types of people. Basically, the people with small city states in Europe.
Gotcha. Hey, Pink, how's it going?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
What are your opinions of body modifications?
This is a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Well, frankly, I don't feel that. Let me say this. I don't feel that you should be able to perform a body modification on anyone else without their consent. And thus, even though I've had a bris, a circumcision, I am someone who is anti-circumcision. I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi, and there are a growing amount of us within the community and within the world who want to see circumcision as perhaps less as a permanent procedure and more of a ceremonial procedure. Additionally, I don't feel that someone should be able to do something to you without your consent. And I really feel that in order to give your consent, you should be the age of consent, which would be 18 years old. I personally think if I had it my way, just one moment, if I had it my way, I would actually increase the age of consent to about age 26. That's when your frontal cortex completes its development. As of right now, I feel that it's disingenuous of us to take advantage of people whose brains aren't fully formed, to ask them to enter into lifelong contracts, into the military, and into sexual consent. So, for those perspectives, I think that perhaps the age of consent should be raised. But if I don't get that way, then I at least feel that any type of body modification should take place even at age 18. So does that mean ear piercing and nose piercing? Yeah, I believe those as well. If you want to do it as an adult, that's absolutely fine. But you can't consent until you have a certain age, the age of majority. And so those are my beliefs on the issue.
All right. Can I go a little bit further on this one?
Certainly.
So, my friend Nick Boy here, he wanted to, when he was a minor, he wanted to change his gender. He wanted to be a female. You think that he wanted to, like, get rid of he wanted to get a pair of tits, all that thing.
Certainly.
What are your thoughts on that?
Defamation.
That's disgusting. Yeah, that's very explicit yellow.
Yeah, that's
Terrible yellow.
yeah. Well, that's just what I heard. I heard in Canada that's allowed too. So.
I have a question.
That's a pretty nasty line.
Let me answer this question. Let me answer this question. Once they're at the age of majority,
You remind me a lot of like JD Vance in a lot. It's a compliment.
once someone is at the age of majority, then I feel that they should be able to do with whatever their body they wish, so long as it doesn't cause harm to other people. Do whatever you want.
You think if I cut off my dick, I can store it in a jar?
Certainly, as I understand, Rasputin's penis was legendary. The Russian philosopher and leader, and his penis has been stored in a fermented jar in a museum for over a century.
Wow. I guess that leads into another question that I have. What would your opinions be on the potential, civilian introduction of cybernetic enhancements, like getting both middle class and lower class people cybernetic enhancements so they can do cool stuff?
Oh, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. In fact, this is a really great question that you asked. Okay, just one moment.
Yeah, so do I.
Just one moment.
Same.
Just one moment. So I believe that we're already having cybernetic enhancements. In fact, I've heard that former Vice President Dick Cheney wants to be known as the first cyborg because he's had so many different pacemakers that have been put into his body. So really, the idea of cybernetics is something that's already taken place. If you consider any kind of machine introduction into the body as a cyborg, well, then anyone with a pacemaker has that. Anyone with perhaps a type of CPAP machine within them has that, and various other, even people who have had their limbs amputated, and they have some type of artificial limb, they all could be considered the primitive versions of cybernetic beings. And I'm for that. I believe it enhances human life. And then one moment, if I may, just talk about this from a larger standpoint in the brain-computer interface. So it's called the BCI, which is essentially the project that Elon Musk has with Neuralink. The first successful Neuralink has taken place within a man named Nolan Aspro. Essentially, he is a quadriplegic person. He's unable to walk or use his arms. But what he is able to do is play video games because of a brain-computer interface better than anyone in this room. Essentially, he has a snipe robot or an aim auto aimer that allows him to be better at virtually any video game possible. And when we get into this type of technology, brain-computer interfaces, we really start to tie the two worlds between conventional human life and the world of the cybernetic future. That's
crazy.
It is.
I actually heard that with the cybernetic enhancements we're getting, like, the new developments and technology, they're actually trying to bring George Floyd back.
Yeah, I heard about that. George Floyd. George Floyd. Yeah. Like the N-word link. The N-word link. Yeah. No, I heard about that.
Okay, and as we discussed, if you didn't have the opportunity to hear it, that could be done perhaps through revivification technology, and I would be an advocate for that.
This is a
You never know. I think it was an injustice what happened to him.
So I have a question, if you don't mind.
I had a question first.
No, shut the hell up! I'm talking. So,
I'm done.
Stop.
So you said you would support George Floyd being brought back to life. In order for that to happen, he'd have to be killed. So would you support him being killed?
Well, he was already killed.
Yeah, but hypothetically speaking, would you
Is
support
he in heaven right now? Isn't that the best place for
would
him?
you support the death of George Floyd in order to test
I wouldn't
Elon Musk
support
Neuralink?
I said we could test by. I said, man, and hear me out. What if we killed Elon with this?
Look,
Yeah, I agree.
look. As I understand,
The killing of Elon to test his Neuralink.
I am a pacifist.
I would for George Floyd.
I am a pacifist, so I don't think that we should kill anyone without reason. And I do feel as if,
even for scientific purposes.
But like the
yeah,
Neuralink.
Yeah,
okay.
like what if he signed the waiver?
So
He signed a waiver.
So that's what Nolan Aspro did. Is he signed a waiver in order to be able to be the first person to try out Neuralink and brain-computer interfaces. So essentially, he did not die. So that's kind of a successful implementation of this. Now, for George Floyd, to my knowledge, George Floyd is dead, and so we wouldn't have to kill him. He's already been killed. But if we wanted to bring him back, I'd be an advocate for that.
Yeah, I agree. Since it was such an injustice that he was killed originally.
But he resisted arrest. What you talking about?
No, it was an injustice.
It wasn't
It's really sad to watch. I was there that day.
Propaganda.
It was really.
Oh,
It's
the
really
The Republican Party
Guys,
controlled
did
by
you
elites
just wake
like
up?
you.
Rabbi, was the killing of George Floyd justified?
No.
I agree.
I shed my
Yeah.
tears the world's best.
I didn't hear. In some of the protests?
Rabbi, what are your thoughts on the idea that religion acts in control?
Religion is control.
I'm a little anti-Semitic.
Not at all. It's just control in general.
It isn't anti-Semitic at all. I'm a rabbi. I can make these assertions. I can tell you that there, at least within Judaism, there is a hierarchy of rabbinical constructs that controls the general mainstream of what is allowed within the doctrine. I know in other religions have certain hierarchies, like the Pope or Eastern Orthodox leaders within Christianity.
Is there any slurs for Jews?
Hey, you shouldn't interrupt the rabbi.
Listen, I just want to know what I can do to stop Jewish hate. I want to know what slurs they use.
Okay, you can Google that information. I'm not going to give you that.
Oh, what? Rabbi, please, Rabbi.
That's okay.
My roommate's Jewish. I need to know. I need to look out for him.
Any other questions that you have?
Yeah, Reba, I have a question.
Go for it.
So this is kind of off topic, but how do you feel about Kanye West and his whole anti-Semitic thing? Do you believe you can separate the art from the artist?
Yes, I believe that you. I believe that you have to. If not, then we can't really celebrate any kind of art because people would always be able to say, "Well, so and so didn't do something correctly." So I believe we have to be able to separate the art from the artist. It's an excellent question.
So how do you feel about the allegations that his dentist was hooking him up on nitrous the whole time? It was like part of the reason he was saying all these crazy stuff. Do you think that's true?
Absolutely, that could happen. And I'm not saying that that's true, but I'm saying that that's possible. And, especially within the celebrity sphere, they have access to certain drugs that your average person does not. And they can allow those drugs to be able to manipulate their consciousness and allow them to say some silly things.
I mean, personally, I think it was a product of mind control.
Yeah, I do actually believe. Like, City of Sadness here, my good friend. We both believe in mind control. It's something that's like very. What do you think, Rabbi? It's something that's very like close to us.
Yeah.
I wear my tinfoil hat.
So I believe in mind control very much so, and I think it can be proven. Has anybody here ever seen anyone who's been hypnotized?
Yes, I have. I met an old friend, and they knew Pocahontas.
That is true. Yeah, let's.
Why are you laughing? No, like I'm serious. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, Pocahontas.
This is serious.
This is serious as shit.
Pocahontas was like a significant
I lost my friend to this. Like I'm serious.
Okay. In all, no.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
If you recognize that
It's like
hypnosis is a very guys. If you're gonna talk over me, I'm not gonna even try. Guys, if you're gonna talk over me, I'm not even gonna try. But at the base level, that's fine. At the base level, hypnosis is a type of mind control that occurs and has been occurring for over 100 years, and it has been proven. It's not pseudoscience. I've seen people that I've known who have been absolutely normal individuals be hypnotized and act incredibly out of their normal character. I know it to be something that can actually happen. And then moving into the use of psychedelics into people's lives, definitely mind control can happen. Go ahead, anybody.
this is crazy theory.
It's the truth, not a theory.
Oh yeah, I apologize. Sincerely.
Rabbi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Have you heard about the attacks on school buses from Al Qaeda using thermite Capri Sun bombs recently?
No, please enlighten me.
So recently, in the Middle East, territories currently controlled or under siege by Al Qaeda, there's been reports of Capri Sun thermite packages being stuck to the bottoms of school buses to prevent kids from getting their education. I just want to know how you feel about that. I think it's very rare.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think a lot of that is propaganda. And if you know how the Al Qaeda was started, it had a very distinct connection to the American Central Intelligence Agency in the clandestine world. Essentially, the way that this works is all of the major powers have been defeated, generally. I mean, this happened after World War II. And so you have to create boogeymen in order to justify the military-industrial complex. So eventually they will perhaps say that there are monsters under your bed and they need to do bed checks. They might say that there are bombs on school buses in a far land and we need to invade them. These are all just essentially, I feel, boogeyman type of mentalities. So long as they aren't having a direct effect on me, and I feel that they should be able to do what they wish. If there is something violent happening on school buses there, they have police forces that can perhaps investigate and end that. I don't feel that we need to intervene, at least the United States doesn't. We don't necessarily need to be the police force of the world. And I mean, I could say that there are people who are poisoning food in a foreign country, and thus we need to remove all of the food from those people. I mean, these types of this type of thinking, I don't feel necessarily is justified because it can be a very slippery slope where you are invading countries to find quote unquote terrorists when the terrorists are very innocent individuals. Some people may make that justification.
Would you say it's fair to say it's Reagan's fault then, like Ronald Reagan?
I don't think it's any single individual's fault.
Reagan's pretty bad.
Rabbi, do you like J.D. Vance?
I don't really have a strong opinion on J.D. Vance in one way or another. I do. What I will say.
Did you vote for Kamala or did you vote for John Trump?
I am.
It's John. Don't you fucking correct me, dude. What's your problem?
Now, you lower your fucking tone when you're talking to Mr. Knox, pal.
Whoa.
I don't necessarily get political, and I don't reveal that information.
Oh, okay. Do you work for Mossad?
Perhaps.
Rabbi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do you feel about felons?
Felons?
Yeah, just like in general,
It's like a felony conviction.
Convicted criminals, felons.
Yeah, like running from the police is an example. Shooting at old ladies' homes with a BB gun, that's another good example.
Okay.
Yeah, old ladies' homes, real gun,
Like conduct at Walmart, all these.
Like public indecency.
Yeah, I mean, I think that every person has a reasoning for what they've done. Sometimes these are justified, sometimes they're not. I'm someone.
Predators?
Yeah, I mean, in those cases, I really feel like there may be an opportunity in the future to be able to use some type of editing of their mental states to be able
Do you
to.
think we could cut off their necks? Well, like mind control.
Yes, like mind control.
Yeah, I think I would.
Can we mind control?
You know,
Well,
can we send them? Can we use them?
We're interrupting the rabbis.
Well, perhaps we may be able to change their state of their mental state into what they're attracted to in the future, and to perhaps erase any type of possible incorrect thoughts that they may have against young people. I mean, I want to help young people. I want to protect them, and I think in the future we may be able to genetically alter humans so that they don't have those types of predispositions.
Would genetically modified humans have to be labeled as food?
You know, this is a great question that occurs. This is a great question that occurs in the world of sports, particularly because we do currently have people who are genetically modified who are competing against.
Oh yeah, like trans people.
No,
Is my pickled penis kosher?
no, that's different.
You're like, I go here.
Yeah, I get this guy. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, he's a she-her.
that's
Yeah,
different.
is my old pickled penis kosher?
That's different. What we would consider, at least in the world of genetic engineering, someone who is perhaps not predisposed to certain diseases and has certain advantages over the competition. That's actually happening today, and those people are not being.
Yeah, it's like dudes are in women's sports.
No, that's different. That's different. I want to make it clear that that's different. Those people have not had their genes edited. I'm talking about people who've had their genes edited. Now,
What about HRT?
yeah, HRT doesn't. It's not the same thing. One changes your hormonal output, and the other is essentially your genetic makeup.
Oh, so you can't change your genetic.
You can, if before you're born. Currently, before you're born, through gene editing. Once you're born, under conventional science, you're unable to, but perhaps in the future, people will be able to.
So what does that mean?
Well,
I'm just curious. I support trans rights and everything. I just want to be more educated.
Well, we have one in the BC here too, so.
Oh, yeah, that could. Would you like to speak on that matter?
Wait, what am I speaking of? I was on the.
Trans. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, if I might as well come out now, I think you should step up a little.
Beat 05. So I just
Beat 05 is that
Beat
all the adverse relationship.
Shut up. Beat 05 in Knoxville. We all took a rope tighter dicks to it. We got someone to drive really fast down the road. They kind of pulled off.
Oh, kind of like
We're currently trying to find the straps left so we can collect them and use them as bacon bits.
what? Don't act like you don't know what's going on. You were part of the pack.
I don't
Sorry,
follow.
Robert.
I don't follow. But okay, let's talk about let's talk about trans people in sports. In my opinion, the way that this issue should be adjudicated is through a DNA test. So basically, people who have XX chromosomes play in one league, and people with XY chromosomes play in another league. We don't even use the term male or female.
Men and women's sports.
I mean, conventionally, that's what you would describe it as.
On topic of the pedophile.
I have another thing. So like, what if you give like women, like give them a gun, right? Then they could be in the same league and they get to use the gun one time.
Okay, then what about it?
I think make it a 22 to be fair. Though.
Yeah, no, it'd be like a 22, but like I just think that would balance the competition out. You know, like, oh my God, he just ran past me. Just fire a pop shot at him. And if it hits, you know, congratulations. You know, he goes down. Like, not. It's like, oh yeah, he just beats you fair and square. You know, and you got a gun too, so it's kind of on you. Train harder.
Okay, I mean, I'm not an advocate for any type of murder or any type
Well,
of.
it's a 22.
Okay, that's fine.
So, yeah.
Even in the realm of law enforcement, I don't feel that law enforcement should guns. I feel that they should have tranquilizers. So in the same way that we can tranquilize big game on a safari, we should utilize that type of technology in law enforcement, so that basically no one will.
School resource officers, tranquilizers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so like if we have the autistic kid that goes like, oh, he's going crazy, right? Hypothetically.
Okay.
And, should we just like get the school resource officer to pop in there and just put him to sleep for a bit?
No, I believe the best way to handle that situation is probably to remove them from the classroom and put them in
Yeah, but we can't grab them. They're going crazy. Yeah, we might need to.
We give them the Percocet. You could get them like a
Give them a perk.
fentanyl.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
I know it's a little crazy, but Percocet's like a good middle ground of like
I agree.
effectiveness to safety.
Okay.
They give them like 3 taps.
So essentially, you take that person, and if you need to, in one way or another, stabilize them and take them to a peaceful room. These are now being rolled out. I know in some schools that has like essentially it's like a serene room where there's gentle music playing. There's something on that is there to entertain them, but really just in general brings down the anger level of an individual. And then once they're able to rejoin the classroom, they're allowed to.
I got to do that with school shooters too.
Now, a school shooter is a different situation. I personally feel that they have tranquilizer darts. So in the same way that hold on one second, let me speak.
Don't speak over. Don't fucking talk over the rabbi. Sorry. Oh my God.
In the same way that a hunter can, or not necessarily a hunter, but someone on safari can take down an elephant that is charging them with a tranquilizer gun. You could use the same kind of technology in law enforcement, so that if you have, let's say, a school shooter, you tranquilize them, you don't kill them, and then you bring them to justice through the judicial system. That's how it should be.
Sorry, does the elephant have an SPR? A short barrel rifle.
Additionally, tranquilizers do take time to set in. That's valuable. That's time. That's like you have to live there.
And that's an excellent point. And so instead of spending as much money as spent in advancing weapons of mass destruction and weapons that kill people faster, stronger, quicker, we could utilize that type of technology in the realm of tranquilizers, so that instead of taking 3 seconds to bring down,
It's like really cool. Like, have you seen a fighter jet, dude? Those things are pretty fucking sick.
Excuse me, Rabbi. I had a very important question to address.
Go ahead.
So one of my friends was talking about, this very popular rumor about the Rothschilds controlling the whole world. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I named the 13 families that ruled the world, and Rothschild families one of them.
Oh, I see. So they do control a portion of the world, like it's separated between all of them.
We all control a portion of the world.
Oh, so my part of those 13 families.
No, not necessarily that, but you are part of one of maybe 8 billion people on this earth that does have some say over which the world moves. I don't feel that this is necessarily a bad thing. You should know that if we were to run the world as a simulation 1,000 times, 1,000 times you'd have a small minority of people who have power over the majority. And the dice just fell with these 13 families.
Robert, do you have any questions? I know you're very prolific in the Native American population.
Okay, really?
Dude, that's what you told me last night, is it not? Since you want to talk about felons.
Well, I mean, you shot a BB gun at old grandma.
Hey, Robert, how many casinos do you own?
Oh my god. More than you.
Well, imagine you're Native American.
Robert, he's actually the chief security guard. He's from Cherokee and he's from the chief. He's actually from the Kickapoo Reservation, and he's the lead security guard for the Kickapoo casinos.
I'm a Nigerian prince and I control the flow of Nigeria, water-wise.
Well, that's incredible.
My God, there's dogs around.
Gentlemen, do we think that Skibbity Toilet is Russian mind control?
Yeah, shut up, you idiot.
No, this is a serious question. Do we think that it's here to corrupt our youth?
Wait, I'm picking up
Wait,
a
Rabbi,
down here.
Rabbi,
Yeah, you know that song, Signal Boy?
Go ahead.
It was made by a Russian dude.
Exactly. There's a
It's brain rot to weaken the American children so we can't fight.
Exactly. The one is you want to diminish our willpower.
Yeah, that's when Russia's going to invade us when our willpower is nothing and we're basically
They're going to send in a chud squad to execute us.
Well, to build on top of that, dude, you guys think the CIA made the hip hop genre to control today's youth?
I believe so, yeah.
Rabbi, I have a genuine
They wanted more gun crimes to ban guns.
That's what they call it.
That's a theory. That's a theory, but a very likely theory.
Yeah, but if they ban the guns, then the only people who get guns are the bad guys.
Rabbi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
No, but you're mixing out.
I'm not
Police says that they have tranquilizers
on the walls.
Yeah, you're forgetting it.
Yeah, I'm in the storage room, so it's like dust protectors.
Oh, I see. It looks very cozy, though. It looks very nice.
Oh, it's super cozy. There's one thing that I am very good at, and that's being comfortable, my friends.
Oh, yeah. Is it hot in that storage room? It's got a bunch of technological apparatus.
You would think that it would be, but no, it's pretty well ventilated, and so no, I have fans and such, so it doesn't get too
Oh,
hot.
you have an air conditioner there, too?
The house is air conditioned.
Oh, wow.
Storage unit is in like the boxes you rent?
No, I mean it's in a house. It's just a storage room of a house.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean.
Is that a sonic body pillow in the back? I might be mistaken.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So it's a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million that sponsors me. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and yeah. So it's not necessarily a sonic body pillow, but they sent me a bunch of merchandise and to sponsor their cryptocurrency, and I do. So that's what.
I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency as well.
Excellent. So that's what
Oh, yeah, what are you sponsored by?
all my betting is. And
Nigga butt
such.
token.
Nigga butt token?
Yeah,
What is nigga butt token, Mr. Knox's?
it's probably one of the best launches.
Hey, guys, we're live on YouTube. You can't say that.
Oh, my apologies.
We're live in, like, every corner of the earth, dude.
Stop interrupting, Mr. Knox. Before I get
gotta,
anything out.
you gotta be safe, dude.
How do I have mutual friends with you? Who are you? City XYZ. Who are you? Dude, I have 2 mutual friends with you.
I'm a mutual friend as well. How do you know Kane?
I have no idea who those people are, but I know Kane.
There's friends here. There's
I think I know Raider Kane.
Hey, City, I've met Raider Kane.
Yeah, I know you met him.
Oh, it's we're all one big family.
Yeah, it's like
one of the Clark County guys here. Oh my god.
wait,
I love Kane.
what if the rabbi reunited all of us so we could be a union?
You should join Clark County. They're like a hive.
Yeah, like a hive mind, dude. What if he reunited us
That
together?
that's essentially what the neural network is, and perhaps that may be possible in the future.
Maybe we can make our own.
Is it maybe happening right now?
Yes.
Arguably, the initial data is being created of a hive mind.
Wow.
Yes. What if this is just all the friends we made along the way?
Yeah. Dude, this goes so deep.
Well, it is quite an interesting project. There's no
Wait, is
doubt
this a
about that.
reference to Deepoken?
Wait, this might be. Wait, no.
Oh, the deep was calling me. Oh, it's calling me now.
Shut up, Jake. You know, let me join.
Oh, no, there's two. Let's go.
Hey,
I
yo,
love you more, Matt White.
Shut up,
Oh, you shut up. Oh, yeah, you shut up. Oh, live. You show your dirty mouth.
Alright, save me.
You're good, big dog.
Fine.
You're good, big dog.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Maxis. I'm sorry.
this is very disordinary.
It is very disappointing.
What if I show actually Maxis?
Yeah.
What if I show Mr. Rabbi the photo that you have of you sitting in the mortal plane of in front of the mirror? You know?
I don't think that's something that you liked by others.
Well, Rabbi, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, as I'm sure you've seen before, there's a giant anti-Semitic joke going around on the internet called Beetlejuice. How do you feel about that?
I'm not
For
familiar.
running a Jewish community yourself.
I'm not familiar with them.
You know Beetlejuice?
No.
It says today 3 times he appears.
Okay.
And
You try right now.
Yeah, he talks a lot about coins and schmeckles.
Yeah, he's very money oriented, very greedy.
Okay, that happens. What do you want me to do about it?
I personally feel as it reinforces anti-Semitic stereotypes. It's very, very bad for progression.
Hey, free speech. People are allowed to say whatever they want.
Do you think we should get rid of the First Amendment?
No, I'm a huge advocate of free speech.
Honestly, I think we should.
Okay, well,
I mean, have you heard crazy kids are saying these days?
they're entitled to their opinions.
Their opinions are wrong.
You're allowed
Familiar
to
are
have
these
it.
amendments?
somewhat.
Very
Because there's been some talk recently with the kids on the street about abolishing the 13th Amendment. Are you aware of what that is?
Yes, so let me check one of them. 13th Amendment.
Yeah.
Just I know what it is. I know what it is. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1
They
second.
try to bring back
Let me
slavery.
finish. I believe, yeah, so this is what I thought it was. I believe that there is a section of this that is still in place today, and I would like to change. So, Section 1 is neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall be duly convicted, shall exist in the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. I disagree with that. I don't feel that you should have any type of involuntary servitude, even in cases where you have punishment of a crime where the party shall be duly convicted.
You're very insightful.
Well, thank you. But so if I had it my way, the 13th Amendment should just say neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
I mean,
So only in the United States, right?
Or any place subject to their jurisdiction, but I'd like to see that globally. The sad thing is there are more
You should
slaves,
run for president.
perhaps someday. There are more slaves in the world today than there were ever in the 19th century.
But what you're saying is the United States should become a global superpower and take over the whole world.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay, well, you better check your ears.
I think the European Amendment should actually read. I think the best way, and the way we could all just get along, is if the 13th Amendment said, "Thou shalt play with toys and have fun."
Well, maybe we just
I
need
think
another
that would probably
amendment.
be-
Perhaps we just need another amendment.
Well, because like in that case, I feel like it could be the First Amendment because I mean, theoretically, if we all just played with toys and had fun, there would be no conflict. You know, just sat down, built a big Lego set, had some hot chocolate, you know, or maybe coffee if that's more up your alley. You know, cuddle up in a blanket, make a puzzle, you know, watch some TV. You know, people are just there hating now. They don't understand how complex it is to, you know, do a 40-piece jigsaw puzzle or build a Lego set.
Okay.
Rabbit, what do I do if I'm incredibly hard for you?
Get in line.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, get your urges under control.
Sorry, Rabbit. Sorry, Rabbit.
Guys, look
I-
straight.
I-
No, but I don't know
Yeah.
what it is. Maybe it's the lighting.
It's all right.
I think the red light.
Get in
Oh,
line.
I'm sorry.
Get in
That-
line.
that was uncalled for.
I have women from all over the world who, on a daily basis, tell me they masturbate to me. What do you want me to do about it?
I understand.
I do the same.
Yeah, well, now you have
Rabbi, I do that to O5. Yeah,
No, you do that rabbi too.
I'm a minor.
It's the rabbi. Hip, hip.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Who said that? Stop. Stop. Who said that they're a minor? Who said that they're a minor?
Yeah, step up.
Okay, you guys know who's a
Boy, you shouldn't be on Discord if you're a minor. It's very dangerous.
no. Who said they're a minor in here?
This better be an evil prank.
I didn't see Mr. Rabbi.
I know you didn't say it.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, it was. I think it's 05. 05. How old are you?
18.
Okay. What year were you
I don't
born?
believe him.
I don't believe him either. 05. You gotta go.
Was I born? 2006.
05. You gotta go.
What? 2006 could be 18. What?
But that would mean you'd be turning 19 this year.
I don't care. If anybody wants to joke about being a minor, that's not funny. You gotta leave. It says you have to be 18 in here.
I do actually agree with the rabbi on this.
I
I mean, the council spoken on that one. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, and here's why. Because people ask me all the time about different topics. Many times they're sexually explicit, and I don't want to expose minors to that.
That's respectable.
Excellent.
Hello, Elon Musk.
That's my friend Elon Musk. He's a cool person. We're just chilling. We met some new friends in here. They've asked me every question under the sun. I've done my best to answer them. And just enjoying life. What's good in your neck of the woods, Elon Musk?
Dylan, bro, I just got banned again for a bunch of servers.
Shit happens. What happened? Why'd they do it? They didn't like you? You were too good looking?
Just abusing God, bro.
I understand that. That happens. What did you do?
I just was fucking under my blanket. They said that's not allowed.
That happens, man. Well, it's allowed in here. You know that you're
They
allowed.
said I was using a hole. I don't even know.
Hey, there's nothing I can do about that. You know you're always welcome. You know you're always welcome in here, Elon Musk. You stay under your blanket all you want. You play games all you want. You know that you're family here. Excellent. Well, to our other friends here who have joined us, thank you so much for being here. You've asked very inquisitive, very, I feel, thought-provoking questions. And I hope I was able to provide as good of answers to them as possible. If you want to help this project in any way, it's do exactly what City XYZ and some other people have done and just tell your friends about it and get more people in here. I'm willing to answer any question that people have. If I'm unable to answer a question at any given time, we'll look up the answer, or it's in the right above here. There's an Ask Me Anything feature, and we'll look up the answer to any question that you have. So with that, I appreciate the time that you've all taken to learn more about my project and learn more about each other.
I read the question.
How old are you, Barabin?
I'm 19.
This is my fiance.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So, you were president of the United States of America. What was your first thing to do?
This is a great question. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, I would do my best to be an advocate for peace everywhere. So I would say that it is of the United States it is like a new order, executive order, I guess, that we should be a pacifistic country, and thus we shouldn't invade any other country for any justification. Now, people may say perhaps that we may need to invade someone if they are provoking us or something like that. I think that may be a role for the United Nations, but I don't feel that is an individual role of any country. Now, personally, if I could pass any amendment, if I were going to be an advocate for that, it would be the Equal Rights Amendment. So what is the Equal Rights Amendment entail? It's just essentially one amendment that states that citizens of the United States are equal. What would that entail? Well, I'm really an advocate for women. And I feel that women, especially in the United States, are discriminated against, particularly on the internet. So I'll just give you an example. If I go like this, nothing's going to happen to me. I'm live on Telegram and Instagram and Discord. Nothing's going to happen. Why? Because I am perceived as a man, and I'm allowed to have my shirt off. But if I would lose my Discord account, I would lose my Instagram account, I would lose my Telegram account, I would lose my YouTube accounts. And I feel that that is de facto discrimination. And I don't feel that that is necessarily something that's right in this country. And so I personally feel that we should have equal rights amongst all its citizens. And so I would pass that legislation. That would be something that would be very important to me. That's an excellent question, Barbon. Any other questions? You're welcome. Anybody else have any questions?
Rabbi, I have another question for you.
Go ahead.
I heard about a theory that the CIA is secretly ran by an AI that became sentient during the Cold War. Do you think that would have any truth to it?
I don't necessarily think that that is true. I think the CIA is run by individuals, and that they use AI perhaps to their advantage, but I don't believe that it is run by a computer. It's an interesting theory, though. I know everybody wants it to be more interesting than just people who are advocates for the military-industrial complex, but generally that's what it is.
You know what, guys? Vote me as director of the CIA, and I'll make sure it becomes a fascist oligarchy.
It already is.
You know what? I think I can get behind that, though.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, were you on Kill Tony? I just seen the other account.
No. That's I'm watching Kill Tony right now.
Oh.
So if I hit play, it'll show us just
way over.
They should invite you on there. I think you'd be good.
The cheapest flight
Perhaps.
to find,
Person
didn't
to
you?
go on there.
Yes.
You want to hear my stand-up?
Yeah, I do. I would love to.
Okay, just one moment. Now, don't interrupt me as I say this, but as I watch it, I have always thought, okay, if I were going to be on there, what kind of jokes would I want? So, just one moment, and now I'm not a comedian. I do make people laugh, but here we go. Shalom, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, Here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture that I own. Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in your pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England since you've got me interested in a pound. What about, I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance because their pussy's getting beaten. For that thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I'm going to tear you up." For that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to do is ask, "Are you a piñata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." There's my 1 minute.
Those were pretty good.
Thank
Those
you.
were pretty good.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
those were fantastic.
Dude, I like the pet insurance one. That one was probably my favorite.
I appreciate that. All right, so we've got round 2 of this. Does anybody remember back in the day how popular Yo Mama jokes were? Well, here are some of my favorite for sharing at your next holiday. Yo Mama's so fat, she went to McDonald's and had to call Wendy's for backup. Yo Mama's so old, her birth certificate expired. Yo Mama's so fat, she unlocked type 3 diabetes. Yo Mama got triabetes. Yo Mama's so fat, she had a threesome and neither guy knew about it. Yo Mama's so slow, she took 9 months to deliver a joke. Yo Mama's so ugly, the cops pulled her over for not tinting her windows. Yo Mama's so ugly, her portraits hang themselves. Yo Mama's so fat, men are only attracted to her because of gravity. Yo Mama's so ugly, her blowjob counts as anal. I like those. I think those are hilarious. So some of those were
pretty damn good.
Some of those
Those were fantastic.
I love those. I heard Nyquist, he's actually taking notes for the pickup lines.
Excellent, man.
Yeah, no, they're pretty good. I like the notes.
Excellent. Has anybody in here read the book The Game by Neil Strauss? Okay, it's fine. So it's
Yeah,
essentially.
it's my
Go ahead.
roommate locked me in our basement, so it's gonna be a little awkward talking right now.
Okay, that's fine. So essentially, Neil Strauss is one of the many books within the seduction industry, within the seduction community, and it's something that for anyone who doesn't know anything about being a pickup artist or seduction, it is definitely a worthwhile read. It's how some nerdy writer dude picked up Britney Spears at the height of her fame, and it basically teaches you how to be an alpha male and how to pick up chicks on the regular. And I know that when I read it, it's about 20 years ago, it was very influential in my life and learning about just really social interactions with women or people of the opposite sex and ways to pick up hot chicks. It was always a question of mine, like, how is it this dude who's a 7 is getting a 10? Well, he's able to do so by being very charismatic, but also utilizing some of the tips and tricks within the community, like peacocking, which is like wearing like flamboyant attire, and essentially having a high level, high status level, holding himself in a with confidence and not using self-deprecating humor. There's the idea of using a neg on a woman, essentially putting her down a little bit, not too badly, but like an example of this might be for a woman that you may see, you may say, "Man, you look really good in that dress, but you look even better if it were in red." That's going to stick in this woman's mind the rest of the night, and there's something about the neg that attracts a woman to a man. These are just types of things that you'll learn about within the community if you're interested, and pickup lines are things that work as well. So again,
Consider yourself a Sigma male?
Absolutely. So prior to live streaming my life, I was involved in the pickup community. I was a member of Layers in multiple major cities in the United States. what essentially we would do is I like to sarge, which is just like going out to bars and clubs and such alone, and picking up chicks, seeing how many numbers I can get. But we would work sometimes. We would some of these layers we'd meet at someone's house or apartment or something, meet each other, meet some new guys who just didn't have any experience with women, and go out and see who could get the most amount of numbers in a given night. Um, these are just things that alpha men do, sigma men do, in order to really have a good time in life. So if you're not familiar with the pickup artist community, the best way to dip your toe in is through Neil Strauss's book, The Game. It's excellent. Any other questions?
Well, I've been out here for like 15 minutes. Can you let me
So, are you familiar with like a cyberpunk? You think we could crawl up, like ask something out of the basement?
So I am.
Get some cybernetic implants.
Yeah.
Not like George Floyd. I know that was brought up earlier.
Yeah.
But
and,
how far do you think it?
Well, as I said previously, there's the argument to be made that there are some cyborgs that currently are amongst us in society. People with pacemakers, people with brain-computer interfaces. Those types of people do exist, and thus, from a base definition, those types of people would be considered cyborgs. And I believe that there are going to be those types of enhancements in the future. If you've ever seen what a mech warrior is, people in the future, soldiers in the future, may have mech warrior type suits. There are artificial exoskeletons that may be created for people, which is like an armor. Even types of things like invisibility cloaks may be utilized in the future for one purpose or another, that are all considered some aspect of cybernetics.
Hey, Noxos, did you ever get let out of the basement yet?
No, I left you guys get here. I forgot to mute, but my roommate came down. I just had a quick conversation with him. He called me out. He looked pretty pissed off about it. I don't like that.
What did you do to him?
I just told him to fuck off because he's being an asshole.
Oh. It sounds like you should, not be his roommate anymore.
Oh, I should have, but I can't find anyone like Craigslist. I don't want to get kicked out of the apartment.
It sounds like you just need to live by yourself, man.
Oh, dude.
Jack, keep stuff in your fucking face, man.
Okay, dude.
Noxos, are you good?
All right. Well, if you don't have any other further questions, you can feel free to watch Kill Tony with me. We're watching the best of William Montgomery as one of the regulars on here. I do want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to answer your questions and connect with you. And if anybody needs a positive person in their life or needs an optimistic look on the future, I'm here to help you. I'm here to provide you hope, and just really appreciate the time that we were able to spend together. Thank you.
All right, man, that sounds great. Just I'm gonna ask you a favor. Remember me when you're like super famous, you're more famous than you are now.
Absolutely, you've got it. City XYZ Part 2.
Me too.
You should understand that if at any point that I forget, all of this is recorded. You're recorded off of that camera. You're recorded. All of your voices are recorded, so you'll be able to say on this given date, we had this conversation. I helped you along the way, and I'm going to help your friends, your family, and yourself to be able to achieve all of your dreams, which will be a really exciting future.
Fantastic, man. That's great to hear. I'm gonna head out though. It's nice meeting you for the first time.
Absolutely. City XYZ, you take care, my friend. Peace, buddy.
I'll definitely be back.
Please do. Whenever you want.
Very thrifty man, William is. A little behind the scenes information for you.
My roommate said it hit 8 with a
15 hours worth of layovers. That's like a 2.5 hour direct flight. But you wanted, how much did you pay for your ticket?
I think I paid like $100 or something, so it was very cheap. But
so you saved about $5 an hour from buying the direct flight. That's good. Worked out. International superstar saving about $75 in sacrifice of 10 hours. That's absolutely incredible. How much money did you spend on gas?
It was like $40 to fill it up the first time, and the second time it was like 40. So right about 80 something bucks.
Not bad.
I
Not
think
bad to go from the fucking top of the country to the bottom.
Where's that? 12
maybe
hours?
3 times I haven't slept.
Williams thinking about driving from St. Louis right now. He's like, what the fuck was I thinking? 15 hours worth of flights for $100. You could have saved $20 and driven half the way, twice as fast.
Thanks for making me look that dumbass. Holy shit.
I love it.
William Montgomery. I do this shit every week, you dumbass. Oh.
How'd you do, Rabbi? It's whatever. I just wanted to fucking down and get this shit over with. Alright, come on. Shout out to Bong James Bong. Hey, Rabbi. Eric told. Peace, buddy. Hey, James Bong.
Sometimes I walk up to a cemetery and say, that could be us, but you playing, bitch. An Iranian rapper has been sentenced to death for anti-government lyrics. The only thing more dangerous than being an Iranian rapper is being connected to Hillary Clinton. Hey, Red Band, are you from the Everglades? Because you're the only man IT. It's like Manatee, Can I See, the punchline. Okay, that's a good joke. Holy shit. You know Kool-Aid gets all the credit, but Jim Jones actually used Flavor Aid to send his flock to heaven. Jones down! Jones down! Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
William Montgomery, the Thunderbolt, Lightning, the Blitzkrieg. William Montgomery. How do you feel, William?
I thought the Red Band Manatee joke would go better. It did not. I mean, I was thinking, man, IT, like, are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 IC. So, man, IT, Everglades. But yeah.
That sucks.
Okay, thanks, dumbass. I don't really care about your dumbass opinion, fucking idiot. When I ask for your fucking opinion, I'll ask for it, dumbass. Did I just fucking ask for it, you fucking idiot? You look worse than ever.
Seconds.
Oh, why do you come at me? Oh, I did 48 fucking seconds tonight? Thanks for announcing it to everybody, you fucking piece of shit, Red Band. It's been a great fucking episode. Don't do this to me on the fucking ending, man. Seriously, it's been such a wonderful episode. You're making it up on me, man.
Have you been enjoying it? Let me ask.
Okay, my voice is actually hurting.
But let me ask you, because you do watch every episode as it's happening up there in the balcony or in the green room on the television that live streams what's happening in this room. What do you honestly think about the evening for Drew Nickens?
I think it's been wonderful. I've been cheering for him. I mean, he scares the shit out of me back there when we were talking. He seems legitimately a little scary, but he's been doing wonderful. He's been great. He's been great. I love Drew. Drew, okay, dumbass. No, he's great.
Technically, you bringing him out here makes 7 appearances for him tonight. Just a fun fact for you. It is incredible. What else is going on, William?
I got back from St. Louis. It took me 15 hours to get back yesterday. That was a horrible trip. And then, Tony, on Friday was very scary. I did some show, and on the second show on Friday, some guy is just yelling really loud in between the jokes, just acting totally crazy, and I see him, and he's moving his arms a lot, so something's mentally wrong with him. So I let it continue, and it's fine, and then I get off stage, and 3 seconds later, he's in front of my face in the green room, which was a little scary, and then they kick him out, and he got hit by a car in the parking lot.
You have to go. You already said I'm a minor,
for this
and
guy,
I don't
but it was
tolerate that
horrible. It
type of
scared me. I'm glad he didn't have a knife.
Get out.
He could have killed my ass.
And let's bring him out again, Drew!
Oh my God. It does sound awfully like it wasn't Drew Nickens, right?
No, it was.
How are you, Pat?
Was he, the guy literally got hit by a car?
Got hit by a car out in the parking lot. It was by me. I hit the guy.
Well, how are you?
Literally.
How'd you find out about me, Pat? How'd you find out about me?
I see you.
Oh, excellent. Where do you see me? Oh, yeah. So you found me on Discord.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, how are you? I'm doing well, my friend. Do you want to know more about me?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this is the world's biggest time capsule. It goes back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who is live all the time on YouTube, 24 hours a day, on more than 10 different streams. Essentially, I think people will be able to study my behavior in the future as the world's biggest time capsule, the world's biggest timeline. Some of the things that we talk about on the stream that I feel are important to the future of the world are things like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of digging of wells in developing countries, and through perhaps the utilization of life straws, but most importantly, desalination plants, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable for the population. We talk about some things that are not normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, alien disclosure. We talk about de-extinction. We talk about things like life extension technology and mind uploading technology and revivification technology. We talk about artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. If it has anything to do with the future, I am doing my best to become an expert in it. How does that sound, Pat? Excellent. Very cool. In the meantime, we're just watching some stand-up comedy. If you like stand-up comedy, feel free to ask me any. Excellent. Beautiful. Well, here we go. Enjoy.
It's literally the first body I legitimately have, Tony. I'm always joking about murdering people. He's literally my first legit
You
body.
mentioned earlier you don't really like the minors in the server, so
Correct.
I'm going to assume you feel very strongly towards child predators and pedophiles and stuff like that. Do you think?
Hold on.
Do you think
Hold
that-
on. I don't necessarily feel strongly about them. I just don't want to be around them, and I don't want to be around children.
I understand. Do you think that we should use like child predators and pedophiles and stuff as like human meat shields in battle?
No.
Why not?
I don't think that we need to have battle in the conventional sense anymore, and I don't feel that those people are best for society in that role. If anything, I feel that rehabilitation perhaps is the best option for them. Fortunately, I've never been abused. I've never known anyone to be abused, but I know that people out there have been abused, and those people who have look. Oh, 05, I told you can't be in here.
Yeah, if you're a minor, you can't be in here. Get out of here. Yeah, come on, little guy. No minors are allowed.
Big John.
Dude, the rabbi already said that you can't be here.
You know what I'm going to tell the rabbi, Big John? You don't want me to tell the rabbi.
I have nothing to hide.
Rabbi, you got it all wrong.
I don't know if you disconnected, but thank you, Rabbi.
Yeah. So just in
Absolutely pathetic behavior.
Just in general, I don't think that those type of people deserve the fate of being quote unquote human meat shields. Just like anybody else, I feel that really people can be rehabilitated, and really with any crime, given enough time, everybody gets a second chance. Now it may be 100 years from now, but if they're still alive, perhaps they should be given another opportunity.
Well, I personally feel that child predators alike should be hung.
Okay, I mean you're allowed to feel any way that you want.
And if that was how like my world was, I think we should use them as the shields. Like why should we waste our men taking the bullets when people who are already gonna die, should take it?
You're entitled to that opinion. I'm sure that there are many people who agree with you. What up, Elon Musk? Elon Musk, you ready for some stand-up comedy? Here we go. Yo, Pimp, what's up?
He was told. But that low-key channel is so good when I'm studying.
Oh, cool, man. I'm glad you like it.
I'm going to be in there always.
Please do, my man.
Totally dying out on the asphalt. It's literally, he's dead. And I hit him. He came in the green room really hot. So that's what happened. So, wow. I don't care anymore. I've got fucking skin cancer again. I mean, things are looking really bleak for me right now. So I'm literally, if you come in the green room accosting me, I'm going to hit you with my fucking car. Or worse.
Perhaps. Life happens. No big deal.
Or worse, Tony.
Wow. Tony, I actually tried All Brands Buds the other day.
You really did?
Yeah,
You tried
I really-
All Brands Buds?
It was really good, but I found out it's just got so much sugar in it.
Yo,
It's
Blackberry,
it's
Elon
literally
Musk
like
is talking
grape
to you.
nuts, but soft and a shitload of sugar.
Well, that's no different than everything else you shove in your
They were
fucking
just
mouth.
asking
Tony,
questions.
what are you talking
Legitimate
about?
question.
What are you fucking talking about, dumbass? Don't come at me. Don't announce I did 48 fucking seconds to everybody, dumbass.
Minutes.
It was 51. It was 51 by the end. He exaggerated by a few seconds. I saw 51. I don't know. Highly debatable. Depends on when you start the clock.
Fair enough. We'll get it up there next time. We'll really get it next time. I swear to God, Tony, we'll get it next time. I'm not good. I'm shaking up.
Yeah. What has you so shaken up?
Just in with the car. Just literally, I hit the guy with the car, Tony.
Is that the first time you've done that? Let me ask.
Looks like somebody has yellow fever at that table. He's with an Asian chick. I'm kidding. I'm working on crowd work. Okay. Yikes. Okay.
He's up to 55 seconds now.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the first time you've hit somebody with a car. Let me ask you this, William. Do you think it's the last time you hit somebody with a car?
Tony, I don't think. Yeah, no, I'm probably never gonna stop. My voice is fucked up. I gotta figure it out, Tony. I'm going out on the road doing all these shows, and my voice is wrecked after I'm about to get a Philly this coming week. I'm legitimately nervous. My voice is wrecked. I don't know what to do.
Vocal exercises during the day when you're playing video games.
Hey, Redman, how do you do it? How big is that dick you suck when you're doing that, you fucking nasty piece of shit? And I've seen the pictures. You're blowing the fucking smoke out of your nostrils when you're sucking that dude's dick.
Where
it's
else?
the weirdest thing.
Where am I supposed to blow in the dick hole? Where am I supposed to blow?
Blow in the dick hole? God, holy shit. Don't do that
Whoa,
to me.
whoa.
Don't do that.
Redman roasting him.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Don't do that. This show is out of control.
That's a sweet little dog, William.
Really good.
It is.
No, yeah, really good. She's doing great.
Yeah.
I little bitch. No, I really do. We kiss all day long. I love kissing that little girl.
You want to? You. I
She's
think
my
there's a
little
lot of people
girl.
that are yelling out.
Sing it, dumbass. I'm looking right at your bald fucking ass, dumbass. Come on,
This was
kill Drew Nickens.
We did it again. Brought to you by Squarespace.com, AirGriffin.com, JimFlorentine.com. Check out Everybody Is Awful, the podcast from Jim Florentine. Follow Drew Nickens. His social media is Lance_Corona. His rap battle name. Lance_CORONA. Stay out here, Lance. Take us out. Stay out here, guys. How about one more time for
William Montgomery? Back in my day, we had G-Unit and Jihad. This is my impression of a top 40 DJ hosting a countdown. And clocking in at number 6, Mariah Carey with Butterfly, a new hit that's right already flooding the airwaves with that stank-ass pussy. If your dog comes out as trans, you might not be a redneck. In an effort to become more inclusive, the Boy Scouts are changing their name to Scouting America. This will allow girls to experience the same sexual abuse that the boys have. Also, the tents aren't going to clean themselves. Redman's so fat, on his cheat day, he weighs his options on how to kill himself. Okay, that's my time.
1 minute, 3 seconds from the man who's done it more than anyone ever. The undeniable red goat of Kill Tony history.
William always brings it up a level for these big shows. What are you wearing tonight, William?
Hold on, Tony. Hootie-hoo! I don't give a fuck. We in Eaglewood, Tony. No, but yeah, I'm so excited. I actually was in a rave all last night. I haven't TT'd in 24 fucking hours, so I literally can't. There's a zipper on the back. I gotta pee so bad right now, but
That's why you're so hard right now.
what was that right, man? I honestly didn't hear you. What was it?
Go on, do it again.
That's why you're so hard right now.
I actually have really good compression shorts on right now, if anybody was wondering.
What, what exactly is that outfit, William? Where do you get something
Literally
like that?
a raver's outfit. I bought it about a week ago. It got to the hotel today. This literally was $3,000 fucking dollars. It cost me $3K to fucking get this thing. It doesn't really fit right. I look like a big fucking pussy up here. Fucking mess up on one of my jokes. I mean, this is the big time, Tony. And I'm messing up left and right. That fucking little boy won't even look at me. How old are you, dumbass?
There is an actual little boy. I didn't notice that the entire. How old are you? Show me with your fingers. 13?
Holy shit.
Hell yeah. That's
Who's that
unbelievable.
guy with you? He has sex with you or your dad? Oh, God.
Motherfucker and daughter pounder. That is the weirdest.
What is that?
Yeah, we have the craziest fans on planet Earth. William Montgomery, how does this feel? We're back in LA. When we found you here, literally, you were the most bloated, drunk person a lot of people had ever met. Now you are sober and bloated.
I know, my gut is really bad right now. I don't know what's going on.
What has been going on? What have you been doing?
I don't know. It's the compression shorts, Tony. That's why my penis looks so small. Let's keep it moving.
What's your diet like, William? What sort of snacks are you chewing on?
Huh?
What sort of snacks are you chewing on?
Woo! A couple Oreos in my mouth right now. No, Oreos, I've been eating all kinds of shit. But yeah, it's LA. I mean, I'm literally going to start drinking and doing cocaine tonight at the Comedy Store. I don't give a fuck. I'm actually going to a rave in a couple of hours. It's almost 3 years. I'm almost 3 years fucking sober, but I don't give a shit anymore. I'm drinking tonight. I'm doing blow at the Comedy Store tonight. And nobody's going to stop me doing that. Tim, do you want to do some blow tonight? Okay.
Post Malone, have you ever seen an entertainer quite as enthralling as William Montgomery?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, thank you. What about Jared Nathan? You were being nice to his fucking retarded ass earlier, and he takes it like you're making fun of him. What a dumbass. No, he was nice.
First show I went to, you were there. You
Yeah.
was there.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't stop looking at your cock, dude. I'm so sorry.
It's compression shorts, okay? I literally have these really good Nike compression shorts on right now.
You look
so.
like a ginger xenomorph from Aliens.
Just running around in the pantry.
William, you look like what they feed the lesbian giraffes at the zoo. That's a compliment. That's a tough
Thank
gig
you,
to get.
thank
Yeah,
you.
you look
No,
great.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
William, you are a superstar. Go ahead.
No, I actually wasn't. I'm just wondering what these people are doing walking out of here right now. It's like right when I fucking get up,
Where the
everybody's
fuck are you
fucking
going?
walking out. Nobody knows
Ooh.
what the fuck is going on. They probably work for fucking Netflix. Holy shit. I can tell the fucking Netflix people what I saw. They were watching me pee in the fucking bathroom. I swear to God, they saw my dick earlier, Tony.
Oh, fuck. I love it. What else is going on, William?
Nothing really. Just working on a couple more puzzles, eating my fucking all-brand buds. I'm shitting really bad right now, though, Tony. I swear, I think I look bloated right now because I literally haven't shit in a couple of days. I hate that I bring this up, but it's really bad right now. I'm going to have to go to probably fucking Cedars-Sinai. Isn't that the hospital around here?
Amazing. Yes, it is the hospital. Absolutely. Dr. Phil, you and William have bonded recently. Is that you? I can't remember.
Well, no, William and I go way back. I met him. Met him on Grindr, and then
it was such a love affair right at the very beginning. It's like we couldn't stop kissing each other. Your lips, your tongue.
It all felt good, and then we did a Sudoku in the back of my Hyundai Tucson.
Ooh.
Only if this 13-year-old child says it's okay.
Actually, dude, get out there, man!
No.
I'm kidding.
No. Sit the fuck down!
Fuck, you dumbass!
Sit the fuck down!
Your
Jesus.
fucking dad's nasty, dude! Your dad was getting you up here.
Turn that way. Oh, hey.
What are you doing here?
Do you come to this 24-hour fitness lobby often?
All the time. What are you doing in here, big boy?
Tony, I'm scared.
No, seriously, what are you doing in here, big boy?
Well, I was going to work out, but I think my plans have changed.
In what way?
Fuck you, Post Malone.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Oh, shit. I think I just got HPV.
You do.
That was Beard on Stash Crime. Now, I do got to say this. William and I, we go back further than that moment, okay? You hit it off with a good friend of mine, Elaine. Do you guys know Elaine, a good friend of mine? She made her debut on the Kill Tony show about a month ago, and you and her had a special moment.
We did, yeah. It was a hell of a song, and I mean, are we going to be able to
It was a hell of a song, and
Yeah,
Elaine can't be here tonight. She's actually in the ER getting a vibrator removed from her asshole. But I thought since we got a lot of musical talent here tonight and 25,000 motherfuckers, maybe we could sing this song together. I think you know what I'm talking about. If you know these words, sing along. Get the fuck up on your feet. Can you fall right now? I've traveled the world. I've seen everything. But tonight is the greatest night of my life. Oh, we've seen good jokes and bad jokes and Jews and blacks. And that fat guy almost had a heart attack tonight. But that's what you get when you sign up for Kill Tony. You try your best. You hope that on your side is luck. And if you strike out, go back home and call me for a titty fuck. Everybody, call me for a titty fuck. Call me for a titty fuck. Just the black guys. Call me for a titty fuck. Just the Asian women. Call me for a titty fuck. Just Joe Rogan. Call me for a titty fuck. Just Tony Hinchcliffe. Call me for a titty fuck. Just William Montgomery. call me for a date. You can touch my head in my back. Kia Forum, we'll be right back. The big red mustard! William!
So I was just, checking out social media, and I
Word.
It just looked like you were straight up doing
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a deep fake. Okay. Okay. I went deep fakes all the time.
How's it going, motherfuckers?
Why not? I'm positive.
I feel weird admitting this, but when I was stuck in a grain elevator for 6 days, I saw a friend swallow a dick, and he never shit it out.
Anybody can see it. There's no nudity.
I sold some coke
And
to
I like
Superman,
milk.
but I feel bad because I ended up cutting it with kryptonite. I started a new crypto coin. I won't tell you what I named it, but let's just say Superman refuses to be an investor. There was a controversy this week when Taylor Swift released a new single entitled
And there are emojis in
Human
front of it.
Traffic by Neighbor's Foster Children.
That's what your opinion is.
Joe
You're
Biden's
entitled
so
to
old he remembers watching TRL.
it. Okay.
This could be backed up with evidence.
Do you know who's loving these protests?
It's not illegal.
P. Diddy. That dude probably starting
is allowed on
protests
social
at
media.
middle schools. Come on, y'all. You know
Pardon me?
Israel over there bombing super creepy orgies for no damn reason. Okay, that's my time.
No.
And yet again, add it to an unbeatable record.
There's no nudity.
Another 1 minute, 15 seconds from William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. Harlan Williams.
When he walked out, I
There's
never
no
thought I'd
nudity.
see the
I don't
day
know
when
what
I
you
saw
think you're
Blake
seeing,
on
but there's
Big
no
River
nudity.
Dam.
There's emojis, but no
That's
nudity.
the life we live, man.
Wow, I love that outfit, guy. Turn around, let's see the back.
There's actually a
Thanks,
cable
dog.
on it. Tony, I have some wonderful news. I'm actually the new band leader at a high school back in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm actually changing career paths. I'm going back to high school. I'm super excited. This is actually the uniform I made. So really excited, Tony. This is probably the last time I will be on Kill Tony. So it's been a really fun time. But I finally got to fucking stop. Okay,
Done.
this high school.
That
is
emoji,
paying me a
that
shit ton
GIF
of money.
is posted all over the internet.
I have to do this, Tony.
You're really gonna stop?
Tony, it's horrible news. They're giving me health insurance, and I've been getting the
Fuck
skin
no.
cancer. I have more skin cancer, Tony. This is pretty much a final hurrah for me. I'm not really doing good right now. I'm
Could
really
be.
out of breath. This thing is.
I mean, one of us could stream it. We can clear this up.
Tony, I have to stop it.
Look at the fans. Listen to what they're telling you.
Everybody up top, look at them. They want you here.
Now that you heard what these fans have to say, how are you gonna stop?
Well, I mean, it's I get
It could be a deep
401k.
fake. I told you
No,
it's
shit,
all you're going to learn on the matter.
When I can call in remote, they're letting me call in remote for the band director.
I don't know
so
what
this
you
does
think you're
work
seeing,
out.
but there's emojis.
Are you sure this is not a baggage handler for American Airlines, dude?
Baggage handler for American
Oh, yeah.
Airlines. Man, you've been sounding scary as shit this whole night, Harlan.
Uh-oh, they're having a
It's
crazy
super Rothschild.
I don't know who's gonna win this one.
Okay. Dog, there's nothing wrong with what's going on there. That's your opinion.
I didn't expect you to stop.
Not with what he just said at the end there.
There was a moment this week.
Few people speak Lorax, but what he just said, holy
You don't know what I'm doing.
Pretty bad.
It was bad. You won that one. Way to go, guy.
Thank you.
Another
topical. Just a little
Guys,
this
you
week
don't
for
know
the
what
very
you
first
don't know
time
what I'm
in
doing.
11
You're
year
assuming.
History.
Kill
Tony for a few days was the number 2 audio
It could be a
podcast
deepfake.
in the world. Like, that means people with headphones actually listen to the
It
show.
could be
And
a
I've just
deepfake,
been
I don't know.
informed after William and Harlan's back and forth.
Guys,
dialogue
guys.
at the bottom of the charts.
I've answered the question
we
about
reached
15 different times.
lower than we.
I'm watching some stand-up right now. Feel free to watch it if you want.
That is the
If
sound.
not, be on
the sound of
about your
hundreds of
business.
thousands of people unsubscribing to our audio podcast right now. And we just lost all of our Chinese listenership.
Just trying to get it. Just get it straight step by step.
Wait, Tony, I have yellow fever real bad right now.
What does that mean?
It's when you fuck Bart
Incorrect.
Simpson.
Incorrect.
That's right. Yes.
Is that from staying in the same
Incorrect.
house as Hans?
Someone else could have
It
made that,
is. We have
and I thought it
actually
was
set up
creative.
some cameras
And then I could have
in the
potentially posted
bathroom.
it.
I'm not even kidding. We got a couple women in it last night. It got really nasty. We have this butthole shot
Okay.
in the shower. The
There's
cameras
nothing wrong
going
with
up.
it. It's not
But
against
yeah, we've been having fun
the,
there,
uh,
Tony.
TikTok
We got
term.
3 cameras in the
Dog.
bathroom.
No, it's not against any of that stuff.
Too real. William, what do you think about what's sitting to my left over here? I have no idea what he's doing. Is this a thing you guys planned out?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm Peter Porker. Nice to meet you.
Oh, Red Band. Did you hear how that went?
Yeah, I mean, you're a fucking idiot, dude. You're a fucking idiot to think that would be funny. Peter Porker and you're trying. Oh, okay, Peter Parker. But Spider-Man. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. But Peter Parker didn't wear the mask. More like Spider-Man. All right, we're both bombing now. Yeah, thanks for dragging us down your dark web.
I thought Porker worked a little
It
better.
was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought Porker worked a little better.
Peter Parker.
Yo, pimp.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's good.
Just watching Kill Tony, big dog.
Spider-Man.
How about you?
William looking out at the upper deck. What do you
That's
want to
fine.
say
They're
to those
allowed to
people
do
up in the
whatever.
balcony?
You're good, big dog.
Okay, that wasn't a good one.
How's your dog doing, William? You brought your dog all the way to Los Angeles.
Yes, she's doing
Let
so
them.
good.
Let them. Let them.
Yes, I have
They
this sweet
will
little dog.
burn themselves
She's here
out.
right
They'll move
now.
on to
She has
something
one
else.
of her dresses on, and I just want to tell y'all that I got a sweet little dog yesterday. Yesterday, I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday, I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday, I got.
Thank you guys for coming out tonight. We did it again. One more time for William Montgomery, everybody.
"12 years a slave." Let's be honest, that's kind of a light sentence.
60% up.
I don't give a fuck, whatever. Iran's president just died in a helicopter crash. The helicopter's mechanic, Ari Greenbaum, said the helicopter must have just run out of gas. Lizzo recently thanked anti-Israel activists for lifting her up out of her depression, and I'm just trying to imagine, how much did that fucking crane cost? Good news for Red Band's mom. Scientists have developed a new gene therapy that kills 97% of the herpes virus. So it is open season on your nasty mom, dumbass. Okay, that's my time.
I mean, what the hell? What the hell? What can I possibly say? The man who has done it more than anybody else just came out and gave me 5
This is not your Captain's Log introduction. Because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour did a few months ago at my house. And
Somebody call Montel Jordan because that is how you do it. You feel all right, that is how you do it.
I'm right. Parties here on the west side.
That's right.
What's your issue?
How you do it.
William, thank God you were so funny.
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. The other guys are not.
Yeah,
You're fine, biggest John.
Yeah,
No,
I've been
he's
watching
fine.
up there. I've also been cooking with Dr. Pepper, Tony. I think that's honestly what has gotten me out of my little funk I was in. Yeah, I realized that if I'm cooking my chicken breast in the crock pot, instead of putting broth or something, I'm just putting Dr. Pepper in there. And it's making the most delicious chicken. It's making the most delicious pastas. I just put a bunch of rigatoni and some other stuff and a bunch of Dr. Pepper, and it's making the tastiest stuff. Wow. But I'm TTing all the time, Tony, so I don't know if I'm getting diabetes or something, because it's literally, it's so good.
It sounds like...
Oh, right, man. Hold on. No, that I think was funny. What was that? It's kind of hard. You kind of stopped it there.
You literally pulled up the wrong version of This Is How You Do It. It is incredible. You would think 11 years of experience, he would be able to pull up the hit song This Is How You Do It by Montel Jordan, but nope, not this guy.
It was funny though when Red Band
version or something.
When Red Band did when the sweet girl, hilarious girl in the wheelchair is going back, when Red Band had the thing going off. That was hilarious.
That was good.
I'll give you that.
You guys
that was
remember
really
that from 55 minutes ago? You guys remember when Red Band was funny?
Yeah, it was really funny, Red Band. I got to give you that one. That was really good.
I've also cooked with Dr. Pepper. You're not wrong. That shit's amazing. And you could also try root beer too.
Yeah, root beer. Well, I don't really like root beer.
Oh, how does
so maybe that's a bad idea, but thanks for telling me about it. But seriously, that's probably a bad idea because I just kind of hate it. I love Dr. Pepper, but I kind of can't stand root beer. But thanks, Red Band. You're real sweet. I appreciate when you give these insights for food stuff, you fat ass, you nasty piece of shit. Think I really want to fucking put root beer in my fucking chicken piccata? You fucking idiot.
How's the cancer?
There you go. The momentum killer, Red Band, ladies and gentlemen. Anytime there's too much laughter, he comes in and snuffs it out.
Well, I did try to go to the dermatologist. Well, I called up and I didn't have my debit card. I didn't have my debit card to put a deposit down.
Is your dermatologist named Dr. Pepper?
Yeah.
How does root beer make you feel?
Oh, root beer?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's like when I'm walking down my stairs, the escalator's almost up to the apartment, and I'm having to walk down the stairs again. And it's been just so hot, Tony, and I've been slipping on the.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really horrible.
There you go. Well, William, we know from many appearances on the show for both of you that you and Sam are extremely close. You guys did stand up in Denver, which is the theme tonight.
Yes.
Great Roseanne Barr, one of the greatest ever starred in Denver. Sam Allen, William Montgomery.
The other guy, Jake, I think.
Yeah, Jake.
Who bragged about paying me $100 during a pandemic.
Oh, yeah. Jacob Jones.
Yeah. No, you were telling me that your brother started working for Tom.
Yes, Selden. He's working with him. He's DoorDash. And I actually just heard from somebody earlier he's been doing stuff outside. He's only in sunscreen or a hat. He's got to start doing that because he doesn't want to start dealing with this cancer. But to answer your question, Red Band, yeah, I didn't go. I know I've got it on my nose, but I haven't gone there. I didn't have my fucking debit card. I need to call back. That was 2 weeks ago. It's probably only getting bigger. It's probably only getting stronger. I need to really nip it in the bud. I mean, I feel it right now, so...
Your brother, Selden, A little fun fact about him is that he still drinks. And I remember you when you were drinking.
Me too, brother.
It was wild.
It was a bit of a problem.
It indeed. I mean, there is nobody that beat the video game of partying quite like William Montgomery. I remember during the pandemic, you were climbing a tree during one of your appearances, trashed. We've been through a great many times together, many moons together. Your brother is wild. He is exactly like you. Strangely, of course, for the diehard fans, you might know that the Montgomerys, the parents, have been on panel before. Two of literally of the greatest guests of all time. Very wholesome, but hilariously you. Like, it's very weird how much, especially your father, you guys are all alike. You all have the
Sweet
same.
Papa.
Yeah, you guys all have the same.
Oh my gosh, I swear, Tony, I don't know. I've been kind of exhausted. I've been traveling, and thank God it's been going good. It's been so sweet for anybody who's got tickets to come see me. But I actually talked to my dad on the couch yesterday and just started sobbing.
Started
off the phone. Just started sobbing real hard. I haven't had a good sob.
It's when humans bleed from their eyes, Tony.
Oh,
Yeah,
started
you know,
sobbing
you
for
wouldn't
some
know.
reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
When did the sobbing happen exactly?
Just yesterday, I was just talking to my sweet mom and papa on the phone, and it's been a good, successful weekend.
Yeah, you think it's because you're living your dreams?
I don't know. But yeah, I couldn't stop crying for a while, but we're better now.
Now, have you ever told that great story of that photograph of Selden back when he was at UT?
Oh yes, my brother Selden at one point, there was a funny, I thought, but people in the crowd didn't like it.
William and I used to get trashed on like whatever jug bottle of whiskey you had, and then we would be in my apartment and we would just scream the last page of Blood Meridian at each other.
I remember, that's wonderful. I still read the last paragraph from time to time.
I
It's
think of
wonderful.
you every time. Yeah.
I think of you every time.
Wow.
I really do.
Well, you know that these people online think that we aren't friends and that I'm like mean to you up here.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much squash the beef right now. Now, I do owe Theo Vaughn $50,000, but no, I'm kidding. Fuck, all those idiots saying pay Theo. No, yeah, oh my gosh, Sam and I are very wonderful buddies, Sam, and you're going to stay over tonight? And
You're staying at Williams?
Yeah, but we're not doing much sleeping.
Whoa.
Sam was my first kiss in Denver. Sam was honestly my first kiss. I went to those
Drunk
drunken
and been wet since 2016, dude. You've got a couple of pink worms, baby.
Yeah, look at those gummies. I love it. William, you had fun in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah, it was a wonderful time. Stayed at Pauly Shore's haunted fucking house.
Tell
which
us what's
was fun.
haunted. Tell us what's haunted about it.
Well, I didn't know if it was Pauly or Pauly's brother, but I kept on fucking seeing somebody at night when I was trying to sleep. Somebody was literally walking around in the place with the camera, and so it might have been Pauly's brother or a ghost. And Pauly's brother's actually here tonight, so it's a little awkward, but I know it was your fucking ass taking pictures. No, but it was wonderful, Tony. It was a lot of fun. The shows were great. It was a lot of fun. Very convenient to the Comedy Store. And actually, Tony, I was able to go in the handicapped bathroom stall at the Comedy Store, and I stood in there for like 5 minutes, because it's where I used to do all my cocaine before the Kill Tony shows. So it felt weird, but it was nice to go back and just take it in. That's probably my best
That
memory.
is all
being
true.
there.
Everything he just said is absolutely real. Sometimes it's not real. That is real. William, my sweet, sweet Billy boy, tell us more.
Put that tongue away.
Where else have you been on the road? Did you go some-
I just got to my friends this piece. Alright, cool, man. Cool. Read my profile. Go ahead, brother.
Do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Absolutely. Go ahead, man.
Thank you so much, Spoon. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work. My stream has gone back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. It's the most amount of data any one person has ever archived to the internet in global history. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data than any person. And that may allow me to monetize it. So I may be able to monetize it someday. And when I do, I'm going to help you, Spoon, and Black Fusion, and Alien, and everybody else in your community I want you to know that some of the things that we discuss on this stream are things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of digging of wells in developing nations. I'm part of a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. We've actually built wells in Africa for people in need. Also, I think that the technology behind life straws is very important. But most importantly, I think desalination plants, which essentially take Earth's seawater, pump it onto land and make it drinkable for people, is a really great opportunity for the world. Other things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark energy, dark matter, alien disclosure, things like de-extinction. If you're not familiar with what de-extinction is, essentially the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a type of goat that had gone extinct. Scientists were able to revivify it essentially through the process of de-extinction. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colosso Scientific, has it on their website and their goals within the next 2.5 years or so, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using de-extinction technology, which I think is a fascinating subject, and we're just not talking about it enough. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. This is essentially a real-life Truman Show, if you ever saw that movie starring Jim Carrey in the 1990s. Other things that we talk about that are important to you all in this room right now are things like life extension technology. So Spoon, Black Fusion, Alien, when you guys were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80 or so, but I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of human growth hormones, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, things like ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. But then you may say, okay, Rabbi, we are at 120 years old. Our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next step? That's where the next type of technology that comes into effect emerges, and it's really exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you right now is that there's an opportunity at digital immortality. People aren't discussing this in the mainstream, and I want to do everything that I can to introduce many of these topics into the mainstream. I want to thank Spoon and the rest of the community for allowing me to discuss these topics. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Wow. That's all I got to say, man. I look forward to your project. Feel free to post your project in the
Absolutely, I will do so. I'm going to follow everybody in this Twitter space. Feel free to follow me back. I always follow back. I've already followed everybody. I will post my Discord link if you know what Discord is. I'm live 24/7, 365 in Discord. I've got a very large community in there, and if you ever want to talk to me directly at any given time, if you need someone positive in your life or you need an optimistic view on the world or you need hope, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a supporter of you, your projects, and everybody else. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Feel free to join our Telegram group as well. Okay? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie. The sky is just touching point. You're going to conform. Your dream is huge.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a call. Okay? Alright.
Alien Crypt, are you there?
Yeah.
Excellent. Are you an advocate for alien disclosure? Are you an advocate for alien disclosure?
I'd say yes, do it. And I can tell you a story. When I was 4 or 5 years old in the Philippines when I was growing up, I've seen 2 days in a row 3 flying objects flying over us, spotting behind us, and also it zigzags super fast. I remember that. But the funny thing is that my family member, my uncle, my grandmother does not remember except me. I remember all of it. And then a week later, there was one I spotted way in the mountains. You can see it. Then a few days later, people were saying that someone got abducted. And yes, I believe because I witnessed. This was back in the 70s, and it moved really fast. Really fast. And I know, based on what I know now, I worked on aircrafts. I was in the military in the 14, so I know our capabilities. Yes, those were real alien aircrafts.
I believe you, Spoon. 100%, 1000%. I book. Oh, absolutely. And I can hear your conviction in what you saw. I believe you. And you're not alone. I'm sure you know that people have these types of experiences. And
And a lot of times, disclosure sometimes isn't for this side because of people not believing, and it can mess up a lot of people's head because they think it's the end of the world. Are we ready for alien contact? Absolutely. Are we already making contact? Absolutely. Are we already in other universe expanding out there? We're letting people know. Yes, absolutely. We're already there. That I truly believe.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, and keep in mind that space travel is dangerous. Space is not linear. The only way to properly travel in space is through the energy called dark matter, because dark matter will also go through any type of matter out there. And that's the safest form of travel. The only thing is that we don't have the technology in this universe or the type of material to be able to harness, and that the only that's being controlled by alien because of their capability with the material. So yes.
Very cool, Spoon. We're on the same page. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to tell you about my project. I've followed everybody in here, and I hope this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. So feel free to follow me back and keep on the good time. Follow me back. G? Oh, you did. Somebody did. Alien did. Shout out to Alien. We have 50 followers, folks. It's fucking huge.
Some of this week.
Well, I have to be so careful, Tony. All these shows I'm doing, I'm legitimately losing my voice. It's a real big concern for me, so I got to figure this out. Like, I'm going Thursday, Friday, Saturday to Wisconsin this coming week. I'm legitimately worried about my voice, so we'll see how it goes. I'm yelling too much, Tony. I got to figure it out. The yelling, people laugh. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's going well, but I'm gonna have to figure it out. I mean, I'm yelling too much.
What if you whisper?
What if I whisper?
Yeah. You whisper.
Give me an example, Red.
Oh, I'm never going to stop, but you have to set it up at the beginning, you know?
Wow.
I'm never going to stop.
Wow, Red Band.
Okay, nice to see you, Tony. That was fun.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but we'll see. So yeah, I gotta figure it out.
Have you been drinking hot tea or doing
A
vocal
ton of-
exercises?
Yeah, I actually started taking vocal lessons too.
Yeah, can you show us one of the exercises?
Me, mo, me, no, and then I'll put the Dr. Pepper in the crock pot in between doing that because I literally have to do it like all day long.
Ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Dr. Pepper, the great and powerful William Montgomery.
First off, Tony, did that guy really say all that stuff about me? They're coming out with a Black Schindler's List. It's going to be called Schindler List. Okay, black people mispronounce things. That's what I was going for with that one. Okay, let's keep her moving. 16 young women have accused magician David Copperfield of sexual assault, which is pretty messed up because he was supposed to make the women disappear, not their virginity. Okay. Apparently, the Washington football team is considering another name change to honor true American patriots. They're going to be called the January Sixers. Okay. Just so we're clear, I reject the term alternative medicine and prefer to call it post-grunge. Okay, got a couple people. All right, that's my time, Tony.
William did it again. 56 seconds of thunder and lightning from the man that God himself says. I forget what I said.
Oh, so it wasn't true. I was so excited. I was like, oh, the main guy at Netflix loves me. Oh my gosh. And then I was thinking, this is your way of firing me. Having the two new guys. I mean, am I fired now?
Nope. That's just for the opening position. There is only one way.
I'm really fired now after 5.5
William,
years,
there's
Tony?
only
5.5 fucking years and you're firing me tonight? It's so hot outside. You picked tonight? Tony, seriously. I mean, of all nights, you're picking tonight to give me the axe? It's been such a huge part of my life for like 5.5 years now, and now you're literally on this hot night gonna... What is that? Is that weed? Can I hit that once?
Hit it a couple times, William.
Whoa, that was a bad idea, Tony. I've never smoked weed up here before, but maybe on the night that you're firing me, maybe I need to just get real fucking high tonight. Maybe that's the only way I'm going to be able to deal with it, Tony. And you know I love Salt Volcano. You think tonight we're Salt Volcano's going to fucking be up? So I love you.
He really does love you. Tell him about what you love about Sal.
I love your feet. I love your feet. I love your hands. Whoever's running your OnlyFans is doing a wonderful job. Your backside shots. I love the backside shots where it's just your butt. But yeah, no, Saul, it's really nice to see you. But again, I don't know if he's literally firing me.
Wow.
Okay. Aboard.
You guys didn't see this on close up, but Lewis just passed the stone.
Absolutely.
What did you say, Sal?
There's been a lot that's happened this episode, William. Have you been watching?
I've been making tea all night.
Don't change it. Go back to
I've been making tea all night.
Push that back forward.
Sorry, I've been making tea all night.
Forward. Yeah, that's how I like it like that.
Just like those? Yeah, no, Tony, I've been making a bunch of tea with honey tonight. Tony, I was actually in Appleton, Wisconsin this past weekend, and there was a severely autistic man who I guess was a big fan, and I kind of don't understand that to begin with, but he was severely autistic, and Tony, it was a nightmare. He wouldn't shut up.
I'm pretty sure he won a golden ticket tonight.
No, it wasn't him. It was some fucking idiot. He really, Jamone. That was his name, Jamone.
Jamone?
Yeah, and he spilled a bunch of popcorn on the...
He was named after the sound that Michael Jackson makes.
Yeah. Jamone. Hey, isn't that a character I used to do on a car ride? Jesus Christ Almighty.
Whoa,
Billy
dead all over you.
Welcome me on,
balls. So you look fantastic. The set was fantastic. Everybody loves you. How's life going? Tell us more, William.
Life is good. I mean, I've just been real... Huh? Sir, do you think you can answer that better than me, or what were you saying, sir?
Guy with the blue shirt, you're the one that was talking. What exactly were you saying?
No.
Yeah, no, I'm actually getting...
Just the one that was really loud. No, I'm fine.
Why would you do that when Tony's firing me tonight and you're fucking gonna do that shit? Seriously.
Okay. So, where were we, William? Oh, and you're not being fired, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, you're adding all the people.
You and I have a very special agreement that your tenure will only end when you say that you want it to end and when you want it to stop. Do you want it to stop? Are you going to stop?
No, I mean, I don't. No, Tony, not now. Not now, not never, Tony. Not even with you bringing in that fucking guy with the brain injury who I do love. You're wonderful. But no, after that, I kind of wanted to. I'm like, he's replacing me. I fucking given my heart, my soul to this fucking show, and you're just going to throw me to the curb for this fucking retarded guy who is beautiful, and I love him, and he's wonderful. But I was worried about that, Tony, so it's good to hear that you're not going to.
I don't know if you hear the crowd, but even the polite software Middle Eastern guy that would definitely never blow anybody up is wondering if you're going to stop.
Where is he?
He's right here.
Oh, right here. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop. Yeah, you better clap. But yeah, it's good. I need to get back on my all-brand buds. I'm not on my, I know people don't want to hear about my fucking asshole. That's what my dad tells me at least, but I'm not on my all-brand buds, and I'm really having issues right now. I haven't doo-dooed. I was doo-dooing 4 times a day. Now I'm doo-dooing once every 4 days. And I don't know if it's something to do with the Snickers bars. I've been eating the little miniature ones. I'll eat an entire...
What did you just call them?
The little miniature.
No. What was the brand?
Little miniature.
No. The company that has the miniature bars. You said it very strangely. What was it exactly?
What did I say?
It started with the letters
Snickers.
Wait a second.
Snickers?
Dude, did you know that those aren't 2 G's in there? That it's a C and a K? Say it again.
Snickers.
Baking soda. Oh my God.
Okay, Red Band, this isn't the time for you to fuck it up. That was a little funny, and then that's really not funny when you do that. I mean, nobody's laughing now, dumbass.
We're gonna bleep that. We're just gonna bleep the S part in the beginning.
You're gonna make me look like a racist. You're firing me. I mean, this is a night. I'm gonna jump off a bridge.
I'm constipated because of all the beepers. Oh shit. God damn, Lewis got me high with my own weed on tonight's episode.
Yeah, that was the first time, and I feel real high right now. But Lewis, I love feeling high, and I swear I'm probably never gonna because I swear. Did you guys have fucking fun tonight? Make some noise for William Montgomery. Did anybody else hear this? Aaliyah wasn't wearing a seatbelt. You know, it's this whole Palestine-Israel debacle. I heard somebody say what we need now more than ever is Jesus. And I feel like if Jesus were to descend from heaven, he'd be a little torn. Because on one hand, you have the guys who think if you commit jihad, you get 99 virgins in heaven. And on the other side, you got the guys who sent you to heaven. Yeah, okay, computer. That is my impression of a sarcastic Radiohead fan. That's a pretty good one, I think. All right. I asked my cousin, didn't you start an OnlyFans for your dog? And he said, it's a coyote, you dumbass. Okay, that's my time ending on that one.
Fuck yeah. William Montgomery coming in, guns a-blazing, looking better than ever, I must say.
Do you have? Thanks so much. I feel pretty good. I feel like Phoenix changed me a little. I was in Phoenix this past weekend.
Do you actually have pierced nipples?
Yeah, I got my nipples pierced in Phoenix this past week, and they're really, they're super sore right now. But do you want to feel them, sir? I mean, they're totally real. No, feel them, dumbass. You look like me, kind of. Yeah, they feel real, right?
They do look the same. I've been getting that a lot. And
they look the same. I don't get that a lot. Okay, I can't really do Australian.
I've been seeing it on you. I'm going to get a haircut. Now that I know it. No, you look great.
Go to get a haircut. Okay.
I can do your fucking set.
Do it. Let's hear it.
I'm a big retard. Look at me.
Okay, I'll see y'all later.
No. Come on, William. Come on,
It's like I get my fucking nipples pierced. I'm trying to fucking impress everybody tonight, and then we got the Australian fucking making fun of my fucking ass.
You bet you sexually assaulted me. You got me to touch your swole, puffy nipple. They look good. I want you to know they look
Oh, well,
good.
thank you. That's what I was going for, so thanks.
Now, William, there's men in the audience yelling, show them.
Maybe one. Yeah, maybe one. I'll just really quick.
I was genuinely like, oh no, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, that's good. All right, I'm glad we can still be friends.
I shouldn't have showed him. You just messed that up, you dumbass. In the Pistons jersey. Thank you, sir.
Shut up.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, William, now the shirt. Now, what made you wear the shirt tonight? It's very interesting.
Because I thought I would just accentuate my nipples. I didn't really necessarily have another shirt that really could accentuate them, and I've started doing a jazzercise thing, and I wear this to jazzercise. But yeah, I wore it tonight. I thought it was.
You're clapping for jazzercise, right, man? Would you like to explain that? Yeah, I don't think you like jazz or exercise, so this is all.
Yeah.
I used to date a jazzercise girl.
Oh.
I haven't heard that
Yeah,
word
I
in a
did
while.
too. I think your mom did jazzercise. Yeah, I think she used to do that in the fucking 90s. Holy shit. She was looking tight back then, Red Band. I don't know if you remember that, but. But yeah, Tony, I mean, Phoenix was a lot of fun and got this stuff done. And actually, it's a miracle. I went to the dermatologist today, and now I'm actually going to get skin cancer today. But the lady thought it wasn't skin cancer, so I didn't have to go under the knife today. I just went under the knife today. So it's a miracle. We have a miracle on our hands, people.
Luckily, we have a physician's assistant here who. Have you dealt with skin cancer before? Yeah, would you like to come up and give a close look to William Montgomery's face? Come on up. Come on. Here she comes, everybody. A real physician's assistant. You've been hearing her reference throughout the night. Here she comes. Everybody's standing up the wrong direction, holding her up, just setting pics and blocking her. This is incredible. How many of you love physician's assistants?
She coming? Let's see what she says, Tony. Again, I don't know. The woman could be wrong, but
here she comes, everybody. No, don't kiss her.
Normally people are kissing up here. Oh yeah, right here.
All right, so she's looking at it. Talking. Give her the microphone.
Liquid nitrogen.
Ooh, a little liquid nitrogen.
You burn that with some liquid nitrogen.
God.
Thank God you
Okay,
didn't
good to
kiss,
know.
dude.
Thank you. Huh?
You know, I said thank God you didn't kiss. I was trying to support you. You're so eager to turn on everyone with your nasty ass pictures.
Well, that's who I am. Saucy tonight. I feel.
Why are you so saucy? I saw
today.
you checking out your tits.
I started playing Pokemon. I'm not fucking. I've never played Pokemon in my life, and I got Tony. You might not like this, Tony, but I got a Game Boy, and it has all the Pokemon games. And I've been fucking. When I went to Phoenix, I'm a level 50 something. It's the one that looks like a smoke cloud. I'm a level 50 smoke cloud. Right now.
By the way, D Madness was impressed by level 50. You go, I'm
Cool,
level.
yeah.
You go, I'm level 50. He goes, oh shit.
Physician's assistant, one more time. Do you think it's cancerous, or would you just think you'd burn it off with liquid nitrogen no matter what? We're not gonna sue you. Oh, she's a Canadian physician's
here anyway, so.
Is that why you have that bad body odor up here? Is that coming from you or from the fucking Australian guy?
How about what's your name, physician's assistant?
He stinks up here. Let me smell.
Had a loose friend. Goodness me.
What's your name? How about I aim for Megan, everybody? There she goes. Give her a gel blaster, will you? Take a gel blaster back to Canada with you.
I'm kidding.
Why are you such a nasty?
Kidding.
You're such a
I'm
nasty.
kidding.
Oh, you're.
I think you are kidding.
I don't think you are kidding. I am.
You're being a nasty bitch tonight, William.
Well, whatever. Sometimes I'm allowed to be that way if I feel that way. And
Why
I
do
feel
you-
that way tonight.
Who hurt you? Huh? Are your parents divorced? What happened?
Are they what? Can you say that
He
word again?
fucking got me. Shit.
He asked if your parents are divorced.
No, they're still together. My dad actually, it's a bad thing going on at the Montgomery household. 5 cats ever since we all moved out of the house. They're empty nesters. Larry has 5 cats, and I guess one of the cats had 5 more babies. So there are 10 feral cats living at my parents' house right now. My brother and his wife refused to let their daughter, my parents' granddaughter, come over to the house. It was a cat. So I think we're there. I think they're going to be allowed to keep 2 original cats. So things are looking up. Yeah, I felt.
Wow.
Yeah, things are looking better.
It's amazing to know that in the Montgomery family, you're the mediator. That's fucking incredible.
It was fun. Literally, that happened today. I talked to both parties.
You think your dad's ever gonna stop collecting cats?
Oh no, I think he loves it too much. I think he's never gonna stop doing that.
William, anything you want to promote or anything like that?
Just Pokemon smoke character level 50. But yeah, when this goes out, Miami and Canada, British Columbia, Canada. Some other places.
Is there a city in Canada or just the entire huge mass?
Yeah, I think it's on the left-hand side if you're looking at the map.
Vancouver?
Yes, Vancouver.
There
Yes.
you go, Vancouver.
Left-hand side, yeah, Vancouver, and then check my website. It's Cam So Funny with 2 O's. I'm kidding.
Make some goddamn noise for William
Montgomery. I actually did a rim to rim on Red Band's fucking mom a couple nights ago. And that shit's nasty. The jury convicted Hunter Biden on 3 gun possession felonies, and in a twist of fate, one of the main witnesses against him was his dead brother's widow he was fucking. But seriously, I don't think President Biden will be pardoning him since Joe forgot he even had a son. One of Elon Musk's Neuralink employees is suing because they were forced to work with a herpes-infected monkey. And I just want you to know, Red Band, you will be getting a call from my lawyer, dude. They don't make porn dramas like they used to. You know, those tearjerkers that turn you on but make you so sad. Friends become enemies, enemies become enemies. The bad news is mom divorced dad. The worst news is she married Bill Goldberg. That's a scary wrestler. Okay, I thought Tony might like that one. Okay, that's my time. All righty. Thank you.
Wow. I was literally the only person in the room.
You were, Tony. Yeah, that one was for you.
Bill Goldberg got me good. Amazing set. Red Band really took the grunt to this one tonight. Very fun. You are indeed the man. Are those new jeans, William? Those look like...
Yeah, I got new jeans. I had my ring. Things are kind of looking up. I also, my Game Boy emulator, I'm currently, Tony, playing 3 Pokemons at the same time right now. I'm playing Pokemon Crystal, Pokemon Fire Red, and Pokemon Emerald. And I'm at about 24 hours on all 3 of those games right now. So, having a great time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and thank the Lord, because it was a real hell of a weekend. I was supposed to be in Hartford, Connecticut this past weekend, and fucking American Airlines, the flight gets fucking delayed 10 hours, so I missed that. So I spent $1,000 on a United flight for the next morning to do 3 shows, and I'm playing my Pokemon games, and I'm thinking it's hot as fuck in this airplane, and we all had to get out, and they had to fix the air conditioner, so I wasn't able to go, and just played more Pokemon.
So,
ever think you played too much Pokemon? Maybe you should consider like buckling down, working harder.
Yeah, no, I mean, right when I get off the stage tonight, I'm going back. I'm going to play some more tonight. I'm not even kidding. Oh, was that funny? Did you see that was funny? You look like somebody to be playing motherfucking Pokemon, you bitch!
Whoa.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just so pissed about the Hartford thing. It really was a nightmare.
Right, you didn't have to go to one of the worst cities on planet Earth. So explain to us, William, is there a reason why you didn't just take a flight to New York City and then drive an hour and 15 minutes to Hartford, Connecticut?
I was looking for flights into Hartford, Tony. I wasn't going to make it too difficult on myself. I mean, it was already difficult doing that. So what? And then in the future, I should look for a flight to New York City and then rent a car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you should
Just
fly.
learn something. Okay, yeah, I did not do that. Yeah, this past time at all.
Definitely didn't. It almost seems like you didn't really want to go to Hartford.
Oh, no, Tony. No, I really did. Stop. I was really excited.
What were you looking forward to doing?
I actually have a baby mama in Hartford.
Oh, wait,
so literally, yeah, it's weird. I'm finally, after 5.5 years, I'm finally still in the region. I have this other family. I have this other life down here in Hartford, Connecticut.
Tell us more. Where did you meet this young lady?
Oh my gosh, where did I not meet her, Tony? It was everywhere. It was love at first sight. It was Kroger's. It was Cecil's. That's another grocery store. I was seeing her at all the grocery stores. We ended up falling in love.
You were just at Kroger buying some all brand buds and.
Well, I haven't been able to do horrible blowout.
What was the blowout? What do you mean?
What up, man?
I don't even know hearing about this, but I swear to I'm sitting on the toilet at Beauty Song and I put my Pokemon on, and then I end up sitting back down and it was an explosion. So I've been eating a bunch of Papa John's recently, so it's probably that.
How much Papa John's have you been eating?
You know, whole pizza on Saturday with the garlic sauce. So yeah, I don't know. I was feeling delirious, Tony. I slept 4 hours, no, like 8 hours, I think. Yeah.
Wow, you only got 8 hours of sleep? This is terrible.
In 2 days, Tony.
Oh.
I was delirious. It was just all bad. Nothing real hard to it.
You were so delirious you barely got home and ordered and ate an entire pizza.
Starving. I was really hungry. No, I was really starving. So that's it. That's what I've been doing recently. It's kind of a nightmare. Yeah, it's funny.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Yes, your life is funny. So do you get anything for the Pokemon? Does that pay? Like if you find them?
No,
It's
it
not
doesn't
OnlyFans.
at all.
I've never done Pokemon.
Me neither. What
Just upgrade them. I have 3 really powerful fire. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I've been doing. But Tennessee is actually in the College World Series. So are the Gators, my 2 teams. So I've been watching a bunch of the baseball.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been a real hectic.
Yeah, it seems like it, William. So the Pokemon seems to be the main attraction in your life right now. Are you slowing down playing at all? Or are you?
Does the baby mama, does she like the Pokemon?
She loves the Pokemon.
Really?
Dude. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm thinking maybe I'm going to stop playing the Pokemon or something. She's like, oh my gosh, you could never stop playing the Pokemon. No, but I don't know if I will.
I don't know what's happening.
It's one of his catchphrases.
Oh, got it.
Sometimes I have to lead him into it.
Nice.
I have to coax him.
I see.
Sometimes I'm not at the bag. Sometimes I'm not feeling.
He doesn't really do it himself. He makes me kind of tee him up a little bit. You think you're ever going to?
I don't think I'm probably ever gonna. No, Tony. I know I ever gonna stop.
All right, there he is, William Montgomery. Everybody.
We built this city on rock and roll. Bad news, folks. Do not enter this city. Extreme safety hazards are everywhere. Biden is ignoring everyone, telling him not to run. Earlier today, he said, hey, pal, I was the first black female to spend time in a concentration camp. We can beat Adolf Hitler. Is it just me, or have the dragons in House of Dragons gotten sexier? Back in the 90s, I actually stumbled upon a famous running back murdering his ex-wife, and I pulled out a cigarette to take the edge off. And he said, "Hey, don't smoke, kid." And I said, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" And he takes his little glove off and says, "I'm O.J. Simpson." That's Zen joke. Okay, that's my time. Thought the Zen joke might go a little better. What a shitty crowd tonight, Tony. I've been listening to you fucking pussies for fucking 3 hours or whatever it's been. I mean,
they're pretty beat up. We've had it's been an absolute chaotic, insane show. I don't really think it's their fault. I don't think there's many audiences that could handle this type of show with full energy. This is one for the books, they will say. William, this must have been kind of crazy. You were planning. What's it like to be up here with
it's actually really cool. I'm actually a huge fan of Donald Trump, so it's so weird you are here tonight, sir. Oh my gosh, how are you?
I thought you did a great job. I thought the Zen joke was incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that was a hell of a Zen joke. I thought it would at least get something in the House of Dragons being sexier. I thought that was at least going to get something. And
so you were smoking a cigarette while OJ was killing his wife, and then he's OJ Simpson.
Yes, I asked. He said his name, and it's OJ Simpson.
Right. So
but Simpson is hard to say. That's where I messed up a little bit.
He's zenning. That's why he told you to quit smoking.
He tells me I need to start doing Zen. Don't smoke.
Right.
That's where I was getting out the joke, but it obviously didn't really work out. And I have like 10 more of the Zen jokes I've been holding back. So this scares me. I have a bunch of Zen jokes in the chamber right now. Tony, they actually fixed our air conditioner, but it's a horrible problem now because now it sounds like an airport in our apartment. It sounds like a jet engine going off in our apartment now. So it's really cold, luckily, but it's just so loud in there now. Wow.
So what are you doing to block out the sound?
I'm not doing shit. I'm fucking, that's why I was a little on edge tonight. Again, House of Dragons joke, I thought was far funnier, and it got no fucking love. So it almost makes me feel a little weird, Tony, even to be in front of these fucking idiots tonight. I swear to God, I wasn't even feeling it tonight. It's loud as fuck in my apartment, and it's like all these pussies in the fucking audience.
Well, at least you got to enjoy some peace and silence during your 60-second set tonight.
Are you gonna clap at that, you nasty looking slut? Oh my God, is that really your fucking wife, dude? Yikes!
Holy shit, that is so mean, William.
It's like she wasn't clapping at any of my jokes, and now she claps at the silence thing. It's bullshit. Who's that dinosaur on your arm? A fucking Stegosaurus?
A lot of dinosaur talk tonight, and you would think with all this talk they would understand Jurassic Park. Nobody understood Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I know.
History will look kindly on that joke. I have no doubt.
Thank
you. President Joe Biden, what do you think about William Montgomery?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. You were at January 6th, right?
Yes. I was there. I took a private jet with my family, my parents. Yes.
Good for you. Good for you.
A lot of
Family's
fun.
important. What's your favorite thing about this country, William? I know you're a patriot.
Oh my God, probably just the good people over at Kellogg's. I recently tried something other than all brand Butts, Tony. It's the kind that look like little shreds, and it's almost, I think it's even better. It has a little less sugar, because last time Red Man was telling me all brand Butts has a little too much sugar. And oh my gosh, Red Man, is that a haircut? It looks like I could see that fucking fat roll on the back of your neck even better now, you nasty motherfucker.
Wow.
God, do your head back a little bit.
You got him to straighten his head.
Your head back a little bit. Yeah, it's so sick.
It does look a little bit like a pussy bud, Red Man.
Shit.
It's I like it though.
God,
It's your,
yeah, it is.
Here you go.
Ooh,
What you talking about?
No, tilt your head back a little. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, you dirty bitch.
Oh, God.
Thanks, William.
So, William, You're trying new cereal. The AC is working. It is cold and loud in your place. You're not doing anything to block the sound. You're on a low sugar cereal diet. What else is going on, William? Anything else that you're passionate about right now?
Yeah, I stayed at the nicest hotel. There's some hotel called Hotel Cecilia. I had to stay there this past week. It was a wonderful pleasure.
It was a table of women laughing at you. You seem mad at the laughter now. It seems like
It's like a weird place to laugh because obviously nobody else is laughing. I shouldn't have even started telling that story, and it's like, why would you start? Oh, look at those girls. Is that what it's coming from right there? God, how long have you two been together?
Are you implying that they're lesbians?
Yeah, it looks like it. Are y'all not both dykes? Is that what's going on there? It looks like a couple of dykes at that fucking table. Tony, I can't even sleep at night. It's so loud in the fucking apartment, dude. I'm really horribly on edge right now. I swear to God. And it's been a long episode. I'm just not feeling it. And it's like,
Well,
you got a
if you
couple
need-
fucking dykes. Fucking look at those fucking.
If you need help sleeping, perhaps Joe Biden can give you some good advice. Joe?
Sure, anytime I have a tough time falling asleep, which is just about never. I lay in bed and I think of this set.
So Joe Biden, I've been curious, who's fucking calling the shots? We know you're the one not calling the shots. Who's calling the shots? Who's the puppet master behind the disaster that's fucking Joe Biden right now? Seriously, let me know. Who's fucking controlling you right now? Because we know it's not you.
Are you done?
Yeah, I thought I broke my tooth.
Did you break your tooth? That would be pretty awesome if you did. We would pay for it.
Thank you.
If it happened on the show, we would pay for it.
We would?
Well, I mean, yeah, we would take it out of the overall budget of the show.
Y'all heard it. He's gonna fix my teeth.
Well, when I get reelected, William, what are you gonna do with all the money? Because there's a lot more COVID money coming your way. Maybe some monkeypox money.
Oh my gosh, what would I do with that?
What would you do with $50 tonight?
$50 tonight?
Other than pay for them to fucking scissor in a hammock.
Yeah.
Are you guys really lesbians? No, you're not. All right. Well, way to suck the energy out of the room.
$1 million question,
I
William.
don't know, probably get some earplugs. I have to get some sort of good earplugs or some, I don't know, noise canceling headphones. So I'd probably do that. I mean, it's not good right now. So
$1 million question, William. Both candidates up here. Who are you voting for coming this November?
Well, actually, when RFK Jr. was at the shows in Los Angeles, he said I could be the press secretary. So I'm RFK Jr. all the way. He said I could literally be on his cabinet. So that's who I'm voting for.
Wow. That is incredible.
So I'm voting for. So I'm probably never gonna vote.
There you go. Okay. We're going to put a ribbon on it. One of the longest episodes ever. My
What a
bad.
great show. What an amazing show. A lot of people say this is one of the best shows that's ever happened. So I'm not tired or have to piss incredibly bad. I'll tell you what, when you have to pee and that guy's fucking screaming, it really hurts. So wrap it up, please.
Yeah. We grew. How about a hand for
William Montgomery? I saw a Jesus 2024 campaign sign on my way here and was thinking how sick it would be if Jesus descended from heaven as a third-party candidate, and then this time the liberals would be like, we need to see the birth certificate. A Massachusetts man revealed that he was serving barbecued human flesh at his neighborhood get-togethers, and I just want to know, what were his wine pairings? The country of Wales is going to start jailing politicians who lie. So in other words, Wales is shutting down its government. And speaking of the government, there's a presidential debate coming up this week on CNN. And I actually heard from somebody, the loser has to fuck Hillary Clinton. Okay, that's my time. Fuck yeah.
the Dragon Slayer.
And also, I want to say, go fucking Bulls! Tennessee just beat Texas A&M for the College World Series, so go Vols!
Wow.
My alma mater, fuck Texas A&M! They're
Oh
probably
my
some
God.
pussy ass.
Oh my God. A weird
Oh,
maneuver.
Bulls, I just had to say it. I was just watching in the green.
College
Very
baseball?
exciting.
You're
Yes.
talking about college baseball?
World Series, baby. Omaha, Nebraska.
Wow. Literally. I mean, that's just unbelievable to do. You think they would do that for you after their set?
Through the Vols?
Yeah. They'd be like, before we get started, shout out William Montgomery.
I didn't think about it.
Aw,
I made a bad
jeez.
mistake,
Oh,
Tony. I'm
no.
sorry,
Now I
dude.
feel bad. Don't do
I
that.
thought
It's fantastic, though. I feel like it all came from an honest place.
But we're trying, Tony. I'm trying. We're going to do it, so we'll see.
You're doing fucking fantastic.
We'll see. I'm trying. It was a nightmare. That guy really was a horrible nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It really
I'm
was.
sorry for bringing up the Vols. I shouldn't have done it, but go Vols. And if you are a Tennessee baseball player, hit my DMs. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, send me your baseball glove. I need a baseball glove. That's honestly why I did it, Tony. I need a new baseball glove.
You're just looking for a baseball glove?
Yeah, I actually shouted out American Airlines and United last week when I couldn't make it to Hartford, and United responded to me, gave me extra miles, and refunded me. So now I'm totally anti-American Airlines, pro
Wow.
United Airlines.
Wow. Who would have guessed? Little boy from Tennessee would be anti-American.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely incredible. Tell us more about Columbus, Ohio this past weekend. That is where Red Band was born and raised. Did you run into anybody there?
Well, I know that very well, and his mom actually still lives there because I actually visited his mom this past weekend in Columbus, Ohio. That was literally, Tony, that was my fucking best part of the weekend. Oh, man, talk about Netflix and chill like that last guy. That's what Red Band and my fucking, it was good.
Tell us about your time with Red Band's mother.
Yeah, and I'm a little scared, Tony, because I'm actually finally catching feelings. I swear to God, I've never, I swear, I feel like I'm catching feelings right now for fucking
wow.
Red Band's mom, so we got to figure that out, but
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
about it. I had that bitch up against a fucking shower, dude.
It's funny because I talked to her the other day and I was like, "What do you do this weekend?" She's like, "I was working with special needs," and now it makes sense.
Red Band, she sure looked special needs when she was sucking on my dick, dumbass. Fucking drooling all over the place. It was nasty. You look real fucking retarded sucking my dick in the shower, dude.
She said she had a light lunch, so that makes sense.
What? Well, she's also bulimic, so. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, though. So it was a lot of fun in Columbus, Ohio. It was great.
Did you eat good when you were in Columbus?
DP Dough. Got to give a shout out to DP Dough. Pretty good calzone.
DP Dough. Are you talking about Red Band's mom's pussy?
I was kind of kidding with myself. It was more like a tuna fish sandwich because it smelled down there.
Oh.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, up more.
Oh, that's where we draw the line.
Yeah, that was.
You can talk about.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have gone that far with it. Seriously.
It's the yeast of my worries.
Oh my God, you're so stupid. Oh Jesus. All right, William. What else is going on?
Been listening to a shit ton. Don't make fun of me, but I have been listening to that graduation song by Vitamin C just pretty much non-stop recently. I don't know why, but I've been listening to.
Vitamin C is good for immunity, Red Band.
How's that song go?
As we go on, here forever.
Oh wow.
All the time we've had
You listen to this with Red Band's mom? All right.
Okay, I don't remember.
What else is going on, William?
Nothing much. Just been hitting the road a ton, Tony. It's been wonderful figuring out these minutes. It's been a lot of fun. I've been the busiest. I'm 37, so it's what I signed up for. It's the busiest I've ever felt in my life. And I wasn't going to bring this up, but the bitch who, I'm still doing cameos, and the bitch who tipped me $20 and gave me a 4-star review, I'm going to find you, you stupid bitch. I know I swear, I have a bunch of 5-star reviews, and somebody today tips me but gives me 4 stars. So other than that, I'm good. It really bothered me. I was messaging her on the app saying, oh my God, what can I do? Let me send you more. What's going on? But yeah, it's good. Just real busy, but it's been good.
Did you raise your price yet?
I did end up raising it when I started going out a lot, just because we've talked about it, I was doing a shit ton. And I, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate it. It's my major source of it. So I want to genuinely thank everybody, but yes, I did. So it's still good. I'm still getting them, but yes, I had to do the price of it. I was losing my voice. I'm out on the road yelling a lot, and then I get back and I get the rest of my voice.
And you get a lot of orders. He's one of the top guys on Cameo. All these celebrities. William's always top 5, top 2. You think you're ever gonna, William? You think you're ever gonna stop doing Cameo?
Shit, Tony, I don't think I'm back. I gotta stop doing that.
We did it again. William Montgomery.
After watching the first presidential debate, I just want to say, don't blame me. I voted for Morgan and Morgan. The debate was so crazy that at one point they argued about golf, which is kind of insane because one of the only times Biden told the truth was when he said he was a 6 handicap, and he is stage 6 dementia. In a poll taken after the debate, 72% said Biden is suffering from some sort of cognitive impairment, and the other 28% said, man, I thought that old ass man was dead. A man recently threw a big gulp on Chicago's district attorney, Kim Fox. Wait, Red Band, isn't that your mom's porn name? Fucking slut. Hawk to more like Cardinal Sin. Okay, that's right.
59 seconds on the dot from
Real
the Golden
close.
Goose.
Almost had it, Tony. I almost had it. My goal is 60 tonight.
You did 59 seconds. You were 1 second away. The Big Red Riot himself. A beautiful, beautiful man, looking more wizardly every day.
Well, it could be, Tony. The air conditioner went out at the apartment this morning, so it's currently 85 at the apartment. So I had been laying around the apartment all day. I got Dairy Queen twice on Uber Eats. I ate 2 different blizzards today. One, it was really great. One had a bunch of toffee in it, and the other one was animal cookies. It was an animal cookie one.
Oh,
keep the temperature down.
I also had 2 blizzards today on the restaurants. I love how you get so sensitive when you're so sick of your mom getting called a slut every week.
Well, it's probably because she's legitimately sick right now. Is why he's.
Oh, how do you know that?
We talk. I mean, that's not a joke. I mean, we talk. Yeah, she's not doing good right now.
Do you want to plug your mom's Instagram page?
Yeah.
Wait, I was never going to say this, but there was one time we were in Mitzi's after this, and we all are looking at it, and literally Red Band gets his phone out, and it's a bunch of women breastfeeding. Oh my gosh, it was the funniest thing. It was babies getting breastfed.
Actually,
I'm not the only one.
Is true.
Okay,
no,
fine.
you actually are. And what's funny is that you think other people get recommended this a lot, but you don't know that Instagram's algorithm directly shows you things that you watch all the whatever. It's like, how does he fit into all the breastfeeding videos?
Is it George Floyd breastfeeding? I know in Estonia the breast milk is powdered. Okay.
I mean, you're
Soviet Union, yes, Sam. You fat fuck.
You're doing good, Steve. It looks like you're losing a little bit of weight. Are you losing some weight?
Yeah, I'm down 45 pounds this year.
Congratulations.
Wow. Incredible.
I'm sober like you, bro. I quit boozing.
And also Ozempic. Didn't you get on Ozempic a couple weeks ago?
No. No.
How have you been doing it? How have you been losing the weight?
I just quit drinking 12 Miller Lights a night.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have been non-alcoholic tonight, and you are normally a heavy drinker.
Oh, yeah, I love them.
So what made you quit drinking?
Turns out I'm morbidly obese.
Oh.
Morbidly, William.
No, you're not.
That's one of the worst adjectives.
I know.
Yeah. And do you still drink? Have you switched to hard liquor or anything? Or are you just sober now?
I had some natural wine on my birthday. Yeah. And also, Tim Dillon made me drink in Copenhagen.
Oh, nice.
We went to a very fancy restaurant. They had a wine pair, and he went, "He'll have that. Why wouldn't he have it? It's good."
Oh, that's a good Tim Dillon you got.
It's good. Why would it be bad?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Now, you two used to work Kings of the Denver comedy scene, Sam Talent.
Yep.
We had a great time. We used to have the best of time.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Did you read the new Cormac McCarthy books?
Yeah, I read the first one. I did not read the second one. It sucked. Yeah, it was kind of sad. It's his last book. It was kind of sad. It wasn't great.
I didn't know this was the time for a literary conversation. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't great. It was sad.
Yeah, we had a lot of great times together. We were still boozing relentlessly.
You were. I remember being at your house. You lived in that house in that compound fucking thing. And just getting
Waco.
2016. And it got really weird. He did have these people that were following him. At that point in time, I was just, Sam and I were good buddies. And he invited me there. And it was so weird watching Sam. He would sharpen his knives. And it was so weird watching him storm in this bedroom one night, just filleting this guy's face while he's still alive.
Well, he didn't want to admit that I was the one true
I
God.
know.
Duh.
William, you
That's
joked
weird.
a lot about the debate. Did you watch it?
I did watch it, and Tony, I think it is scary for all of us. I try not to ever really get political on this show, but I swear to the man up there, what is going on? I want to run for president in 4 years.
Whoa!
After watching the debate, Tony, I'm gonna run.
Wow. What are some of your platforms? Tell us what some of the things that you're going to do to make
God, get
America...
fucking Hispanic people out of Applebee's, Tony!
Wow. The Hispanic people there don't look excited about this at all.
Well, they'll learn to love it.
You're just going to kick them out of Applebee's, specifically only
Yeah, I mean,
Applebee's?
are you cool with that, dude? Huh?
Who's going to cook the food, William?
What else? Tell us more about your platform, William. I know that you're improvising all of this in the moment, but I'm interested to find out what else you would do as president. Because I'm telling you, William, you have a real chance at winning this thing.
Oh, I think so too. I mean, we have to, I think, maybe open up the borders a little more, because I swear when I see these Hispanic people getting kicked out of Applebee's, we need to keep the train going, because, Tony, the Hispanic people will stop going to Applebee's once they find out they're going to get kicked out. But if we open up the border, we're going to have a never-ending supply of fucking Hispanic people to kick out of the Applebee's. And, Tony, that's not all, Tony. We need a Dairy Queen on every corner, Tony.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. And how are we going to pay for these Dairy Queens, William?
God, from the...
Are you
a trade deficit going on, Tony? We have to deal with the trade deficit first and foremost.
how would
we got to get our GDP going in the right direction. I mean, we got to get really strict with countries like China. I mean, we got to tell them we're not going to buy their chips anymore. We're not going to buy their little plastic things. We're going to set up an embargo on China. Seriously.
What kind of Chinese chips are you buying?
Pringle.
All right. I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
But yeah, all kinds of stuff. But I'm just really excited about the opportunity. I mean, we'll see.
China is a problem. That's true.
Tell us more about that. You go ahead. I can't say it anymore. You say it.
I read some blogs. It is a huge problem. And The fact that your presidential candidates are two old men with the alternate sounding like Martin Phillips is a big problem.
It's a giant problem. I mean, how are we ever going to be to the tip of the iceberg again in the world political, socioeconomic status? Tony, how are we going to get there? It's not going to be with two fucking old guys running for president. It's going to be off of the back of maybe some balding redheaded person that is going to go after. I'm gonna fucking go after.
I absolutely agree. I truly think the best man for the job is a balding, red-headed person.
Thank you, Tony. And I'm just so hot, and it's so hot at the apartment. I'm just dreading. I'm not even kidding. I'm dreading going back to the apartment tonight. Red Band, can I stay at your place? I know I go after you about your mom and shit, but please, you have two places.
You do
Can
have
I not
two
stay
places
at one?
now.
Sure.
Oh,
thank you.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Thanks so much. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm sweaty. Do you see all this, Tony? It's
Yeah.
really not good.
It is
It's all that
incredible.
ice cream. That's
Yeah.
literally all I eat today.
You've been eating ice cream all day. You're sweating profusely. You're wiping off your hand all over.
Give you a raspberry. Do you really want to?
I can't think of a better way to. Wait, Sam.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
There you go. A true raspberry on one of the greatest red berries I've ever
transgenders
had on the
You're
show.
really sweating that toffee, buddy. Yeah, no, it's not good. I mean, it's getting worse by the minute.
You taste the blizzard. And animal cookies. To go all the way through with it?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, Tony, I think I probably.
William Montgomery, everybody.
I'm crazy for
Here he is. It's William Montgomery.
Don't worry, I have a whole guitar player, father and son will be playing fantasy football, Jeff. Fantasize you're out there playing tackle football with human boys instead of rotting in the dungeon below your father's.
You want to finish
Can I tell my last joke? My dad when I haven't been using my library voice.
Wow. All right. Very unorthodox, as usual, for William Montgomery, everybody. There you go. Another new subject. William, take a step back so that the people can see you. So that people can see you, William. So having a stare off with Mr. Bumnar wouldn't be the way to go.
I grew up with a man named Rosh Hashanah. His father was Tony Hashanah. His grandfather was Ralph Hashanah.
I don't know if I believe any of this. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I'm buying it.
It just kills me. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. Jewish folks that also believe in Jesus. They're called Messianic Jews. When I was
I thought last week was your last episode. I didn't know this was happening.
That wasn't a thing at all. What he said last week was that I said that if he doesn't do good that week, that he would be done. But that was a complete lie.
And what scares me is I'm just feeling the tension of the audience right now. It's going really bad. This literally is probably my last episode. I'm going to let y'all in on the secret. I have dreams at night that I remember at times, and there was one with a man named Rosh Hashanah. I was looking at him in an elevator. The elevator sort of moves around a little bit, and we end up sort of collapsing in the elevator. And I look at Rosh, and
let me ask you this. Have you hung out with a lot of people named after holidays?
I have. I'm really good friends with Peter Easter. He was in Memphis, the Bloods. I was with them 3 years ago. We went around shooting people.
Wait a second.
Parking lot.
Now, this is a new level that we've never gotten to. Now, your entire comedic style is based heavily on the truth, and so now we're finding out that you shot people.
Peter Target, I remember being in his Ford Taurus, a purple
Wait a second, you just
version
said
of a
Peter
Ford Taurus, just kept passenger seat.
Mr. Thumnard.
Peter Easter.
Peter Easter is a man that started a church outside of Memphis. He was a believer in snakes.
William.
That's right. He started the movie Good Friday after next. I remember.
He also started that one movie. What is that called? Where the people are out in the desert. It has Kevin Bacon. Tremors.
Yeah.
Hey, Red Band, can you put on MI and Paper?
Oh my goodness, this is that's not Paper Planes at all. That's not Paper Planes. All right.
Bruce Cat Stevens, just picture me being some sort of a plumber type person in Memphis. After this comedy thing doesn't work out, I get bit by a spider. I slowly die in the net. And the song is playing. Red Band shows up. And winks.
And then what happens?
I wink back.
And then what?
I take off.
You don't remember a couple of years ago when Dark Matter didn't exist? Like, it's scary. Like, Dark Matter, that was like fucking at the Shit, did they put that in there? I didn't make it that far in the campaign. I don't know.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I show my project to you? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing this since the pandemic, like a real-life Truman Show. It is essentially the largest compilation of human data in global history. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything, petroleum. And I have more data archived than anyone, which may make me an influential. Excellent. I appreciate that. So essentially, some of the things that I want to do, not just to help the people in this community, but in the world, are end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, and perhaps developing nations. I want to help with the Life Straw Project, but most importantly, desalination plants, where we pump Earth's water onto land to make it drinkable for the people of the world. I think these are important types of technology that aren't currently being discussed, and they should be.
You have to pull the plastic out of it and all the fucking. Do you think it would be easier to feed everyone in the world if there were less people?
Of course there would be, but I don't feel that we need less people. I feel that I feel as if the Earth can support far more people than it currently has. Other things that we discussed that are important to this community right here are things like life extension technology. When you all were born, everyone in here, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of different technologies such as human growth, the platelets of younger people for the benefit of Yes, that's what. Please let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, excellent. Okay, that's fine. That's just one small element of life extension technology. If you don't want it, then you don't have to have it. Other types of nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics.
I noticed what you're up to on this one. I'm not okay with this. I'm sorry, the whole thing was sketchy.
I never said anything about drinking kids' blood. There's nothing to that. Please let me finish. Okay, so moving past life extension technology, we move into another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, your mind could be scanned like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being. But what I'm saying to you and I'm saying to everyone in this VC is that the opportunity at digital immortality may be possible within a generation or two. And I really appreciate Roots the opportunity to tell everyone about it. Thank you so much. Hey, what's going on? I'm in the middle of a discussion right now. I'll be with you guys when I can.
I'm not getting trapped in an AI prison. I'm going to that. Some wealthy Rothschild is going to use your body as a host, as a fresh, healthy body to host their AI construct so they can have eternal life and they can just kick off the poor because it doesn't matter and their bodies are just like jackets, man. This is what the rabbi It's a whole fucking I know. If it possess a host, it's definitely a demon. You know, guys, Cyberpunk changes everything. You gotta play Cyberpunk 2077 because I understand what this guy's saying, right? I really am battling Bill. I think the path to hell is paid for good intentions at best. He proposed 10 good things, but I got the theory tried to slide in there. I know it's well, that's why I say, as a former Army Ranger, give war a chance, you know? Okay, that's what you say as a former Army Ranger. What do you say as a sex addict, Pete? Wrap it up, man. Just say no for the first time. And what do you say as a unpredictable figure in someone's life? Give war a chance. Give me a chance. Love God, love people, education. Just saying, he wants world peace and kids' blood. So obviously the answer to that is opposite. Love children too, except here's where the manipulation. This is what happens when you have them come in here with all the chutzpah and gusto trying to talk about all these things. If it's a crypto, if it's a Tiffany, they'll find out, they'll freak out. Because I remember watching Kids Fun tonight. That's why you guys are here too. Get him out of here. What's up, guys? Thank you for letting me on. Appreciate it. What's going on? Not too much. Just checking out the spaces tonight. What's your opinion on using children's that's pretty awful. Yeah, that's not good. I never do that. But what if they're organs? Organs are just as target, just spread to white kids, okay? I'm upset that yeah, that's me. Gotta go. Bye, guys. Lines 9:30 is your bed. He's keeping his mom just for tomorrow. Man, not that the one from hers, like you, not like it's a profile picture. You know, it's not knocked out when his parents were. I was so excited. No, I was excited. No, I was excited. I want to know where Almo is. I want to know where that kid is. Did you see his face last night? He was a song at like 4 in the morning. Yeah. We go back to the hand raising. I love that idea. Yeah, you the audience can have put their hands up for photos, so we don't have to, but go ahead and bring them. Slayer, go ahead. Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. Love the show. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, so just wanted to talk very quickly about my project and what we're working on. My name is Kevin White. I run Slayer Platform, my business partner, and we're on the Polygon blockchain, and what we build are custom tokens using our in-house Slayer mechanics. And how that works is very simple, not to bore you to death. We have pricing done via price per token per transaction rather than price per transaction that you guys are used to. And in addition to that, we have two prices. We have the reserve price and the market price, and the market price can't go below the reserve price, thus ever appreciating the price more safer than the standard tokens that everyone's used to. That's what we built. What kind of token? Is it a token ERC? Yeah, it's ERC, but it's using the mint and redeem logic rather than the buy, sell, set, supply system. Okay. Wait a minute, hold on. I recognize this. Where's your energy? I'm tired, to be honest. Sorry. Oh, yeah, that was a good protocol. Did you figure that out? Yeah, actually, we did, and we obviously took time to correct all of that, and we have audits to prove that what we're doing correctly and safely. So, yeah. We were the World Hill Atlas rocked. Atlas rocked. We just pull the rug. I think Atlas is the slowest rock. So, I think I've been here for so long. Like, how many projects I've seen say that we work with Atlas and shit. Fucking Mad Troopers, Kaiju Pilots, all these fucking different projects always work with Atlas. Can I ask, like, what is Atlas or what is Atlas? It's a gaming token, and it came on Solana. It's supposed to be massive game, massive operation. We've been waiting on a finished product for so long. I've only seen clips of it. I've never got to interact. I've got lost interest at this point. The only working Solana game that I've really played was Rory, and that game's actually really cool. Atlas. You got it, massive game. Sorry. I really want to let this one go, so I don't know how I can go for that. Alright, so Slayer was saying about the transactions per token. That's a really interesting idea to me. Key tokens is the next token in your transaction would be, let's say, $1.03. Then the third token, $1.06, right? And so it's going up 3 cents, but then you have to add in ranges. Otherwise, you have price stagnation. So then eventually you would hit a new price range, and instead of going up by 3 cents, it starts going up by 10 cents in the second range. And then the third range will go by 25 cents. And so you can see that price has leveled. That's what you have to do here. I do hear, I hear the correct. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just that it's a different way of doing pricing, a different way of doing escalation and de-escalation for pricing. And it is better, right? And it is mechanically safer than in AFM tokens simply because those tokens don't have a reserve price. Slayer tokens do. You know what I mean? If you buy a meme token on Solana, there's nothing stopping that from dumping right back to the bottom. Nothing at all. You know? So anyway, that sucks. Every project. Sorry. Do you have any plans for dust? Like, you know, is there any like take the dust, scrape it, and then give back to like another? That's the same. Moving forward as a like community and space and everything, like that dust adds up to a shit. I mean, look at Pop Volts and then like fucking whatever. Right. I'm starting to get down here. So I mean, to me, I don't know. That's like, so you're cutting lumber, right? Like, cutting wood, right? That'd be sawdust. So, like, all that sawdust gets scraped in a while. Like, what was it that came up with the part and shit like that? You can take that, conglomerate that back together, and then you got it to, I'm saying, for the next 5 years, like I'm saying, I'm not talking like tomorrow, I'm talking like 5 years. Like the way to scrape that dust back together, flip it back in, and not just be like a rake, you know, fuck the rake. Like actual like exponential growth, because you can take like half of that, like 100% of the ore that gets baked back in from the dust. Could be like, yo, let me up the bay, let me blow it like this. 100%. But that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Coins, bro. We want coins. We want It was like some Asian name, and like, and he said, "Give me the." I was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, I'm addict, bro. Like, to be frank, that's just like, I need to get.
That's another one.
Hi, friends. How are you guys? How's your day going?
How are you?
I'm well, thankfully. I just got out of a Twitter space, a very good one. It had over 5,000 people in it, and I got to talk to them about my project, which is great.
Oh, that's very good.
Poor dog. How's your day going?
Good. We gonna play. Gonna tip.
Excellent.
I buy a sound card.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, very good. It's very professional sound card.
Excellent.
I can hear in games everything.
Well, wonderful. Well, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. We're just watching some stand-up comedy. Enjoy.
You allow me to put songs like and Brett being says just streams may not.
So Kyle,
And I look at Red Band and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I watch people's podcasts, so I've watched like basically many of the Joe Rogan podcasts, many of the Lex Friedman podcasts, many of the Joe Diaz podcasts. So now we're on the Kill Tony podcasts.
Even Jesus. I
There
have
you
a
go.
bad feeling you don't. I get to play the Ouija board. I
This
get
is not
to go to Kroger's.
Okay, well, there's more to the world than.
No, William. Hold on. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Generally, I listen to anybody who is a big podcaster in English.
This is Kill right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'll show you. This is just a highlight reel of 24 hours of the same comedian, but I'll show you.
Kyle, let's just ask people on the show if you can.
Thanks. What?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, pleasure to meet you. My pleasure. I wound up seeing you, as many people did, on those videos that you're making where you were talking to students.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, pleasure to meet you. My pleasure. I wound up seeing you, as many people did, on those videos that you're making where you were talking to students. You know, just kind of like exploring
Okay.
critical thinking, asking students
Take care.
questions and why they're upset about certain things.
Excellent.
and getting
We'll
to the
see you
bottom.
then.
I'm like, wow, this guy's like, he's young, he's obviously an academic, but super reasonable and like really.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe. Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay. Shut up. What's happening? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Both you guys were in the program, which is that's why I wore my Roswell shirt. UFO disclosure documentary, all about what's going on behind the scenes. Why don't you tell everybody before we get started?
I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force for 22 years. Retired 2007. Started off as an airframe guy, ended up in Intel, and that's when things got strange. Had my second duty assignment as an Intel guy, and got introduced to the program. And that's how I ended up in the Navy. So I had some strange experiences that I could talk about that were unclassified. So I came forward, and that's what James founded me, and we got it all home pretty good. Everything is a history from there.
And Logan, you were in the documentary as well, so tell everybody what you do.
So I am a.
Pull this up.
I'm sorry. So I'm also a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Started off as a B-52 crew chief, cross-trained into Intel, retired after 21 and a half, and I ended up being part of the UAP task force, and I was one of the first people to come across Jay here and some other people, and from that, James found out about me and said, okay, we need to talk. So he approached me, and I was like, yeah. But I kind of got outed by Jay Stratton. Everybody was ganging up around him, and he was like, why are you asking me? I didn't work for him. He's like, okay, I guess I'm out.
Oh, boy. Let's start with you, Jay. What was your first introduction to this whole concept that we are in possession of alien crafts, or that we have communicated?
So I didn't really get interested in UFOs at all. I just thought it was strange. It was a shared experience with my mother.
What was the experience?
Well, it was just a red orb that came down. It looked like it ended up kind of hovering near the bottom of my street. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside. And nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn. Finally, my mom was the one that responded. And we both got to see it taken off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house at the bottom of the street. And that's what she got to see my mother and I.
Did it make any noise?
Zero noise. It just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front end to back. So,
your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had a couple of experiences that my family members and other friends will probably write up soon.
And so this was all when were you introduced to the whole idea that
my mind or eyes or something? But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Wright Pat on a mission, when I was in the program. And we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an AHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, and NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of this?
I can pretty much talk to you about the culture and the presence of the NHI.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail?
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called him Eben.
You had an interview?
Yeah, he had had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual. Probably his boss or somebody that is going to, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group, whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else that's, it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do as an intel guy. Is you have to be really specific about what you're recording, make sure it's accurate, even whether you believe it or not. What's going on? You have to be able to transcribe that word for word the way it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team that I was for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force, and in this case, monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was like? Was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all, or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team who was an officer. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that. And they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but we're talking about these, and we get the scientists to come talk to us and say, oh yeah, that's this, and this.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. Me Undies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured pouch and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for a huge site-wide savings. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the
when I picked up the call and started to even, and he said, "Yeah, up today's session, you've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen." He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happening.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, "Well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people?" And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, "You don't want to do that." And the guy's like, "Well, why?" He said, "If you don't, they're going to be put to death." And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, what's going on here? So I had to finish out the call. They talk about sundry other things with students.
Can you be a little bit more clear, like who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals. Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, "Do you want to be part of the retrieval program?" And I said, "Well, tell me about it." And when they said the things they said, I was like, "No, number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear, hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things." And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much.
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking, they're so fucking smart.
And psionically, there's a psionic team that's going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness. And apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in head speaks of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing, it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it, the ugly side of the program, is that what you got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies they treat this stuff. It's very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well that go out for these retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that you see some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievals would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech,
Exactly.
figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So
even
the
before
tech,
I was born.
but if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that these NHI were flying on that day in Roswell.
But it's just radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at some of the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine what even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong, or it's at the right, they actually accidentally went in and were just sweeping like a radar, and actually it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So,
Please.
I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic, but as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right. And he said, imagine this: you're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing, and then, because remember that night it was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now there's magnetic. So that was what someone told me. Now I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth, but the two most likely possibilities is that what Jake just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by the same race of NHI. And this guy says that they actually recounted what happened. Is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon. And then they quickly found out that no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second enough to cause the crash to happen.
It almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, hey man, we should be 47. You can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing. Wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new. It was more technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have it there.
Based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened, and then all of a sudden,
this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being. And besides that, they do not always. I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here. Right. They're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, we're not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar can take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. He got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. Nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're gonna have a Tesla. You would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're gonna come here from another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around. If they have lightning, let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, your pilot says, we're going to take this plane about 45,000 feet. To, they'll let you know, and then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds. It's kind of crazy. How come they can't do that?
You got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of have the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles. And
I know. Just assume they're way better than us, right? I would assume they, like you were talking about, arrogant. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
no, that's not.
Fucking work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well, and all these other things are part of it. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, and you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like, otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like, this was the question about artificial intelligence. We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have a desire to achieve status, why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us. This is where I think there's a commonality between us and NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
And then
go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity. You're right.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, take back what I said. But actually, though, they
obviously intelligent.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great.
Oh yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that. Yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today. A big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like, at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it, so they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored. It's like, Star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet.
Yeah.
They got there too late. And they realized, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing but, microbes. And it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then. And
have for another test case.
Yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. Just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers. Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, the NHI, if there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing, record what they're doing. And then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game to play.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since...
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens. I'm old school.
I wasn't... I like just calling them aliens. But Yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days. You know, that's when it really started to come, because that's when they were saying that this UFO came to home and landed, and actually talked to the president at the time, and all that stuff.
Imagine a UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah,
he probably tried to tax him.
Yeah.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI, is my first thing is which one?
Which one?
Because they talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of pull back. And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight, like, oh, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information. Because probably we're like a bunch of children. You know, we're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However, we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, sure. We're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when we talk about the things with the nuclear bombs, where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. I'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. And we have collars on bears. We set them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species. Like, you don't annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other
multiple times.
Yeah, multiple
Mad
times.
Yeah, Mad World.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what are you talking about? We go to the jungle to study a frog. You know, like, of course they would come here. We're so strange.
You protect the turtles in that one little area. You say, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
You know, they believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. There's actual water in there, and they can find something in that water that's alive.
Yeah.
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what the law says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right?
That's huge.
Bro, I ain't drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars water.
It could be better than Red Bull.
Imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals, and you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And then we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
That's a war right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. Like Mars water just makes you go back in time, like do 20 again.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right, though. That's kind of how we are. Except we're very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources under there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff. And
I'm
take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere? And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth? You know,
and if you do what people are saying,
that's the craziest of all theories, right? And most interesting. But if Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assumed there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars. Yeah, which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage, that alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are out there.
Yeah.
Or maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks the 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, does normal stuff. They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can. And the world government is not all broken up.
I think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You gotta go, like, all this bullshit about this country and that country, let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government. But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government is the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. You can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society. If aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human. I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which NHI you're thinking about, what inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
Well, what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place. There's
a pattern.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So, bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, I said, yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, 2 sets of wings.
Right.
Or 2 heads or something. I don't know.
Right. This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, like, the birds vary so a lot. You can get a sparrow, you get a fucking eagle, or a condor. There's so many different kinds of birds, too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet, and life forms in a completely different way?
Yeah, I would think that's true also, that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth.
Right.
Got some really strange creatures that come around, like people are supposed to say octopus, octopi, and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around.
Right.
The Earth and stuff.
There's no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar, because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. You know, so is that a part of the grand design that is as intelligent as you get further up the food chain? You start to stand on your two legs and whatever, and then I think about if it's a mantis, whatever. How do they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type of nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? Well, a mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder? Yes, it's nuts. They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like if you looked at them, like the hummingbird's probably 4 times heavier, at least, probably more than that. They just like, it's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of like durability, and also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
because like crabs do.
Yeah.
I know crabs.
Yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them is just armored spiders.
Yeah, they're bugs. I mean,
and if you think about when they said that the oxygen level was at 30-35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
So they can. So praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, then they regrow that limb. But they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is. Yeah. It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt again.
Wow. That makes sense because the harder shell would prevent that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It just seems like that's a superior form of structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself. And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises. Right? Like this soft shit on the outside, like we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside, and we don't need to like use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything with our mind. I mean, if it gets to the point like this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposed worked on crafts is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls. That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes. Consciously. I've had discussions about that.
Have you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard
basic controls.
Well, I was talking to Jack Safadi about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to sort of do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing, and other people have described.
That's what I was going to say. There's just all I've heard is that there's been 2 places for you to put your hands, and maybe for other parts of the crew, but that's about it.
Maybe that's why you don't use your phone. You don't get distracted. Just use your hands. Put your hands down on the thing.
So there's no technology.
Fucking around.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something similar to like cell phone addiction.
Yeah.
So if they're putting their hands on the thing, wasn't that what Lazar said as well? Didn't he say there was something similar to that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So no controls, and somehow or another, putting your hand on it syncs you up, and then they're just using their mind.
Correct.
Did they try to explain how this was developed?
There's a lot of people that are looking into it now, and they're starting to see that this is possible. And I think that's, again, some of the new whistleblowers can shed some more light on how this happens. And I think we need to hear a little bit more about these folks that came forward about the psionics team. And what exactly is this meditation? What is it linking up with? Does it feel mechanical? Does it feel like an entity? Because, you know, hear Jake talk about his experiences. He had a really spiritual experience with one of these things. While he was carrying it to the next place, he was literally crying in interview.
This is that egg-looking thing.
Yeah, he said that he felt, well, we call it the 8-gon, I think, crap. That one was the one he had the spiritual.
8-gons?
8-gon, like a hexagon, but 8 sides, or octagon, I think would be the actual term. But he said it had like an 8-sided.
So this is not the thing we're talking about with the
not the other
helicopter.
one. This is a different one.
A different one.
Yeah,
so he encountered a different one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see that video.
Yeah, well, the detailed one, I think you can pull that one out of there. But he mentioned that one, he had like, no kidding, it was beautiful. And he cried about it. It was so beautiful of an experience.
Wow. And I have a question about all those things, because if they can get into our minds, my thing is that how do you know that that's not what they're putting into your head? Because like what they experienced at the Skinwalker Ranch when you saw the creature on the top floor, they said as they approached it, they started feeling fear. And as they approached it further, the fear just kept intensifying to the point where it was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you and all these different things? I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything. You know,
well, we can do that to each other.
Yes.
You know, we can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. You know, there's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. And one of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things that he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to approve you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head, and then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened. Because the human mind is weird. Right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone. And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? It's love. Pure love. It's just pure, just untethered love. It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. I think that's what their desire is. Just like we, you know, we try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized.
Sure.
You know, we'd want to do that.
When we visit uncontacted tribes, we give them free food.
Yeah, but
just like, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, you know, and the way I kind of package that up is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. It's definitely not the public. We're just, you know, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this, I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only seeing the military.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tack that I did instead of going through all the other channels. It's just like, this was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people, get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but, you know, for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
I got asked a question, and they said, if you were going to go to Congress and say, here's what we need to know about the UAP experience, what would you tell them?
That's a good question.
And my answer was, we don't need you anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people like you said you don't trust the government. There's people they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all of those stuff. You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? Please don't take this the wrong way because people get angry. It's kind of like the Catholic Church. I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. But then why do I need a priest?
Right.
So the government's always been the middleman. So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down. This is something I'm hearing a lot lately. Sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention, and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the woo. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch. You and some of your friends, your intel guys. And we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? And all the white people put their hands up right away. All the black people were like in the corner going, now let's think about this. They were actually asking. Told me was, when the woo happens,
right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
yes, you may be.
You really want that in your life?
Distraction.
So, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again? And then you have a wife and kids and a house and you just sit in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game. You're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicate with me telepathically. I know they're real.
Well,
it would ruin your whole life.
Remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy, I remember the name.
Yeah, particular case to it. Talking about your first orgasm. You're always chasing after that first best feeling that you ever had. You're never gonna get there, but you're chasing it. So if you're one of those people that had a really profound experience with a creature from another world, you can't really explain it to everybody else. So you're looking for something else to be real because you start questioning everything that you know. And that's how I was. My first experience was when I was a kid in England, and me and a friend were just throwing a ball back and forward. And in the old days, people used to wrap the sneakers around the telephone lines. Mm-hmm. So I just happened to see that there was some sneakers up there. And then all of a sudden I look off in the distance, and there's this UFO that looks like an iron. But you would iron your clothes with. The whole bottom part was glowing. The top part was just dullish gray because England, gray skies.
Was
whatever.
the shape the top like an iron as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So like a hump to it?
It kind of had a hump to it. So I'm sitting there going, well, what is that? And he goes, that's got to be a helicopter because it's just standing there. And I was like, but I don't hear any noise, And then next thing you know, we saw, I believe it was 2 F4 jets coming because you could hear them. Those engines are loud. And these 2 jets come out, and this thing just goes. And this is when I was living in Nottingham, England, because I'm British by birth. All right. So, our parents were like, too much imagination, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I just kind of kept it in the back of my head. And then I saw things later, and I just kept questioning them. And finally, it was like, I'm really going to have to look into this.
So how old were you?
I was about 10.
10. So you said you were like 10 as well? Yeah. This is one of the things that I keep hearing about this idea that children in their innocence, or they don't have this blockade in their head to keep them from they don't think it's ridiculous to think about aliens. They're open to it more.
We talked about this in the
program that we
Yeah, but we don't want to be fools.
Right. So I believe, this is just my belief, not anybody's, but I believe from the mid-1950s all the way up to the mid-1990s, I think there was a deliberate attempt by these entities to reach out to school children and go into the schools. Because remember the
Zimbabwe,
right?
That one's crazy.
Right.
That's crazy. Because all those years later, they all have the same story.
Yeah.
They all drew the same thing independently. They put
all
them
the way
aside.
to remember.
Yeah.
And then there's the stuff in Australia, there's the stuff in England, there's the stuff in France. It's constant. I think
The Australian one's real similar too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think his name was Preston Dennett. He wrote a book. I hope your viewers read it or take a look at it. It's like the top 100 school sightings, and half of it is based on just the sighting. Another part of it is based on the actual thing landing and trying to communicate with the kids. And I sat there just thinking, were they doing that to prepare us for now, for when they do come back, so we're not so afraid? The kids are more open-minded. I'm not sure, but you have to think about those things and go, you know, kind of art your Arsenio Hall thing.
Things that make you go,
You know, so those were some of the things that we just started thinking about and going, well, what if? And then I hate to play what if games because my favorite what if is, what if worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them. But you have to play that game sometime and just kind of draw it out and then see if you have a hypothesis that can start repeating itself, and then you go, hey, there is something to this.
Well, the real question is, how long have entities been visiting us, and are the same entities visiting us over and over again, or like the Zimbabwe incident, is that like the first time that species has ever been here, of intelligent beings that they can communicate with? They probably don't even have the concept of it, but as they land and interact with people, this might be the first time that this species has interacted with anybody. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with hundreds of billions of stars just in this galaxy alone.
Yeah, and personally, for just my belief in it is that we have millennia of these sorts of encounters all through manuscripts. Even George Washington's got his story.
George Washington has a story?
Yeah, he met a green somebody before he actually went into the
Yo, pull that up, Jane. George Washington had a UFO encounter?
Well, yeah,
Or an entity encounter?
An entity. He just said that this was...
George Washington also had lead poisoning. Shane Gillis has the best bit about George Washington. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's fucking hilarious. About going to the George Washington Museum and seeing George Washington's teeth. And George Washington's teeth, well, no, they were slave teeth. First of all, they knocked some of the teeth out of slaves' mouths, and the other ones were from horses.
Oh my god!
And it was set in, is all in lead. So he had lead in his mouth.
I always thought they were
so his joke is all about like George Washington being fucking mad with lead poisoning, like fucking killing everybody. That's why he's at the front of the boat. He was out of his fucking mind. Yeah. It's a great bit, but the point is like George Washington was being poisoned by medical science at the time. They didn't know that lead was bad for you.
Yeah, it's
crazy. He kept lead in his mouth.
Yeah, but I
well, they didn't know. I know, but like makes you wonder, like, what are we doing right now that? So,
from Ancient Aliens about the founding fathers.
Good enough, solid reference. Ancient Aliens. If it's on Ancient Aliens, it's legit. Yeah, get Giorgio Tsoukalos to say it was. Yeah.
So all those things that happened to those kids, we don't know if it was. I mean, we're hearing stories now that they can mess with your mind. We don't know if they're pushing these kids forward mentally. We don't know if they're, dumbing them down because they know that these kids are going to be the ones that are going to make a difference. Because it all depends on what.
Well, they're all adults now, right?
Yeah.
Are any of them like real exceptional, or any of them like PhDs or something like that?
I have not gone to check any of that, but one of the things that coincides with that I think there was exceptional people usually have to do some exceptional things to get noticed. And I think even if you're exceptional, you may not have fit the right block to get noticed. So that someone was sitting there and go, hey, what's going on in your past, whatever. And then there's a lot of these people they just don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Because of whatever the stigma. But now that the stigma is being lifted, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk will
the
come up
stigma's
and say,
the stigma's being lifted, but people still live with the haunting memory of the stigma being a part of their life. So I think people that have had an experience a long time ago, even though the stigma's lifted, they're still reluctant to talk about it. It's like there's still people that are in the closet. Like homosexuality is like way less taboo than it's ever been in modern history, right? But yet there's still people that have been in the closet for 20 years and they're trapped, and they just like fuck, and they can't be themselves. They can't get out. I think for a lot of people that have had these crazy experiences, they probably
and on X and other platforms as well as just people coming forward trying to speak their truth, and they get shut down by people that have never been there. They're just opinionating.
Yeah, but that's just toxic internet. That's just the
100%. I agree with you.
That's just human beings online. They're just not good at it. We're not good. It's too new. We suck at it. We're real shitty to each other.
Yeah.
You know, and too many people. It's like they're mentally ill. And what I mean by mentally ill is like if you're on Twitter 12 hours a day and you're constantly tweeting before you go to bed, you're mentally ill. You might not think you're mentally ill. Just like when you're an alcoholic, you're mentally ill. If you're a gambling addict, you're mentally ill. You're not well. Right? You're fucking trying to bet your house on a football game. You're out of your fucking mind.
You're addicted.
Yeah, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill if you're on Twitter all day just arguing with people. It's just the nature of the technology and the very crude way that people interact with each other, which leads you to think that as technology evolves and it gets to the point where we're communicating telepathically, like supposedly they can, it sort of eliminates the need to even know our language. They can just come and give us thoughts and express things in a pure way without the need to like decipher it through syntax.
But there's still the worry of misinterpretation because my family was pretty religious. And when I was growing up, they're like, God is omnipotent, God knows everything, God doesn't make mistakes and everything. And then I was like, yeah, that's not exactly true. But if you think that God is omnipotent and is communicating with everybody, how is it that all the leaders of the church have different views on how we're supposed to talk to God? If God is, why isn't he just saying
experience, really?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the NHI. Like you're saying, you'd like to put a pattern to it.
Yeah.
But maybe there's not. There's some, very random things that have happened in other encounters, but there's some of them that do seem to have a concerted effort into, monuments and monoliths that do depictions of what look exactly like graves.
Yeah. The craziest one is in Australia, the one that's on the wall where there's all these dudes with big eyes. I forget where.
There's a couple of places where that
There's
is.
a couple of those cave paintings and like that.
Yeah. Where are those from?
I think there's some. some down in South America.
I saved one. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because I
I've read
saw
so
it
much
the other
stuff
day
like-
online, and it freaked me out so much. I saved it on my phone. I was like, "This is so crazy just to look at."
Yeah, and there's one on the side of a hillside or a cliff face. Yeah. that was-
May I ask what freaked you out?
This, well, because I just sent it to Jamie. We'll take a look at it right here. Jamie, you can run that through a Google search. You can find out where it is, or I'll do that while you put it up on screen. It freaks me out because these people were starving. These people were like barely getting by, right? They have stone tools, and they took the time to draw these things with these like weird helmets on and these big black eyes, which is very similar to so many different encounters that people have. They all describe a very similar thing: a big head with giant black eyes.
So those are the typical grays, but I heard in South America there were people that they showed that picture to, and they called them the ant people because they said they came from underground.
Yo. Well, that's the other question. Like, we're just sort of assuming that these things are definitely from another planet, that they're not here and they haven't been here all along.
Yeah,
But
the
that's just an
Anasazi and the
assumption.
Navajo.
Yeah.
Both
So
of
yeah,
them
these are
have the ant
Aboriginal drawings or Aboriginal paintings.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is from Australia, which is just
Australia.
wild.
And you
all
get
over
them
the
all
world,
over.
all over the world,
Yeah.
and real similar all over the world.
Yeah, you got them in Ireland, Europe, you got them in the United States, Central America.
And the vast majority of those children that saw UAP, that came down to their school, if there was an entity that was there, it was usually the typical gray looking ones that were there.
Well, the ones that they saw in Varginha, Brazil, are kind of similar, but they seem like a darker color. Like, it was almost like a purple, right?
Yeah, with reddish purple or something like that. Yeah.
But they did have the black eyes and the large heads, and
They had horns.
they had horns.
There was a very specific
Well,
thing that he said.
The pictures that we're seeing for Varginha, this one had red eyes. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because a friend of mine contacted me, a mutual friend that we talked about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He was talking about something known as the Dover Demon, and it's over by Dover, Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
And there was supposed to be an incident where a UAP came down and there was a creature, and it looked a lot like the Varginha creature with the red eyes and whatever. So he was asking.
That's what the Varginha thing is? Oh, that's the Dover Demon?
That's the Dover.
Yeah, that looks like a shoe-bill bird, that crazy bird.
Yeah, but he
Doesn't
said it had bright red eyes. And
Oh, fun. Imagine that.
See,
Imagine
like-
running into that thing in the night.
right. So the question was,
Never sleep
Glowing
again.
eyes.
Never sleep again.
all I know is like I told Travis.
It does look a lot like the Varginha one, though.
Yeah.
That is, go back to that last drawing you drew, Jamie. Oh, you pulled up rather. Now, if you can, will you pull up the image of the Varginha drawing? Because they had an artist who talked to little girls. Exactly.
So I told Travis, if you ever get me to come to Skinwalker Ranch, I said, know that I've got a plan. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, I will not be the slowest runner. Okay. However, I will not be the fastest runner because I
went to Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, you did? Well,
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Well, I was doing it for a television show, and we interviewed a bunch of people that lived there. And one guy, there's a lot of people that on tilt, but I think that's a good part of America. I think there's a lot of people. You could find some packets of people in America that are just doing drugs. So I wouldn't say that was what it was, but this one guy that I talked to didn't seem like that at all. He seemed very respectable. I don't remember what he did, but he was a very smart guy, blue collar guy, and lived in this very modest house. And he had this story of this thing that flew into his yard and through his house. And he said it was a small orb, and he said it seemed to be communicating with him. And this guy didn't have any other bullshit stories. He didn't have any claims of just this one experience that he said was beautiful. He said it was incredible, that this thing seemed like it was alive. It seemed like it was communicating with him. And it went right through the walls, and then it went through the wall again and disappeared.
I've had a similar case. So every March I go to Seaside, Oregon because they have a paranormal conference, and I'm not into the paranormal stuff, but my friends are. So I want to listen and I want to learn.
Right.
Because this is me trying to get over my fear of going in there.
You have a fear of paranormal or a fear of being around the people that believe in paranormal?
No, of the paranormal, because of certain things that I've heard from when I was a kid, you know, and you have to overcome some of those childhood fears and stuff like that. So when I was there, I was talking about my app and all this sort of stuff, and these two Asian ladies were watching me walk on the stage, and I was like, why are they looking at me like that? I was like, is my flies down or something? What did I do, you know? And as soon as I stepped off the stage, I said, listen, what are they? What are they? And I was like, what do you mean? She pulls out on her phone the most beautiful, pristine picture of an orb sitting in a doorway. And I'm like, what happened there? And she said, it was my birthday. And she said, all my family was there. And she said, but I got tired, so I was laying down. And she said, I heard like this electrical discharge going on. And she said, it came right through her wall, started floating across her room. She said it got to her doorway. She screamed, and all her family came, and the son, I guess it was, took the picture of the orb. And I was so amazed by her story, I even forgot to ask her to give me a copy of the picture.
How long ago was this?
This was like 2 years ago. Weird.
So fairly modern phone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone. She was they were from Northern California, and they drove up to this thing, and I'm just like, so what happened? She said it actually sat there and did this like a heartbeat, getting bigger and smaller.
Whoa.
And then she said it just kind of went back out the way it came in. And she goes, what are they? You were on the task force. Don't you know about these things? And I was like, whoa, you know, we're not omnipotent. You know, we're trying to learn just like you are. And every year, I've been back there twice now. And every year I go, hey, those two Asian ladies are in here. Can we talk? And they haven't shown back up. But it sounded just like your story of what happened to this other.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was compelling. There was a bunch of other people that had goofy stories of bulletproof wolves that appeared out of the mist and like, okay. They just seemed like some people just wanted to be on TV, which is normal, right? You're right. Show up with cameras, people tell stories. And this is another show that I worked on once. It was called Game Show in My Head. This is pretty funny. We told people. So there was the game show was we would take a contestant. The contestant knew that they were going to pull pranks on people, but they didn't know what the prank was going to be. And so we had a piece in their ear, and we would put them out in the public. And my thing was that I had to tell them that they are a news reporter and that someone had just seen a UFO and had an encounter with an alien right there in Hollywood. But the person who was the witness took off. Would you be willing to go on camera and say it was you? And everybody said yes. They all did. And people had crazy stories. They talked about being abducted and being on the ship and experience, and they were communicating with me. They just fully made up stories. And that was an eye opener for me. I was like, wow.
Yeah, they can.
That was
because the guy who was in on it was shocked too, because he was like, I can't believe it. These people just started fucking lying.
Yeah, when you get aggrandized like that, that's where you kind of have people that do that. It's just to aggrandize and enlarge themselves.
Sure, everybody wants to, especially when you put a camera on people.
But then you get in with other people, like the whistleblowers I know, they're pretty much giving up everything. Like me, you know.
But this guy was not interested in, much attention. He just wanted to tell us his story, and he was a regular dude. Yeah. Like we talked about all kinds of stuff. He had a big trout on his wall. He had a trout. Like when they make trophies out of fish, they don't really make trophies anymore. What they do is they take a photo and the measurements, and then they make like a plastic version of that fish that looks exactly like it. That's how they do it. But this guy had like a real trophy fish that he had mounted. I'm like, they don't even do that anymore. So I started asking him questions and Game Show in My Head. Yeah, that's it. But a long time ago. But the point is, this guy was a sincere dude. He was telling me how he caught the fish. When I'm asking people questions about stuff, I want to know how you think. When I'm talking to some guy that tells me he had an encounter with an orb, I want to hear what you talk about. Like, how do you talk about you at work? How do you talk about you with your kids? How do you treat your dog? How do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get a gauge of this guy. He seems super sincere. Just a regular good guy, very accommodating, very friendly.
You would have made a good analyst.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the thing that we're trying to do as the all source analyst is to look at all aspects of what happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just go in there, the thing that really upsets me is when I was part of the task force was someone just handing me a picture and just going, "So what is it?"
Oh, right.
No context, no
Right,
nothing.
right.
You're just like,
Okay.
you know,
fake.
right? You know,
What the fuck that
so
We put it through the image analyzer.
right. You know, I don't know if you've had any mental issues or
Right.
I mean, someone showed me something that it was a button on the glass, and at first I was like, it looks really intriguing, but there was something about it that was just, it wasn't quite right, and I'm like, I think this is fake, but I don't know why. And then finally the guy said, button on the glass. I was like,
That's the thing that. Do you know that feel? Have you ever seen?
I just sent Anderson a DM about something because I had a question. Because I'm looking for, without going through the contract process, I'm looking for a place to lock tokens. Now,
Photos of miniature cars.
yes, there's that autistic kid that does that.
I was just
really
looking at
good
that
pictures.
yesterday.
Yeah, but what I was getting at, there's something wrong with the car that even in a photo, you know it's not a real car.
Yes,
you know it's a miniature car.
Your brain is very good at that.
It's that's a real weird one because it doesn't make sense. Like there's a perception. You look at it like, oh, that's a miniature car. That's a fake. That's like a Hot Wheel because they're really good now. Like if you pull up a photo of like a miniature Mustang.
There's an autistic kid out there that's all he does. He gets miniature cars and puts them in a real background.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
So these are miniatures. Okay, well that's really good. That's really good. That's a lot better than normal.
Yeah, but
that's really good.
tires are not resting, flat like there's weight to the car.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So the other things as an analyst you look at in the image, it's just you're looking at things like that.
Yeah, that's the kid, 13-year-old kid.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's really good at it because these look, other than what you said, Jay, that you don't see the weight of the tires. But like, okay, that one right there, that Nissan. Click on that one, the blue one. Yeah, that's a Nissan GTR. I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's a fake car. I don't know why.
Yeah, that looks like a model.
But why does it look like a model?
It's got to be that driver's window.
It's the decals to me.
But everything looks pretty fucking good.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it looks good, but there's just little details that your mind is picking up on. Going, it's not quite right.
Right. I mean, there's something about it, right? And what is that? Something about it.
This kind of falls into the area too of when you do see a UAP, something about it is what's telling you that it's a UAP, but you're also looking in your mind's memory bank to say this is fake, this can't be real because it's not doing X, it's not doing whatever.
Right.
And then sometimes you end up going, it's just not real. I'm throwing it out of my head, and then all of a sudden someone either tells you something that makes you go back and go, oh my God, that thing did that, so maybe it was real. Or you see something about it, something weird about it that just triggers you and you're like, oh, OMG. And now your whole thing, your whole view on the whole universe is changing because you're like,
yeah, that's one of the litmus tests I give people when they, because I have a lot of people that ask me, can you vet this guy? he says he's had an encounter, and then I kind of go through the experience because the one that I had in the desert, there was a telepathic kind of a thing that happened during that conversation I had with that gentleman in the desert, and there's parts of that people who only really.
Bitch, so he brings her down, you know what I mean? Like, leaves her in like basically nothingness. It's for him, it's like maybe 30, 45 seconds or 6 months, just nothing, that kind of thing. Anyway, it's really like including your mind as your own slave in a computer system. Rabbi, go ahead, welcome. It seems like you're going to say something about, I'm guessing, South Africa.
No, not at all. I just wanted to say I'm fascinated by the topic that you're referencing right now. As I understand it, it's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan an individual's brain with their consciousness, knowing where every atom is within their central nervous system, the peripheral nervous system, for later download as what you're saying, an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cyber clone of themselves, robot, and ethereal being, really whatever they want, but essentially a possibility of digital immortality. I think it's fascinating.
100%, man. It really is. Like, there's like a kind of a debate about not living forever. But like, if you can upload yourself, and your grandkids can come, your great stuff like that. So yeah, all this stuff fascinates me, and it's like it's right around the corner. It's no longer science fiction.
You're 100% right. Actually, I have a project that's very related to this. Do you mind if I share it with you? Excellent. I stream my life. Hello, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. This is essentially a real-life Truman Show or Big Brother, if you're familiar with those medias. Essentially, this is a time capsule for society. I'm live on more than 10 different streams at any given time for the world to be able to learn in the future about what life is like and more about human existence. We talk about a lot of the things that I think would be of interest to people in this community. In addition, the reason why I do this is because I want world peace. I don't want war anymore. I feel like if we're ever going to get off planet and be able to experience space tourism and terraforming other planets such as Mars and Venus, terraforming other planetoids such as Europa, we need peace here on Earth. I want to be someone who perhaps gets the ability to experience interstellar travel and intergalactic travel, perhaps through mind uploading technology. But first, I think that there are some issues that we have to take care of here on Earth, and a major one is ending world hunger. And I want to do that through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, perhaps even hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and most importantly, desalination plants, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the people of Earth. I feel that these are important technologies that aren't normally being discussed in the mainstream, and I do my best to discuss them on a daily basis. Other things that we discuss on my stream that I think will be of interest to people in here are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like quantum computing, things like de-extinction. If anybody's not familiar with what de-extinction is, it's essentially bringing back once extinct species back to life. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that scientists were able to de-extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific, is founded, and they have it on their list of goals to reintroduce by the year 2028 or within the next 3 years the woolly mammoth. And they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants and reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle within the next 3 years or so. And following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I just find to be absolutely fascinating. I don't know why these ideas aren't more mainstream. And I do my best on a daily basis to promote peace and love everywhere through my daily behavior. One other thing I'd like to mention as well for everyone in here, there's an opportunity, perhaps, as I've discussed previously, with digital immortality, but even just life extension technology. Things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, things like cold shock therapies, cryonics, cryogenics. These are all opportunities for people to be able to extend the normal life expectancy of approximately 80 years old into age 100, 120. And I just want you all to know that I'm an advocate for these types of futuristic discussions. One last one on which I'm a major advocate is the discussion of alien disclosure. I feel is not a topic that's taken very seriously in the mainstream, and I'd like to change that. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I talk about all that stuff, and like we should definitely have a conversation. So like, if you want to get into any of that, like we could definitely crack against that. Like you mentioned a couple things, like cloud seeding and all this kind of stuff. You know, we have to be very careful. We start manipulating complex systems that we don't fully understand. So you know, there's a lot of dangers in that. So I mean, just there's a lot of hubris that you know we have so much power to. You know, not only do good, which I'm all for, but to do harm.
Most certainly, but there's nothing to fear about cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is currently done once a week in Dubai, and no danger is done. It essentially provides the natural plants and organisms of the United Arab Emirates with necessary. Okay.
Side effects of the mRNA vaccine. You think of that?
Oh, I certainly think there are.
I'm just kind of like I'm pushing buttons because I think we can have a fucking really interesting conversation. All right, so yeah, along with that, and listen, I'm all for and I'm sorry if I sound like a dick when you first got out here, but like I'm 100% for peace, humanity. You know, I'm on team you, but geez, like okay, so. What is your main focus? What's really the most interested in? What's pushing for is
world peace.
Okay, so as far as world peace, is it humans' nature to go to war? I mean, because probably there is that scarcity of resources. What do you think about that? What do you think about the petrodollar? And what do you think about how you think the rocket would go up?
I think personally that there are people in the world who want world war and who want everlasting war. They're generally the heads of the military-industrial complex, but I think probably about 99% of all people on Earth do not want war. They want a world where there is peace and that war is something of the past so that they can focus on some of the technologies that we discussed, including space tourism, terraforming other planets, and interstellar travel.
I'm with you on that 100%. Okay, so I think one of the most important things, and this is straight from Elon Musk, is that we need to expand on other planets. And that kind of thing. How do you think you have an opinion about orbits?
Please enlighten me.
I meant is essentially this is a scientist called Van Neumann, Walker. But anyway, so Van Neumann is essentially orbit and use the sun around it in its environment to replicate itself to create another version of itself. It's like a virus or like whatever. But think about like if you're going to actually the most efficient way to explore or to colonize the universe would be self-replicating. Same way that compound interest will become a so the most likely single universe encounter being gray aliens or whatnot, there are actually self-replicated worlds. That actually would make the most sense mathematically if you're going to explore the universe based on just the vast distances.
Well, as an advocate for alien disclosure, I think there is a lot of evidence that aliens have been on Earth for perhaps the entirety of human existence. We may have been seated here, perhaps by a higher intelligence, and that Earth is somewhat like a human zoo or some type of experiment that we do not know the full reasoning behind. But there is a lot of evidence that perhaps this may be, Earth may be a project of the Zeta Reticuli civilization.
The Anunnaki, there's lots of different, almost identical murals holding the bags, stuff like that. Genetically engineered workers. 100%. I mean, there's actually lots of that. There's something that we can say it's not even like we can do it again. But yeah, no, 100% with you on that. And not to mention some of the, when they said we were research together, the technology and just the precision of some like the pyramids, the Tebe, to just on and on and on.
100%. And Han Solo, you should know I did not think that you were being disrespectful at the beginning of my discussion. If you are more interested in anything that I've said,
Actually talk here. I'm not like I mean interested. I'm interested, but all right. So how about this? Like, tell me, what do you know about the Epidraios effect and the flatness?
yeah, so basically, what I understand from that is mostly from Joe Rogan and his guests. The man's name, Graham Hancock, if you're familiar with who that is. But I'm in no way an expert on that. I've really just been a learner. But I do think that it is an idea that has not been given enough credibility. Some of these, what I feel are legitimate archaeologists, legitimate scientists, are discredited by being called pseudoscientists and things like that. And I think it's very disrespectful. I think that there is not only a military industrial complex, but certainly a scientific complex where people feel as if they didn't learn it in higher academia, then it cannot exist. And I really think that that's unfortunate.
100% agree. Well said. Go ahead, Joel. You know what? I don't know how many Christians are on tonight. I'm actually a Christian. The mythology around this it's hard to put on. If you more and more people legitimately, like people are saying that if you take a look at a lot of mythologies, like if I look at let's say American mythology, like the Algonquins, the Hurons, if you read their mythologies, they also describe the flood that North America used to flood from water, which is crazy as this sounds. During the last ice age, depending where you were, you would have thought that the overall was nothing but water. But the more water they became is Noah's Ark. Do I believe that it was Noah's Ark? The animals marched out 2 by 2. No, I don't think it went down that way. But is it true that there was a flood roughly between 12 to 15,000 years ago? Scientists will say yes, there was. Like in North America, there's no doubt. Like how all the things for, but the scientists will admit that yes, it was. They just don't say Noah's Ark. I just find it interesting that some of these things where when they call locations a fairy tale, it's not really a fairy tale. It's like there was a flood of some kind. Their answer when they say it is unprepared for the next flood. That's the story. That's what the story is. Every major civilization, from the Chinese, the Africans, on and up, every major civilization has a flood myth. Every single one of them. Yeah, so it's a strange thing. But I could ask Rabbi, because Rabbi is not
No, I am a real rabbi. Yes, absolutely. And real rabbis can believe in aliens. I didn't take it as a negative. No, I am perhaps more of an open-minded rabbi than some traditional rabbis, but I don tefillin every day. I do my best to keep kosher. I light candles, all of the things that an Orthodox individual does.
What do you mean by like a kosher, like alien. It comes out the big gray head with the little I'm just up there. I'm just thinking.
No, that's fine. Well, generally, for an animal to be kosher, it needs to have split hooves and chew its cud. So if there was an alien that perhaps had split hooves and chewed its cud, then there's the opportunity that it may be deemed as a kosher animal.
Maybe aliens. Well, we just jumped like a hole. Maybe this legend.
You might know that we were talking earlier about if, like, Ezekiel could describe what he saw as UFO or alien, it would translate better to the way people interpret the phenomenon in the sky to this day. Am I wrong?
I'm completely in agreement with you, Kyle. Essentially, Ezekiel's wheel or Hezekiah's wheel is really something that perhaps could not be described using the words that existed thousands of years ago, and thus it was described as a wheel when we today would probably call it a UAP or a UFO or some kind of non-human intelligence.
I like him too, actually. Welcome, Ribbon. Actually, he's doing ice cream. For this. Anyway, something interesting about alien evolution. You know how you tell like a prey animal is opposed to a predator? You can tell a couple of ways. One is by the position of their eyes.
Correct.
That eye facing forward, as opposed to like a predator has their eyes facing forward, like human beings or predators. So we have better distance, tracking. We have a whole bunch of different things that we can some things we movement. Prey animals have eyes on the side of their head, so you can see your deer, your whatever, because they have a wider degree of vision. There's lots of things that you can look at. This, that, the other thing, but like you can tell a lot by just like the description.
I thought it was like your innate ability to sense danger is like your first response to and that's where like I believe like people have encounters. I've had an encounter, and I believe that some have very terrible stories about being abducted and horrible shit being done to them. I can't relate to it because in my experience, I wasn't actually afraid, and I don't believe anything really harmful happened to me. In fact, I believe something really great, grand, and unbelievable did. But that was my fear perspective. It wasn't from my eyesight. It was from this, this origination within my heart energy sensory system.
Kyle, could you please elaborate? Most certainly. Well, I believe that we perhaps were seated here, as I previously said, by an extraterrestrial race. Not exactly sure which one. Some people reference the Anunnaki, some people reference it in the film. I personally think that it has to do with Zeta Reticuli in Orion's belt, if you're familiar with that. Essentially, I think that when we get into Adam and Eve, these are stories that ancient peoples utilized to be able to best describe some type of origin story, but they didn't have the science nor the history to be able to understand people many light years away. As I understand, Orion's belt is something like 36 light years away. They didn't have that type of understanding, so they had to essentially document in the best way possible some type of origin story, and the way that made best sense to them is through perhaps the origin of two different people being the parents of all nations. I would tell you that is a nice tradition that we certainly have as people here on Earth, but I'm more science focused, and I want to know more than just what people wrote thousands of years ago and people have essentially relied on. And so I've done my best to study what happens when people are abducted by aliens and what they have said these people or these beings have communicated to them. And from what I understand, at least under some circumstances, that there is a dual star system in Orion's belt known as Zeta Reticuli. The importance of it having multiple stars is that that's essentially twice as much energy to be able to allow the civilization there to evolve at a faster pace than what we have here on Earth. And essentially, that at some point, that civilization was able to overcome gravity and anti-gravity and be able to bend space-time to be able to travel here on Earth and perhaps use Earth as some type of experiment. I'm not sure for all of the reasons. Some people say, especially in ancient texts, that humans were developed to be able to mine gold. Other people say that it's perhaps from our glandular systems, for the ability for these aliens to be able to essentially utilize some of our secretions. I'm not exactly sure of any of that, but what I do know is that there's a lot more that is going on in the universe than perhaps the mainstream is willing to discuss. And I do not have that same fear. I feel that these types of conversations are very beneficial to the people of the world, and especially those people such as Kion and other people who have had some type of connection to perhaps other worlds or other people. They should be listened to and taken very seriously. And I want you to know that I take your stories very seriously.
The first alien abduction stories that became mainstream, and they ended up drawing like independently the same star system, okay, which ended up being Zeta Reticuli. So that's where that whole thing came from. So
that's correct.
There's also go back to the Xenia, like 33 Watchers who came down and greeted with the women of Earth, that kind of thing. So I mean, a lot of this describing it in biblical language could have been genetic engineering programs. Adam and Eve could have been the first ones that were actually integrated with extraterrestrial DNA, that kind of thing. So you're right, they didn't really have that language. But as far as the Nephilim, that's a whole different story. So that's like basically these humans of old is what they say. So that the angel of the 33 that were cards and watching over humanity came down, basically begged the girls, and I could put that better. And their sons were the Hercules, the metaphor now, but they're children after that were the Nephilim, which were giants, which cannibal ships, and that is usually cited as the reason for the biblical.
And it very well could be. I think that these are really just a collection of stories that ancient peoples essentially compiled in order to make sense of the world in which they live. I think, and I'm in agreement. I mean, if really we have the idea of alien abductions being a real aspect of human existence, then there would perhaps be some similarities if people were being abducted throughout other areas of the world, so that these stories could perhaps be passed along and the two civilizations would never have met.
Let's be real. Because even Jesus came to give us the truth, and yet we sacrificed him. Who would be able to deliver you and every human on earth? Who would be the authoritative power? How would we recognize and honor the absolute truth coming down from God himself or herself? You know what I mean? Like, how would you even define truth and that it's relatable across the entire planet? That delivery.
It's an excellent question. Really, it's a philosophical question that I think probably takes some discussion.
Exactly. So
But
it's provoking.
what?
I have my hand raised, so I wanted to ask you when you speak on simulation theory with your biblical stuff. But I'm sorry.
Certainly, at least when you discussed the Nazarene and his the perhaps events that occurred with the Jesus of Nazareth, or what is traditionally discussed within Christianity. While I'm not an expert in Christianity, I feel as if one aspect of that story is not really discussed very much, and that's the idea of the Immaculate Conception, and that Mary, his mother, as I understand it, could have perhaps been an alien abductee and had. Wait, that there's nothing necessarily incorrect to say this if we're looking at it from a scientific perspective, and she would not have had the words. I mean, as I understand, she was like around age 13 or so. She was a younger woman, and she would not have had the education nor the words to be able to describe what actually happened to her. And when she tried to communicate to the authorities that she had essentially had some type of relationship with a higher being, perhaps that was best described as God, she wasn't taken seriously. But I am someone who takes alien abduction very seriously and think that it's been happening perhaps on Earth for thousands of years. And if that is true, I think that story could have a lot more legitimacy than what many people in the mainstream want to say.
Is a dove of light above my head after my contact, and then also this weird crown of light coming off my forehead. And we all know the crown of light depicted in all the ancient art and history, right? A crown around the head. I'm going to post that for you, Rabbi, because I think that you might find it as especially important as that I do, but not many people you see believe in the same way, and I will mute. Thank you.
There's so much evidence of something going on that we don't know about. I mean, admitted by the government, anybody who looks into anything. There's so much smoke. There's no evidence. There's no kind of. Let the rabbis do that. It's like your rabbi is actually kind of interesting as far as this stuff goes. And I agree with you. You can be dogmatic, but also be a critical thinker. And just like I find I like this guy, and I find looking at him a really interesting conversation.
Well, thank you. Yes, so I mean, I have the traditional learning of my rabbinical colleagues and making smicha, which is rabbinical ordination. But I also think that I'm a scientist. Really, the term rabbi just means teacher at its core. And I'm someone who teaches on many different subjects, including kosher living and Orthodox living, but also on futurism and really aspects of society that I feel are very scientific. And really, at the heart of what I do is I'm a learner, and I just do my best to teach people that which I've learned along the way. Frankly, when it comes to what Keon had said, her experience, I feel that people become far too dogmatic and want to reject things that aren't of their perhaps background or their religion. And I am someone who I feel is a very forward thinker. I am someone who is an advocate for religious monism, which is basically embracing that which unites us more than that which divides us. Even within Judaism, we have far too many things that divide us within Judaism, and I'm sure that happens within Christianity and Islam as well, and really every faith. And at the core, at least of Western religions, we're all Abrahamic religions, and we have many things in common. And thus, I'm someone who is very positive to perhaps forget or not emphasize as much that which divides us, and to emphasize that which unites us. We are all humans. We all could have been born in different countries at different times, as different genders, as different races, and it just this is how the cards kind of fell. And really, I'm someone who recognizes that we are all perhaps children of perhaps Abraham in some way, and if not that, then perhaps of the previous ancestors that we have had the privilege to descend from.
100%. It's the spirit of the message. We can argue about the minutiae details, but it's, if you look at the overall message, it's just don't be a dick.
Absolutely. It's treat others the way that you want to be treated. That is the whole rule.
Yeah, exactly. And let's just shift things a little bit more. Let's let Sean go. Go ahead, Sean. I was just going to say one last, just I could definitely drop it as my science to start just breaking out. I've always been guys that, I always thought once you have the technology, I always thought the universe is TV with life. Some people think there's no life, this is it, there's no aliens, there's no life, no nothing. I always thought just thought to get something that's living 20,000 feet from the ocean under that pressure, I'm sure there must be other different forms of life that we just really can't conceive of. You know, we think of like carbon type life, but I always think that there's like, I don't know, that's my 2 cents anyway. I just think it's phenomenal. You know, once we get there. So, excellent point, man. So there's something called the Drake equation. There are stars, suns, stars in our universe, and every grain of sand on the entire planet, listen again, that bears repeating. There are more stars, suns in the universe than every grain of, think about the last beach you were on. Not just that beach, every beach you've ever been on, there are more stars. That planet is stars than every grain of sand on the entire planet. So if we think Grace equation, it's basically the most pessimistic estimates of, people say like the better development multis, like, they're shooting hundreds of thousands of intelligence, it's insane. But I'm curious to hear the rabbi's thoughts on this, the Fermi paradox. Where are they? Is it a filter? Is it dark core? I mean, like, you tell me right now.
Well, the Drake equation is something that's had a profound impact on me. It was one of the first pieces of evidence, scientific evidence, that led me to be an advocate for alien disclosure. I would say that the perhaps zenith of evidence that I found that really convinced me of aliens, UFOs, extraterrestrials being a reality is Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project, if anybody is familiar with that. This was a press conference that took place at the National Press Club in the year 2001, specifically, I believe, early May 2001, where he had a dozen or so different witnesses and experts in UFOs and aviation who really, I believe, tell a very convincing story that we are not alone. If you're looking for data, we have data there from the FAA. If you're looking for military evidence, there's evidence from the military. If you're looking for space evidence, I know that there are people there who worked at NASA who talked about how NASA has to airbrush UFOs out of photographs before they're seen by the public. This was a really life-changing event in my life when I first saw it. And then from there, I really dug down the rabbit hole of what MUFON was and about what, the different types of races of aliens could have been or what they may be. And it, you can get into a lot of, I would say, disclosed evidence that occurred after the fall of the Soviet Union. There's a lot of KGB documents that document over 100 different kinds of alien races that have had communication or contact with Earth. Additionally, I've seen an amazing documentary called The Top Secret KGB UFO Files. It stars and it's narrated by Roger Moore, who was a James Bond actor. And within this documentary, there is video footage of a crashed UFO that took place in the Soviet Union in the 1960s. You see a KGB, it's from multiple camera angles as well. And you see a KGB representative basically telling the soldiers of what to record. And I think that these types of activities have been hidden from the public, but I am an advocate for their disclosure globally. And when that happens, it will have a major effect on society. Even just one aspect of this, the idea of anti-gravity, would change physics forever. That means that force fields can be real. That means that perhaps the bending of space-time could be reality. That means that levitation could be a truth. And when that happens, it will open up a lot of people's eyes as to not only what the possibilities are, but how much we've been lied to as well. And that's why there is a complex that wants to keep much of this information away from the public. Go ahead, Tom.
A lot of the people who come out with 0-point energy type secret, reverse engineering, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, if we actually do have access, and we talked about 0.8 earlier, I mean, this definitely did get the thing, even the stationary objects are whatnot. And all the way back to World War II, like the Foo Fighters, the band, good rock band, but they were early sightings of flying fish, flying stalkers, like Foo Fighters, and the Russians thought it was we do it with the Russian. Since then, we've been trying, have been reverse engineering these things, that it got to this about signals we have crash biological, materials, stuff like that. So it's super, super interesting. Most people don't even pay attention. But also, I was thinking along the lines of how people absolutely acclimating us, how much money that they put into, Hollywood, everything put together to the third kind, whatever, the Independence Day, they've been slowly preparing us for disclosure. Here, I find incredible, but so I've been like that for a long time. I think it's fun to broad, or basically being, part of the letter agency disclosure program. And we can get into this, but it's interesting shit, right? All right, go ahead.
So the 0 point energy, I'm not trying to totally draw attention to myself, but I'll use it for example in this situation. It's utilizing energy basically, as I say, out of nothingness, except we have all these other unknown elements or quarks, which is where I gather my name. It's a cosmic quark. And when I had, after I had this encounter, so let's pretend I'm telling the truth, right? I had a telepathic exchange with, an alien looking being, and then I captured a dove of light above my head afterwards, because I felt like this electrified. I felt like this presence. It was just unreal. I shake and selfie. So I literally captured a dove of light above my head. Now I look like a green dragon. That's fine. To me, that's what it was, though, right? And that's biblical. That's historical. The second point being is the upper picture I took, and you can see the crown of lights up in the nest. The crown of light coming out of my forehead, but my hair around my ears standing straight freaking up, electrified. I'm telling you, I was taking selfies, and then I caught this weird snake ladle coming in, which is also depicted in a lot of Egyptian, art. It's like a snake in the head. What if all of that is actually really real? And from my 0 point energy, I was able to utilize that experience, the content that I had, and manifest, a sort of evidence. And that would be my creation from 0 point energy then, right? Because it's kind of unexplainable, except it is.
That 0 point energy might be a power source that
Well, you're absolutely right. Many people who have experimented with 0 point energy have been unalived or died under very interesting circumstances. The one that comes to mind to me is Stanley Meyer with the water-fueled car. And essentially, the story goes that he was able to develop a car that worked on water and or was powered by water, I should say. It ran on land and was at I believe it was a Cracker Barrel in Ohio, meeting with some executives from yeah, exactly. And he stated that he was poisoned and died essentially in the parking lot. I feel that these types of stories are far too common, and for anyone who tries to investigate them, then they end up being killed as well, or dying under mysterious circumstances in either developing very fast cancers or dying in a plane crash or dying in an automobile accident. I personally am an advocate for 0 point energy. And I will say this, I'm an advocate for other energies as well, that I feel that we should not fear, such as nuclear power. I feel nuclear power is essentially one of the greatest miracles that we've been able to achieve scientifically, and both fusion power, slamming of atoms together, and fission power, tearing them apart. These are miraculous opportunities to be able to become energy independent off of fossil fuels. But I'm also an advocate for types of technology that aren't that isn't currently being utilized, such as tidal power. If anybody's familiar with what tidal power is, it's essentially taking turbines and putting them in the ocean and just allowing Earth's natural waves to be able to create power. I mean, really, to be able to create power.
I realize we identified zero-point energy as only being technologically based and not, human based as well. My apologies.
No need to apologize. No need to apologize. Other types of technology that I don't feel that we are exploring is geothermal energy, where you take a pipe, basically stick it in the ground, and allows Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. Many times, this type of technology is hidden from the public, or it's not discussed in mass. And I feel as if probably within a generation, if we were to emphasize some of these types of technologies, we could be completely free of fossil fuels. And I would also like to say that I'm a major advocate of the hydrogen car as opposed to the electric car. I think the electric car perhaps is better than some aspects of petroleum cars, but electric cars need lithium and they need cobalt, and those all need to be mined. And the earth that occurs within the electric car industry. And then additionally, you need to power those electric cars, and many times, at least in the United States, that's done through coal. I feel as if hydrogen is the future of automobiles, perhaps maybe within a generation or two. And the reason why I say that is hydrogen is the most abundant resource, the most abundant element in the entire universe. And its carbon footprint is zero. It essentially emits nothing but water vapor, and thus these are types of discussions that I feel are not being discussed in the mainstream, and I do my best on a daily basis to discuss them. And I'm glad that Han Solo, you are an advocate, as is everybody else in here, for a change in the zeitgeist of humanity and focusing on some of these amazing technologies that we have at our forefront.
The thing is, it was a cost-benefit ratio. Like, I've been working with GM, Motors, for a long time, and I remember 15 years ago, they had hybrid cars. Okay, so it's awesome. It goes by you. It sounds like, before, the electric car went by you, now, like that sound. I'm like, what the hell was that? Anyway, I asked the guy, I was like, why are you using these? Because, the car that you would spend $25,000, $30,000 for at the time would be $120,000. So there is a bringing to market cost benefit, things like that. That's pretty simple with that. Also, as far as, yes, nuclear, there's potential for, bad stuff to happen. But at the same time, if you look at the amount of deaths that farmers are caused by nuclear as opposed to other energy sources, natural coal, natural gas, whatever, it's power is not so much more efficient and safer
Yes, so in regards to this event that happened in Washington, D.C., apparently it was a plane coming from, I believe, Wichita, Kansas into um, what is Ronald Reagan Airport, but DCA, and it hit a. It's been reported in multiple ways. Initially, it was a police helicopter, but now I've heard, at least on the radio, that it is a army helicopter. I'm not exactly sure which, but it was a Black Hawk helicopter that the plane ended up crashing into the Potomac, and there are ambulances on site. I know that President Trump has been made aware of the situation. It's a really sad situation. You know, just best wishes to everyone involved and their families and such. Uh, if I may, just we can continue on the issue with the plane crash, but before doing so, I would just like to say, in terms of batteries, I'm an advocate of moving away from the lithium battery into other types, and what they've been able to do and patent some of this technology. The two major types of batteries of which I am an advocate are the Americium battery. You may not know what an Americium battery is, but these are the batteries that are in smoke detectors, that if you like, more modern smoke detectors, not the kind that you have to replace the battery every 6 months or whatever, but they last for about 7 years. These types of batteries, I feel, are perhaps much more beneficial to society. And then, really, even more than Americium batteries, there's a type of battery known as a gravity battery that uses the microgravity of the Earth to always consistently charge a device. So, for instance, a gravity battery in your phone would be charged by just moving it slightly from your purse into your pocket, or perhaps just using the microgravity that exists currently.
Used to do the watches in the olden days. What was that called? Hold on. What's another time? Please. The trend of watches like that too. Good.
Yes, so there are watches that have like that in the past, and I think that this type of technology is something that we aren't utilizing, and it's not even being discussed. I mean, people here might have Americium batteries in their own home, and they just don't even know what's powering those types of smoke detectors and some of the other objects that may utilize this type of technology. It's one of those things that the people who control the world want you to just essentially consume and obey, and they don't want you asking questions. They don't want you looking into any of these scientific advancements. I really think that that is a shame. Thank you.
Well said, sir. 100%. They want you just smart enough to run the machines, not smart enough to question anything.
Exactly. They like us to be useless eaters and nothing more. That's how they view us. And I'm someone who feels that that humanity, I want to give hope to humanity. That's why I live stream my life. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I essentially do my best to be uncancelable. I have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to any of my streams that are going. And essentially, I think people will be able to study my life and these types of discussions into the future like a real life Truman Show. And I think it'll be very beneficial to society. We only see video as perhaps being a two-dimensional pictorial representation of what's going on. But with augmented reality, I think specifically at a university level and in higher academia, people will be able to study my life and other people's lives to know how many heartbeats per minute somebody has, how many blinks per minute, swallows per minute, breaths per minute, to know what the dew point is. And then eventually you'll be able to remove different layers of people's bodies, people's skin, people's people's muscular and skeletal makeup, eventually to be able to see into someone's cranium, into someone's brain, and actually know what they're thinking when they're on camera. These are things that may seem like science fiction currently, but in the future, I think they will become science fact, and that's very exciting for me.
I can already do it wirelessly and sort of the mobile. Definitely talk more. 100%. to let the unicorn know he just came up. If you'd like to say something, please feel free. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's all right. I got it. Just been listening to you guys. I'm all of it. I think I'm reasonable. I get that. So, you guys, it's ridiculous. So, I believe that. So, what I'm going to be here, and I'm thankful for you, like anyone in this space, is that it is great. Extraordinary claims that require extraordinary proof. But like the amount, like you were saying, the amount of sightings, the amount of things from the military, thousands of people to swim against it. There's so much at this point. The burden is no longer on us, although it is our I will agree with you. I will 100% agree with you. We need some undeniable, concrete that is beyond dispute. Yes. Yes. 100%. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. And all right. Stories are what we've always had to allow our the evolution of humanity and brain, heart, mind programming existence. Stories. There's never been unequivocal proof of any religion, right, as being the total true religion. We'll never find that with the UFO thing. And you were here earlier, but I posed the question, is the true question of humanity. It is, even if, who would it be that you would believe that would lay on a platter in front of your face the absolute truth? Is it God? What does he look or she look like? How would it be delivered to you? Then how would you then believe it? Because we are absolutely going to always question everything, and we are not going to be able to fully find the truth. I feel that we need to physically see. I think it's spiritually found. Seek and you shall find. And then, even then, you can't prove that to anyone else. Why? Because they haven't sought the same pathways you have. So, it was a good question. But again, I ask you, what would you, and what would it take for you to have the absolute truth delivered in front of you? And in order for you to have that full evidence in belief? Absolute truth. I understand that you're getting things. I've seen the alien craft, an alien lands on the White House. It gets out and says, hi. How would that measure in your mind with what you were taught your whole life? Like, it would rock you. I trust me on that. And then how would it play? Some people see things more than others. So I think everybody here, actually kind of understand a lot of the context of what's going on there. So it's like it should. Whatever. But the point is, I don't need to understand the existence of the universe. If an alien landed on the White House lawn and got out and said, hello. The AI can produce that. We can totally AI generate that, and it can be totally fake. Project. Yeah, so go ahead. I'm sorry, but can't you say that?
Shut the fuck up. Dog, shut the fuck up. Come on, let me talk. If you want evidence, I put evidence in the purple pill and also posted above. It is a 1969 UFO crash retrieval site from the KGB. And if you want to be skeptical, watch it. It takes 3 minutes, and then debate me on it. I'll debate you all day long on this subject.
Especially something like this, to be extremely cautious, skeptical, and to really, hard science is what we need.
I agree, and that's why I've provided evidence. And if you haven't seen it, I'm saying I will wait 3 minutes for you to watch the video, and then come back to me. This is hard evidence. This is an alien craft on Earth with people. It's 3 minutes. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. Thank you. No. I'm talking about. Literally, you can just watch it. It's a crash UFO with KGB. So one KGB leader and then Russian soldiers essentially examining the crash site. It is the best video that I've ever seen of an actual UFO to date.
To the eyes of the believer, we can all look at anything. We can look at the Black Hawk crashing into that airplane, and we can come up with a million scenarios. And that could actually all be CGI created and media created. We wouldn't even know why, because we weren't there. We're watching something.
So to look, unless you've actually seen it, we're not on the same page. Okay, if you've actually seen that, no one else is providing evidence. I'm providing evidence of a crashed UFO. I'm willing to take 3 minutes for you guys to watch it and then talk to me about it. This is real evidence. That's what I'm doing. So I've given evidence. Now, in terms of, okay, well, how do we verify this video? Well, it took place not long before, but at least pre-AI, pre-CGI. It's a video from the 1990s that was leaked after the fall of the Soviet Union. Additionally, and within a longer documentary, they talked and verified that the soldiers' uniforms are all from that era, and that there's credibility that this is the first actual UFO video that was leaked from the Soviet Union that has made it into the mainstream. Just take a look at it and then tell me what you don't think is true about it, and then we can debate that. But if we don't actually have any evidence, then we're just going to talk around each other. I've provided evidence. Take 3 minutes, watch it, and then talk about it. Excellent. So it is. I see it in the. It's the last thing that I posted. It says Russia KGB UFO crash site footage, 1969. Russian military agents examining the crash site of a flying saucer type crash. Vintage UFO footage. You don't see that? Okay, excellent. So, what do you think on cover? Unconventional. That's absolutely respectable, unconventional. Keep in mind, it is part of an hour and a half long documentary that goes into much more into the verification of it. I just provided evidence of a craft from a. Dog, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. Doug, we know what the fucking blood looks like. Doug, shut up. Shut up. Dog, this guy's too long. Too long. I have to take a piss. I think I've said this before. Some of these guys talk for too long. Dog, we get it. You fucking sold it. Dog, shut the fuck up. This is why I hate spaces. They just let these motherfuckers talk and talk and talk and talk when nobody has anything interesting to say but I. Yeah, just like me. Cool. That's a fucking great story, and everybody can enjoy your story. No one gives a fuck, dog. No one gives a fuck. Joe, I wonder what that fucking girl's name is. Angry Imps. There's no maybe I'll go like this. Like this. Can I search? That's such bullshit. So I have to go through 30,000 fucking people? What is that motherfucker's name? Right. That motherfucker, I remember him. Damn, it's cold. Cream. What the fuck is that bitch's name? Cringe. He was supposed to be bigger than this. No war. I remember her. Her birthday's like March 3rd. Angry. Damn, how long ago did we fucking do this? Like 2 years ago I was doing this. That was 2 years ago with those people. I didn't even know what a fucking NFT was though. No, that wasn't her. She was a nurse. What the fuck happened to that girl? Hashtag stay angry. And she also used reword gems. I don't know if I did. Mickey Dankhausen. This is Manny. I remember him. AJ, I remember this motherfucker. Legend Queen Red 3. That's her. Dog. What happens here? Yo, what up? You ready? I'm in the Discord. Get your ass in here. Dog, I'm right here. Nice job, big dog. We have other people enjoying life in the Discord. How you living, pimp? How are you living, pimp? You want me to contact your boyfriend?
contact my girlfriend.
All right, same thing. Whatever he wants to be today. Here we go.
Trans.
What's up, big dog?
Trans right.
You ready?
There's only two genders.
Yo, dog. Okay. Guess I gotta go back to being a dick slinging dude.
I'm a legendary Pokemon, so doctor.
Okay. Dude, why is it? This thing sucks. Yo, pimp, how you living? What the fuck is this shit? Come on, Riser. Riser, what the fuck, man? You know we do this every fucking night. We've done it for like months now. And he's over here like it's a surprise every fucking time. Yo, dog. What is this bullshit? There he is. There he is. It's on like Donkey Kong. Hey, kids, we had 15 people in here today. Dude, I'll spam you all fucking day, all fucking night. We had 15 people in here today. That's a lot in my world. All right. All right, man. Zoot's in. Why isn't Riser in? I was calling you to get your ass in here. There you go. All right, Riser, you're up. Which is such an advantage on this whole home field advantage, host advantage, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Newfie.
Oh, copycat. Wow.
Yes.
Actually, that might go in. Do it. You need to like count the amount every time.
10 out of 10. I love it, Zoo. I love playing this game with you guys so much. I just want you to know that. That's a great shot. That is not a great shot at all. Oh, boy.
I don't even know what the strategy is here, so figure out the way go around, but then you'll have to
I have an amazingly risky shot that I could pull off. Oh, man. Okay, what about this?
Best case scenario.
I'm gonna.
That might run.
That was fucking Newfie. No, Zoot. Zoot's like a child in a playpen.
Bitcoin Obama on amphetamine.
Did you know that Bitcoin Obama's on amphetamine?
What amphetamine?
All of them?
Do you think amphetamines are like a potent?
I mean, it can be to some people. I think they're okay.
Prescribe them to the kids for ADHD.
Which I've never really understood. It's like, hey, these kids are like acting rambunctiously, so let's give them extra fucking speed. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I took out the tree. Just bump forever.
I don't think it's possible for him to bump me. Is he?
Yeah, no, he starts on the right side of the tee box.
Oh, that's a tough shot. Zoot, what are you doing? Did my thing freeze?
Yes, my thing is glitching. Not loading. Okay,
There he is.
That's it. Press back. Typical Zoom fashion. Late.
Are you fucking serious with that? That's some bullshit.
Oh no! Come on.
New fee. Come on, Zoot. Make it. Oh, he did. What a dick move.
Bullshit whole place, man. He literally missed the first shot. No way, dude.
Yo, pimp.
Remember that time where I fucked over Russell and you forgot about it?
Oh, dude, I've been thinking about it 24/7, man. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen. That was so fucking hilarious. Hit me.
You're never gonna win another game where you're ahead by 1 point or trying to come back.
How did I fuck you over?
How do you not know the answer to that question?
Like, what happened when I was on?
Did not give me the tweak that I needed.
Does it change the point of sequence?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't give
Which I think is bullshit.
Why would you do that?
Why not? You had a really easy shot. And I had a really difficult shot.
Actually did me a service. Thank you.
How did I do you a service?
Right, run me. Did you hit my ball on
Are we gonna miss?
What are you gonna do, big dog? No way. No way.
So I was looking at flights to Los Angeles. It's like first one on Gold Coast.
There you go. Zoot won the hole.
When I go to LA, I'm lighting to spend like 20 grand plus.
Stop the ball. Stop the ball.
What are you gonna spend $30,000 on? Like a mansion, Airbnb?
Hookers. There you go, big dog.
This is not financial advice.
Change when you say that's RETARDED to that's ridiculous. You'll sound better in the future.
That's developmental disability. Your decision.
Bullshit.
By the way, no one can hear the other people talking in recording. I'm not sure. Is there going to be some technology that comes up that
Yeah, Discord can.
makes the audio quality improve?
Wait, what do you mean nobody can hear?
Like I've watched your streams and not hear anyone else but you talking.
Well, I'm the only one that matters. The other cameras can hear them. Not this camera, but that camera and those cameras. And I've got a device right next to you on Instagram that can hear you.
think you have my permission to record me.
I don't need it. Discord gives me that permission. I talked to Mr. Discord. He said it's okay.
Just record people without permission.
Oh, what a great shot, Roger. Oh, no. Never mind. Dog, it says 24/7 live stream. I tell everybody that I'm recording them like 1,000 times a day. Zoot's turn. Wow, Zoot is... What, Zoot? You're up. Did he... There he is. Water.
Too much research required is going to zero.
Dude, bank it off the barn and hit the hole. Or just put it in your... No, you have to bank it off the barn and it. Or block my ball, or whatever. Physics delusion if I missed the shot. No, I have to, sorry.
I've won by default. Oh, good shot, Zoot.
In 2020, though, he pointed to the 700X a year later. In 2020, there was a dog going to the 700X a year later. That one didn't have a hat. This one has a hat. This one must be good. This one must do better.
Are you fucking serious?
Only way you make actual money on that is if you're an insider.
No, you can buy now. I think it's probably going to be honest, it has a hat.
Am I missing something? Is Zoot taking like a really long time?
Yeah, he does that all the time. It's so annoying.
How did I miss the shot so many fucking times?
You ready for the rush?
This has black shit written all over it. Oh, no.
That was a terrible job. Just the fact that
Champion. 491 wins. Will I reach 500 tonight? That's what everybody
I
wants to
had
know.
887 games played. That means I have like a 1 in 3 success rate. Close to a 1 in 4 success rate.
Riser gets to go first again. What the fuck is this game?
Yeah, so you can think about it now.
When I get to 1,000 games, I'll have just over a 1 in 4 success rate. Rabbi, have fun in this land.
Why am I? Are we gonna switch balls or something?
actually in a better position than anyone here. Hey, Ryan, do you like being in the water?
Yeah.
In the drink?
No way. Is it a water bump? Just barely.
It was close. So, Raza, if you fuck this shot up, then my ball is fine. Okay, that's a good shot. Are you guys ready for the greatest shot of all time?
Yes.
I don't think you're prepared.
Yeah.
It's a better shot than Raza's. Raza. That was
Rama's been in his house before.
That was
That was
Collusion.
Rabbi, you fucked up.
Collusion. I want to go last on this hole. This is all according to plan. No way.
That rimmed the hole. That was on the hole. Why is that? I'm gonna say it. Your ball should have gone in. Well,
Yeah, mine missed by like a solid 2 feet.
what the fuck?
Both of Zoot should have gone in. Very nice.
Fuck off.
Here we go. Strategy. Win every time. Oh. My ball. Oh. You almost knocked me through.
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, son. No. No. Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, fuck.
Wow, that was close. That was very close, my friend. Oh, no way.
Oh, I almost made it.
That was so close.
Things there for that side.
It's there for that exact reason. To prevent people like you from beating people like me. Look at you aiming this shit. You did. Great shot.
There you go. Big.
That was big. Almost.
No, that's not going to do it.
That's okay.
No, you're down by 2 points now.
I don't care. I won the last game, and I won the game before that. That's all that matters in my life.
No, we've only played one game.
I remember the infamous Zoot game.
Yeah, that one definitely doesn't count.
Oh, dude, that one counts more than anything.
That was a separate day, so.
Actually, it was earlier today, son.
No,
Yeah,
no, that doesn't.
it was like 2 in the morning.
That's not what it
It was
is.
like 2 in the morning, dog. Oh, give it to Riser. Cheap fucking shots. Oh, what is this bullshit?
Got a little harder than that. Why would you ever go like the left way?
That's a great question.
It's like it's not even.
No fucking way. Are you behind that wood?
Yeah.
Fuck off. I had the perfect shot.
I
Remember what? How to do a fucking shot.
Well, you can still fucking make it.
Okay, that's a different shot. Good way.
Cunt.
Okay, so you could technically do this shot in 2 minutes if someone calls you, but a 3 is the best we've ever seen.
No!
So yeah, technically you could do this whole in 2 shots.
Oh, no. No. Okay, close game, last hole. Oh, here we go.
Risers, yes, sir.
Do you want to do a game where we try and get the least shots if possible? So
Are you
like,
fucking
try and-
serious?
Try and get someone in the least shots as possible, but we help each other.
I don't know those words. Help each other? You mean not try to destroy each other internally?
No, I'm just saying, like, do you want to do it so that we can do the least amount?
No one wants to fucking do that.
Zoot one day, hold on. Zoot one day wants to do 2 things. 1 is do that, and 2 is spend 1 entire round seeing where there are secret holes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
We're not fucking friends here, dude. We're not fucking buddies. We're not pals, okay? Get that through your fucking head.
This is cutthroat. Get there.
No, the secret holes are just randomized to like specific locations. So.
Take out the tents.
Don't take out the tent. Oh, Zoot, you fucked up, dude.
I just came up again for no reason.
Yeah, you did. You fucking. Why would you do that, Zoot? Short. This is definitely short. Definitely short.
The worst part is, Rabbi, even if there was a hole there, I would just game right through that.
That's true. Let's you focus on making it down that fucking down those lines down there.
The good news is, Rise are fucked up.
Oh no, I'm still a shot behind.
I could be where Rabbi is. Rabbi just win, bro. Rabbi could win.
I'm gonna play this short. Oh, I thought I was. I didn't even want to make it.
If you played it short, you still win.
How is it?
I fucked up, but Rise is gonna fuck up even harder. Fuck you.
Zoot, you fucked up, man. Did you see that plane crash in Washington, D.C.? Dude, Zoot, you're so terrible at this game.
I heard about the crash into a pharmacy.
I don't know if it crashed into a pharmacy. It crashed into a helicopter.
Plane hit a helicopter on the ground or in
In the air. Let's watch. I mean, they just are in the same airspace.
Did everyone live?
No, a bunch of people died. Like 60. Yeah.
How do you not see that?
It was night. Oh, fuck you, man.
I want to say helicopter as well.
Yeah.
Planes have like their flight paths and shit that just free through.
Right.
Passengers.
Exactly. What the fuck? Why do you need a fucking plane? Like, if you've ever been to Washington, D.C., they have helicopters flying around all the time for no fucking reason.
Fucking kidding me. Rabbi, try 89%.
Oh, shit.
You guys are
Why is it
all the way back.
You cunt.
Raza, you should get it in.
Just the absolute cuntiest move I've ever fucking seen.
Just lost the fight for no reason.
Send them back.
That was a Newfie move.
Raza, like, just, you're able to grab on him. It's fucking impossible. That's a 10 out of 10.
You deserve that. Fuck this hole. Zoot's gonna take out all the trees. Zoot literally knows how, like, we've shown him 1,000 times how to do this hole. Yet he refuses.
Ready for 10 out of 10, bro?
Yep. Actually, pretty close to it, man.
Obsessed, hey. That's annoying. That looked like a fucking. You're right, like, that phone looked like a fuck.
Yes, it did.
One of the rare holes where you're like forced to bank it on a weird angle.
Yeah, I don't know another one like that. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. Make it. He did.
How did that not go in?
That sucks. Major miss. Major miss.
Well, we should get it. Not sure.
Rare.
Why is it? Rabbi, sorry, you want to land?
Oh my god. So,
are you doing real quick? Yep.
Cell immolated.
Hari Kari, dog. Hari Kari. Sure there are.
I still fucked it.
You're okay. That's not bad. What is he doing? He's going off like the sheep. I don't understand the logic of that shot.
I'm sorry, my IQ is just too high.
Quit with that bullshit. Oh, you fucking serious? The amount of terrible bounces I've gotten in this fucking round is ridiculous. Water. Now you have a very difficult shot. Is that the way to do it? I feel like they.
It makes it. I mean, now you're getting wrecked by the trees.
Come on. Yes.
Dang, nice.
Claw. Rabbi, you can't get it in.
No.
You can't get it in,
No, don't. I think I'm mathematically eliminated.
Mathematically eliminated.
But I don't quit because I'm not a bitch. Wait, if I quit, that would fuck Riser over.
Fuck off.
Yeah, there's still 2 more. Die.
would hit an arm, and you just gonna have to put everyone else.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right by the game. The whole.
I mean, all I have to do is beat you. What's the last one or second?
Second last.
Second last. Fuck off.
I feel like rabbis try.
Oh, dog, I'm sending your ass in the black. If you come anywhere near me, I'm gonna send you into the black. You would do the same shit to me. I actually learned your method of sabotage and perfected it. Oh
my god!
Never have seen that before.
How the fuck did you do that? I should have gone in.
How the fuck did you do that?
To the left, zoom. There you go.
That should have hit Rabbi's ball. Double perfect. That was the dumb. I don't even say.
All you have to do is make it zoom. I'm not going to give you any guidance. Zoot 1.
Oh! I haven't played this one in a while. This one's actually great.
It sucks. What's it called? What's this hole called? No, the pee hole. It looks like a pea, dog. I don't know what your penis looks like, but it shouldn't look like that, dog.
Got balls and big head, like structure.
Dog, it looks like a pea. It's called the pea hole.
I'm gonna go after this game. Rising. Yeah, I'm gonna do this now. To make up for yesterday. Ready?
He just quit. Well, now I can only tie.
Now I win. Is that why you're giving me a win?
Stop. Well, why, Zoot? Are you fucking serious? Fuck.
I can get it in next.
It's a very difficult shot. Very difficult shot. Nope.
Oh, this is my. Damn it, you have an extra shot. Oh, how did that not go on the wall?
Because I'm sexy, dog. He missed.
No! Oh, I guess. This is it.
Bullshit. It's just bullshit. Because we don't fucking play by Zoot's rules where we fucking tag team. You want a tag team? No, fuck it. I was going to say, if we had a bunch of people, it'd be easier. All right, Doug. Well, here's Joe Rogan.
Really experienced it. They actually know about like the residual data.
Doug, what do you want me to do? You want me to watch fucking the other guy? He's talking about aliens. When Joe Rogan's talking about aliens, I'm all ears.
Information that's left behind in your own mind because you're sharing a mind space and things like this. And there's certain things that when I ask questions of people that, sometimes I can tell right then and there you weren't there.
He was here earlier today.
That's not my experience, but the people that do describe
Welcome,
it,
welcome. How are you?
There's certain characteristics about
How are you, Joshua? Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What's up, Joshua? We're just watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to enjoy.
about that communication type that you only get when you've been talking, no kidding, telepathically with someone.
Right. Well, especially you as a person who's had an experience.
Correct.
You have something to gauge. There's certain things like in your field, like if you ran into a dude at the airport that was a faker, you know, there's a lot of guys that put on like fake military outfits and pretend that, and then they get questioned by
Stolen
real
valor.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's weird. But people are weird. People will make up crazy stories. So like when you're dealing with the craziest of crazy stories, which is UFOs have been in contact with me. I'm special. They chose me to talk to me.
I don't feel special at all. It was accidental.
Well, that's probably because it was a real story.
So when he first showed up, I was one of the first people to get his.
He knows my whole history. And
When he first showed up, first thing I read through everything, and I was like, I'm gonna have to run a background check on this guy.
Right, he might be kook.
Right, and then I was like, so I did the basics, and then I called up David Grush, and I was like, boy, do I have a doozy for you. I can't do anything with this guy because I there's not enough here for me to do a thorough background check, but boy, you got to listen to what this guy has to say. And from there, David took it on, and I was like, he came back to me and goes, this guy looks to be the real deal. And I was like, holy crap.
So we kind of teased that then. So let's get to your experience. Why don't you tell everybody what happened?
Just doing my job at Nellis. We got two things we did. We did the telephone monitoring. Like
Where's Nellis?
That's in Nevada. So working at Nellis Air Force Base for the Det-3, and that's where the program, they have a shop that 4 guys, that was one of them, that we go out and monitor for the program. So anyway, the other side of my job was also doing monitoring for everybody else that wasn't in the program.
And when you say monitoring, what do you mean by that?
You're actually plugging to, like, just like you heard, tapping, telephones, all the ways we all telecommunications type. We made sure that we listen to radios, we listen to radio waves, all that, and we gather it all in. And what we were tasked to do is, say the commander at Wright-Patterson, we went to do, it's always a 2-week mission mostly, unless it's part of an operation like Desert Storm, and you stay for a month or 2, and then you change out teams. But 2 weeks is the standard. So we go 2 weeks to Wright-Patterson. We gather all the information we can on all the telecommunications meetings, and we also have an OSI team that's trying to sneak in the doors and get into the facilities that shouldn't be at, just to test the security. And that's all we're there for. And at the end of the day, on the last Friday, we go in and we talk to the staff. And then about 90 days later, we put in a final report and give that again back to the staff. And that's kind of how we roll. So going up range, for those kind of things, we don't do the telephone monitoring. We go up range to the test range at Nellis. That was what we called red forcing. And what our job was there is we were also trained to do combat ops against our own pilots so that we could help them survive in a wartime environment. And that was done at the top of Black Mountain. And that we called that there was a little schoolhouse there. And then if you walk up another few yards, there's a really big golf hall looking radars or satellite dishes from up to the very top. But anyway, that's where we were heading this one day. So we all packed up Beatty, Nevada, which is the borough in. I can tell you that's where we all hold up at. And we take off from there every morning to go to the AM and the PM push. That's what you call it when the war is on. You call it the push. So we had one in the morning called AM push, one in the afternoon PM push. So we were all heading up for the AM push in a convoy. There's 3 vehicles, probably about 3 to 4 people per vehicle. I'm in the lead vehicle with the ranking guy. He's driving, and I'm right behind him. And then there's the other gentleman in the passenger seat across from the driver, and then there's a young lady next to me. And we're all going up. And the ranking guy had been there the week before, and he had seen the craft. flyby, because that one's out there on the internet. You can pull down the video. There's a report that goes along with it.
There's a video that we can watch right now.
Right now, yeah.
What would you search?
Search for, let me think, Nellis Test Range UFO 1994.
Who
So
filmed this?
this was filmed by the operators on the range because we're putting these pilots in a risky situation by playing war with them. We're training them. So if there is any kind of a mishap or a pilot or plane goes down, everything needs to be recorded. So they
This
have
is it right here?
Yes. So this is being taken. This video is being taken by one of these cameras that's up on the range, and along the bottom you see that this is also trying to lock on to the craft, so it can, follow it as it goes in and out. Because this is the kind of way that you want to track if there's a craft that is having problems.
Mm-hmm. This is moving very rapidly.
Right. So this is what the ranking guy saw.
Can I pause for a second? This tracking, is this manual or is this like some sort of an automated system?
It's an automated system.
So the automated system is having a hard time
locking on.
to it.
Yeah, if it locks on, you'll see a big spike, and that means it finally locks on. Right now, it's trying to, but something is stopping it from locking on, and they think it was the craft.
And it's moving like crazy, side to side, all over.
There's actually a recording that goes with it where you hear the guys go, "Hey, does anybody know what this is? What's going on here?"
You hear that? Okay, the sound's terrible. Yeah, they need better mics.
Honestly, this
Is that real
is sounds
podcast
really
mics?
working up there. But
Oh, I'm sure, but he's saying, what is that? I don't know. We're having a hard time locking onto it.
Right. This is the video operator. So the following week after this happens, this video is taken. The ranking guy who had been there the week before and saw this thing flying, he takes us in this. When you go on the range through this one gate here, it goes up a little ways, and then there's a cantonment area. It's got a very small place where you can change your tires, get gas, just minor maintenance to get you home if you have a car that's busted. And then in the back of that cantonment area, there's two huts that look like campers, really, glorified campers. So the video operators are in the one that's off to the northeast of the cantonment, in the very corner of it. And the ranking guy just says, we all have to go in here. We're going to go talk to the video operators. We have to do this. And this was because the week prior, everybody came back to Garrison, or back to our unit, and they'd seen this thing, and they were all talking about this UFO. So we go in there, and there's the video operator. He has us all write our names down, whether we were there and saw it the first week or not. Then he makes us all sit down and watch that video. And he says, do you know what this is? And I'm like, no. And then he just said, okay, thank you. And then we, after everybody that was there saw it and had their name down, we were allowed to leave. And that was all that was required. And, so I was like, well, what's that all about? But then as I'm exiting, this lady that had been sitting against the wall in the far part of this little hut that we were in, and she grabs my arm and she just says, there's somebody on the range. Don't talk to him. She was really, really freaked out. And I'm like, thanks, strange, freaky lady. Got it. And I'm like, whatever. So we all hop out and get in the vehicles and then start taking off towards Quartz Mountain, because right at that cantonment area, there's a hard right that goes off to Quartz Mountain. And about a mile, half a mile to a mile down that road, it's a dirt road, by the way, there's this guy. Looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. Got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and he starts to look like he's running. He's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind him. It's like he was running against a hurricane wind, and it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange, and then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here, because it was a very cold day, and the wind was blowing. It was, cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And So as we're getting closer, I'm talking to the ranking guy. Hey, we need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull off my jacket. I need to give him something to get warm real quick. So I'm starting to do that. We're approaching, and by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the the corner of the front of the car. And
So he looks pale? Is that what you're saying?
he looked like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you could imagine,
So you're assuming like you're immediately associating that with like he's freezing.
Yeah, because that's all I could equate it to.
Right.
And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears. And I thought that was pretty rude. Because I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on?
He's got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got a clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I just think it's really rude. And then I close the door, and I look up, and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just am like, yeah, what the hell did I just walk into? This guy's not from around
How
here.
far away from him are you?
Away from me,
just a few.
Yeah, just a few, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm straight out, but then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language, but it's coming to the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying. Because
So he's actually saying words.
He's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
But I'm understanding, so I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I can find some tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about tritium at the time. But titanium, he's like, no, it's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was. And I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range and said, Dreamland's just over there. And this wave of emotion hit me like disgust. Like, I am not going to talk to the barbarians and murderers.
Wow, so he was saying that to you, like his reaction to going to the military base.
Exactly.
I was not
he did not like it. He said, I am not going to talk to those people. And I was like, well, shoot.
And it was barbarians and murderers?
He literally, that was what he called it. Mentally, that's what it was. But the emotion.
Tritium, is this a real thing?
Well, that's what, I've had a lot of friends. There's analysts also that were on the top secret network that were trying to help me understand what material.
We're throwing everything at him. We're like, is it this? Is it this? And he's
And they
like,
finally,
no.
that's the one. When they hit tritium, I was like, that's what it was. That's what he said.
And what is tritium?
It's a type of, well, can you bring it up on the?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it should pop up on Wikipedia pretty quick. But it has some properties that probably.
Tritium? Yeah, tritium is, that's the stuff that's in Loom. Like in your watch, when your watch glows, that's they make those where they're basically radioactive isotopes that stay lit. So like if you get like a Marathon watch, Marathon makes military watches, and it doesn't need like this watch. You need the light, and the light charges the loom, and then when it's dark out, you can read the hands for like a few hours.
It's the thing that they used to put on the end of the guns, right?
Exactly, they still do. A lot like Sig has.
And look up tritium also. Put a
Tritium
in
is
there.
just I did that.
That's not giving me much.
So tritium, chunky glow in the dark glitter.
These are all like these are game websites.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so what's tritium then? I maybe mispronounced
But
it.
tritium that's that radioactive isotope.
Mhm.
That's the stuff that emits light.
Yep.
So it emits a weak form of radiation.
Yes.
A rare radioactive isotope of hydrogen with a half-life of 12.3 years.
Mhm.
Okay.
So this is what he's asking me for.
So he asked you for that stuff, tritium?
And I'm like, I don't know where.
Oh, look at that. It's used in boosted fission weapons and thermonuclear weapons. Oh, great.
That sounds pretty scary.
I wonder what the fuck it's doing on your wrist. Is there anybody?
This is what the best image that we have. What he could have looked like.
Oh boy. Can you send that to Jamie?
Yeah, I don't know Jamie's number, but I will find a way to.
Yeah. Is that an
If I had-
iPhone?
if I had my phone, I would.
That's Jamie. Do you know how to do that?
There was
How
that
dare you
one.
not know how to do that?
And there's a
Your guy
three-dimensional.
works with UFOs. You better know how to do that.
Well, there's a three-dimensional image of the craft as well that is really spot on from what I saw that day.
Yeah.
Because not only did I see this guy running towards us and talking to him, but off the shoulder on the north side of the road, that's where the craft was just resting on the desert floor. And I got a really good look at it at that point. And this guy did a 3D rendering of the description, and it's spot on as I've ever seen. It's almost perfect.
So he asks you for tritium. You tell him dreams. This is what it looked like.
This is what the guy looked like. Pretty close to it.
Yo.
The nose is a little bit rounder on the end, but that was a really good rendition. Yeah, his eyes almost came out to here on the temple.
Wow. And that would freak me out.
It freaked me out. I mean, honestly, I'm not an easy guy to get freaked out, but that really put that, like you just saw an alligator pop up out of the water kind of.
Right. So when you tell him go to Dreamland, it says I'm not going to go where those murderers and barbarians are, and then what happens?
And he said, no. So I was like, well, where else can I possibly point him to? And I'm like, I don't know any metallurgists or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, and I relate to myself. I'm taking college classes down in the city of Vegas, Las Vegas, at the community college. But I have a geophysical professor that I'm taking a class from. Maybe he has a metallurgist friend, and he's like,
so you're thinking at this time though it's a metal.
I am, yes.
Right, because you're thinking it's some kind of like titanium, some type of.
Right. And there's also
This is the 3D image with the craft.
That is almost as spot on as I've ever seen. That is about it right there. That's almost exactly what I saw resting on the desert floor.
And so you're trying to find different people that you can connect this being to.
Yeah.
And what is it saying to you while you're?
He thought that would take action, so he doesn't really even say goodbye. He just kind of turns and off he goes back to his craft. And I'm thinking, well, okay. And I get back in the car. And sometime during that conversation with this entity, I remember looking over at my friends in the car, and they had the weirdest look on their face, like they were all zombed out, totally zombie, like they couldn't even. They were just drooling on themselves.
Were they just because they were flabbergasted, or was it because something was going on?
Well, I figured out that maybe it was done by this entity because none of them seem to even remember the incident. Only a few people seem to remember that we stopped, that we had talked to somebody on the roadway, but it was mainly the people that were in the back of the convoy.
So they didn't see it up close like you.
Right, like we did.
So how far away would they be?
They'd probably be a good.
That's still enough to detect whether or not someone looks blue, though, right?
Correct, and that's probably what they saw. You know me, I'm kind of wide and I'm big. I was very muscular back then.
And you're standing in front of this thing.
So they'd have a difficult time because this guy stood about a good half foot shorter than me. And so they probably could see his arms from time to time, maybe catch a glimpse of his face or something. So they probably didn't get a very good view because if you're looking at me, I'm standing right next to my door. And they're behind me, kind of almost obfuscated by just the angle that they're looking at him. So all the windows are tinted in these vehicles. And they can't just see through the windows right to whichever's on them.
And the people that were in the car with you, you feel like something happened to them that like froze them?
They did look like that, yeah. Like you said, just a look of just utter like,
The guy who said he has no ears, does that guy have a recollection?
That guy they can't find.
They can't find it.
No, I was asked by the UAP task force, David Brush, to reach out to these folks, the people in the car. I got a hold of one, got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and we started talking, and just hey, how's the wife, how's the kids, that kind of stuff.
How about that UFO in that?
And as soon as I did that, the guy just disappears in history. I don't know what happened, but he was the ranking guy. The guy that was the passenger, nobody can seem to find him because they did try to verify the people in the car, and I gave the names. and the young lady that was off to my right, I don't know if they contacted her, but I've heard from other people that were part of this background investigation about my story. They found 2 people that verified my story, and I don't know who they are. They've been told to keep their mouth shut by somebody, and I'm kind of pissed about that. But I think James Fox knows who they are, and knows exactly who told them to shut up as well. But
what was that incident where James Fox and you were on a show? What's that?
I shouldn't have said that James Fox knows the guy who told him to shut up, because I'm not sure if that's
you think you might know. So this thing, does it tell you why it needs the tritium? It just says it needs it to fix its craft?
Yeah, well, along with that, this is the other part that was telepathic, and he mentions this metal and the part that is.
But it's not metal, right? Do we think it's not metal, or do you think maybe it's a metal that we don't have?
I think it's something, or an alloy that we don't particularly make a lot of, and or just can't make. But when he spoke about this, the telepathic image was almost like he opened a Sears catalog in my head that had all the specs for this part that he was needing fixed. And it was the strangest thing. It like described some of the nano channeling of electrical and electromagnetic stuff that was flowing through it that caused these toroidal energies to emanate on both sides of this piece of the equipment.
So you, because it was describing it to you, you all of a sudden had access to all this information, like
he just put it into your head. It was like me, if you and I were telepathic and we were talking about a science project.
And he just uploaded all the information.
Yeah, and I could just give you all that instead of talking it out. That's what he did.
Did you then try to talk to someone and relay that information and like download it?
I've had, well, once, because in the forum, we have scientists and stuff like that yes, were very interested to get me in a room and talk to me about this. I had people from DARPA wanting to talk to me, people from threats departments all over the place that wanted to know more. And even when I talked to Jack Serafati and Gary Nolan about this stuff, I was telling them things before they even opened their mouth about, like when I talked to Gary Nolan, I just said, you got that part. You know that it has to, that nano-sized atomic level layering that can't be reproduced unless you actually physically putting these atoms one at a time next to each other. And he's like, yeah, that's it, you know. So I'm telling him this, and he already knew. But that was the first thing. And so that's why I knew that what I'd been given in my head, he was giving me that high sign that, yes, that's exactly what I analyzed, is that piece of material I had. It sounds just like what this guy described to you, gave to you telepathically, that there's these really minute little things that create toroidal forces. They're doing things at a very small level. And then I talked to Jack Serafati later, and he's telling these fantastical physics equations about how things work. And I'm looking through his documents, and no, I can't do the math, but I can understand what he's doing with it. And I just flat out asked him, I said, so the smaller you get, because there's always that resistance level when it comes to, you know, putting in energy and then losing it due to, you know, atrophy and all these other, right before. Anyway, the whole thing was just that when you get smaller, it actually reverses itself. Is that now you get even more power out of things if you have a small enough energy source that works at a very, it's kind of like miniaturizing a fusion device of some kind.
And so did you talk to someone from DARPA? Did you say these people wanted to talk to you?
I emailed back and forth. I gave them what information I could.
They didn't want to interview you? They wanted to just email?
At the time, that's the way it went, yeah. I've had a couple of meetings, though, with at different places that I can't discuss, but they did talk to me. Yes.
And is that information still in your head?
Yeah.
So does it seem like a memory, or what does it seem like in your head?
To me, it's like a very clear, like this is, it's just like a picture that never goes away.
Could you draw that picture if someone gave you a pad and a pen?
Yeah, I've already done it.
Yeah. Is that available online? Can someone see that?
I don't know if I pulled that down off the Top Secret Network, but I can reproduce it. All I did was just recreate it in like a PowerPoint draw thing, But
But
yeah.
does it remain in your head like normal memory? Like like you learn certain things in school.
Oh yeah,
and they stay in your head.
the telepathy it felt absolutely normal. I mean, there was no headache, there was no dizziness, no buzzing.
What I mean is the memory the same as a regular memory,
Oh,
or
yeah.
is it clear?
No, I remember it as just being part of the conversation, just like a normal conversation. That's what it feels like.
But it just somehow or another in that conversation he put this information in your head.
Exactly.
And then it just leaves.
And then he leaves when he realizes that, maybe there's some other venues. Maybe I could be mentioning that there might be a metallurgist on staff somewhere that maybe that prompted him to think, oh, yeah, maybe I should research this or that, and maybe I'll find somebody that I can talk to. Something like that may have happened.
Did you
but I
get
don't
a
know.
sense of where this thing was from?
Yeah, there was a star map
What is this
from that day, but
bullshit?
it also relates to the lunch hour after we started going back up to Black Mountain. I had a very strong compunction to go eat my lunch outside, even though it was definitely cold.
This is the
And
worst.
I don't know what prompted me to do that again. Maybe he was giving me a telepathic message. But after I walked about 150 feet down the road, the dirt road, from the top of Black Mountain, I don't remember what happened after that. All I have are two images that keep on flashing back. I remember seeing the schoolhouse from about 150 feet above, or 200 feet above the schoolhouse. I remember looking at the rooftop. And the only other memory is I've got this star map in my head.
Yeah,
And David Brush made me
Doug, I don't even know who
reproduce
you
that
are. How is it
on
that
a
you know who
PowerPoint
I am
slide.
dozens of times? I don't even know.
And I handed that in to him because I have no idea what it was. But he's like, do you understand what this is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He's like, do you know what star constellations are? I said, I know what the Big Dipper is. That's about it. And he's like, this is the constellation Leo. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that.
Hilarious.
And so he's like, yeah, this is a really close rendition of that. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool that I could reproduce it just out of my head. And not even know what the heck it was. But I did know it was a star system.
And for some reason, you just felt compelled to draw this particular star system.
Well, just after David Crush asked me to, yes.
And was there a specific planet in that star system?
Yeah, the red star. That's kind of like there's a part of the Leo system that has like this, like very sharp turn into it. I guess it's like it looks like a nose or part of a triangle, and at the tip of that is the red star, and it's reticuli, I think. But anyway, that one seems
Isn't that what they always say about aliens, Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah. And then the strangest thing about this is what I'm talking about when it comes to telepathy, when you're sharing that mind space, there's some residue memory there. Because Dave kept pressing me on it. And he said, can you tell me about the red star? And at first I'm like, well, no. And then I was like, and all of a sudden some memory came back. And I was like, holy crap. Yeah, that's where he's from. That's his home star system. And he came from there. That's his home.
Yo, dog.
And,
I'm here.
And then we just went on from there. And he said,
Hey,
you know,
Elon Musk,
this is
can you hear
actually
me?
just now discovered a few years ago that there's exoplanets around that star. And I was like, no, I had no idea. So all these things started coming together at that point. And that's when they started saying, okay, well, we're going to do some more vetting. And within about a month or so, they were bringing me to Congress, and everything else happened after that.
Now, what is the rest of your life like after that day? So you have life before you experience this creature, and then now you know that this is a thing.
It's a thing, yeah. And it changed me. How do you explain this? If you can imagine the entire human race, you and me, you don't have to talk to me, but you can feel my presence. You can feel who I am, my personality, and share in all of that. And then imagine that by millions. The entire planet, you can actually commune with them. It brings with that a level of civility in the control of your thoughts, because right now, we don't read each other's minds. So our minds are like, oh, look at that girl. Oh, look at that, the sports over here. There's a football game on. We're so distracted. This guy's, when I was engaged with him telepathically, it was like civility to the maximum. It was like very courteous. He waited for me to say. He talked. It was like just like we do. We have certain etiquette. But on top of that, there was this part of him that he left me with that was part of the community of the consciousness that he is able to feel all the time. And that has never left me, that there's a community of consciousness out there that when they've been living for so many years with this sort of ability, it has changed them for the better because their minds are under control finally. Their emotions aren't running them, like you were talking about addictions and things like that. They don't run their lives like that anymore because of it. And if you do, they end up on a criminal list somewhere, I would imagine. But there was such a, ever since then, that feeling of peacefulness and stability is what I've strived for. Never has left me. Never has left me.
Wow. It stays with you, but what is your experience trying to relay these thoughts and this experience? That had to be weird in the sense that, like, it's very hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but it's one of those things where, you know, you talk to an alien? Like, that's, most people are going to think you're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that's why I need people to back me up on it, because this is the thing that we're trying to do with the whistleblowers. We all kind of know each other, just like Lo would tell you, or not Lo, but just like Logan would tell you, just that I call him Lo for short sometimes. It's just
understandable.
Anyway, we get to talking about stuff, but we don't know what's going on daily with each other. It's like I've brought whistleblowers forward to Congress since I went forward, but I don't know their lives. I don't talk to them every day like I do some of them. And it's a strange thing, but the more we seem to be coming out now, that we've got these few weeks now where we've got folks like, you know, Jake Barber and folks like that coming forward. Now I'm starting to piece things together in my mind, because now I'm hearing his side of the story, because I didn't want to be part of the retrievals. Well, guess what? He was on it. And he's telling that part, and I'm like, oh, no wonder he did that to me. And, oh, that makes sense. You know, now I'm making those conclusions now because of what he said. But then if you try to put us all in a room, we're all deathly scared that, you know, some jerk is going to come out of the Department of Defense and shoot us all, or do a drone strike on us. They kill us all and just have done with it and then get on with their lives again. So you've got this problem here with us coming forward in a group.
You're really worried that much that someone would try to take you out?
They've already messed with my clearance. They've already shown me that they can break into my car on the NSA campus. They're letting me know they were trying to intimidate me.
Because they don't want you talking about this.
Exactly.
But do you know why they don't want you talking about this?
Yeah. It's because they know that what they have done, that there are some parts of it that are really bad decisions that they do. And they don't want anybody to crack open any part of this because they know it's going to cause questions to happen. And they're going to get put on the spot. Okay. So you finally are coming clean on the fact that we've got NHI here, but we've got other whistleblowers that have these concerns. That's what they're going to have to face.
And when you say bad decisions, like, what do you mean by bad decisions?
Well, think about it. If Roswell did happen, what they do? They chop up some, you know, think about it. You'd have etiquette if it was a Russian craft that fell. You'd catalog every part of that crash site. Then you'd repatriate the dead bodies to where they came from. We give them back to the Russians in honor. And here we are. We've got a civilization just crashed there in Roswell. And look at what kind of crap we did to them. And we took all their stuff like it was some kind of a treasure trove. And now we own it? No. You're talking about a craft that was manufactured on another part of the galaxy or something that they can't explain. Nobody knows where it came from. And here they are treating these people like they're just some kind of a lab experiment. Let's chop it up a little more, you know? And then, you know, if they ever got approached by the people that came to look for them afterwards, I wouldn't want to be the person that answered them. No, I'm sorry, we chopped up your buddy.
We had an interesting talk about this. There's a video online where it shows like some gray kind of strung up and they're asking him questions and whatever. And I was asking him, I said, if you were an NHI and you saw that, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, sorry, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, I said,
I'd be like, yo, they got Jimmy. Look what they're doing to Jimmy.
Right.
It's on. We're going to Earth.
Right.
We're going to go get
But
Jimmy
that
back.
video, the alien, that's fake, right? The video where they're
I truly
interrogating
believe it is
Steve
fake because, like,
It looks so fake.
everybody says
Looks like a puppet.
they
Yes.
talk. Yeah, they talk telepathically, and here he is. Oh, here's this voice coming out and whatever.
Yeah.
It's but we've always assumed that they've got the same some type of emotions, a lot like us, but maybe they're much more controlled, much more refined.
Yes.
You know, kind of like how we could. Not that I'm
Kind of
saying
like us now versus us 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, when I had the telepathic experience, it was very difficult for me to distinguish what emotions and feelings were coming from me as opposed to him. It was very obvious when he felt disgust about going to ask about things because I was like, well, I'm not disgusted at him. And I had that ability to go, that's not me feeling that. It must be coming from him.
Right. But it was your emotions.
Right. But everything else felt like we were sharing literally not only the thoughts, but the emotions that went along with it. It was a true sharing of a mind space. And he felt just like me. His inner voice is just like my inner voice. His feelings are just like our feelings. He feels sadness. He feels all the things that I do.
What is the general consensus in the people on the program about Roswell?
They don't like talking about it. I think that was where they probably are trying to bury it even amongst themselves because they know they made some very bad mistakes about that first confrontation that could have been a lot better than it happened.
So the general consensus is that this is a real event.
Yeah.
And they don't like talking about it, but does everybody sort of agree? Or are there people that are dissenting? Do they have dissenting opinions about whether or not
I've
it
never
was a
heard of
crashed UFO?
dissension. I've heard people say they don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to talk about it, but that it wasn't ours.
Right. They know. Well, the only thing is, again, when we talk about the intel analysts and everybody else that was on that forum, it's totally weird that you can go through all these different things as an intel analyst and say, okay, it's not China, or it's not them, or let's look at Russia, anything. No, it's not Russian. Is it one of ours? Well, hell no, it's not one of ours. Well, who the heck is it then?
Does anybody talk about it? Is there anybody that has shared information about Roswell to you?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can talk about?
No.
No. It's all top secret.
I just gave the person the confidence that I would not mention.
Got it. And Logan, have you had personal experiences other than the one when you were a child?
Yeah. But I didn't know what I was seeing. But, you know, like after the program came out, I mean, not came out, but after James Fox finished editing everything, he said, well, you haven't seen everything put together, so here you go. And, you know, tell me if you, don't like the way you look or whatever. And I'm going through it, and he starts showing, I see the stuff about Calvin, the Calvin Scotland image. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So that image was taken, if I remember correctly, in August 1990.
Pull that image up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You could just type in Calvin UFO, whatever. So I had just cross-trained from, that one. I had just cross-trained from maintenance into intelligence. And I was going to my first intel assignment. And I'm flying from Philadelphia to Frankfurt, Germany, to Rhine-Main Air Base. Somewhere between Iceland and Scotland, this thing is zipping around in the clouds, doing this ziggy-zaggy thing. I don't know what it was doing, but it was doing this. The sun was just coming up, and I'm eating a Philly cheesesteak, and the other guy with me is eating a hoagie, and the other guy that's standing up over the top. I'm like, anybody know what that is? And they're like, dude, what is that? And then all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, oh, this is my first intel assignment. I'm going to get clued into some cool ass shit. But I don't know what the hell that is. But I'm just thinking.
It looks just like that.
It looks just like that. And the way it was moving in the clouds, it was like, because the shadow was like going from like that color to like dark and then light again as it was moving in. And it would go into a cloud on one vector and come out on another vector. And I'm like, what is that? Talk to me. We're all excited. And he goes, explain to me everything. And we have a weapons tactics guy who's, they're the best of the best and they're leading the group. And I was like, so what is that thing out there? And he goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, this is in January of 1990. That picture is August of 1990. And what I didn't realize was that the Belgian wave, I don't know if you're familiar with that, a whole bunch of triangular devices were seen over Belgium for almost a whole year. So they just call it the Belgian wave. Police officers saw it. They launched F-16s after them, whatever.
Are there photographs of that at all?
No, but the general that's in charge actually gave a briefing to everybody and showed what the F-16 radar was seeing. And I guess every time they tried to get close to it, they would just pull away just far enough, that they couldn't catch it. And then when they would try to cage it in the radar system, it would move to the left. It was playing with it. So, but I didn't know any of that. So I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Maybe it was part of my imagination, but what I saw as a kid kept coming back into my head. So Desert Storm happens, whatever, and I'm at my base, and British AWACS shows up. And they're looking at me here. I still had my accent, my British accent. They're looking at me going, what are you flying with the X for? And I go, what do you mean? They said, and I told them my family thing. They said, why don't you come fly with us? I'm like, sure, let me ask my boss. My boss says, you ain't got nothing going on. Go fly with me. So we're flying around, and finally I go, hey guys, what's that thing in the sky that does the ziggy-zaggy thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, no, don't play with me. And they're like, come on, Morgan, And then finally they pull out this tape and they plug it in, and it shows Europe, all the aircraft flying around. And you see this thing go through the middle of it real fast. Like all the other aircraft, the sweep of the radar, you're just seeing these minute movements. This thing is like, it's gone. And I was like, who's that? And they go, you don't. I was like, look, stop playing with me.
Right.
Come to find out, they said, well, that's your SR-71. And I was like, well, that ain't him. And they're like, okay. And then he looks at the other guy and he said, show me the other one. And they show me this radar scope again. And this time there's a target in the middle of, not in the middle of the screen, but off to the side. It was like, it could have been like East Germany or whatever. But every sweep of the radar, he was somewhere else. And I was like, that guy, I was so excited. I said, that MF right there. Yeah, who's that guy? And they go, I was like, look, stop this. I don't know. And they finally said, we don't know either. They said, we just assumed it was you Americans playing with us.
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
what
know.
happens a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know.
Our adversaries think that too. Everything's America if they can't explain it.
Right.
Did you see the Trump administration address the drones today?
We heard about it, but I didn't see
Yes, I had a friend tell me they made an announcement, but we were getting in the car at the time.
Yeah.
Essentially, they said it was all ours, and there was some sort of scanning that was done that was approved, and the other ones were hobbyists. And there was some sort of test that they were doing, but they're saying that it's ours, which is
bullshit.
The whole thing stinks.
It does. Because
stinks.
I actually had, I actually had a person, things came down low and slow over our house. And she said it had the sound of a helicopter. So she was like, her and her husband were like, oh, it's a helicopter. But then all of a sudden they realized, she said, Mr. Logan, were you ever aircrew? I said, yeah, I was in special ops and I flew on helicopters and da-da-da-da. And she goes, when it came down low, it had the sound of a helicopter, but you couldn't feel it. And I go, huh? She goes, when you can feel the rotor wash and it's hitting you in your chest, like boom, 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 boom. She said there was none of that. She said it came down slow, low over a house, and then it went back up, and then she said it looked like it went back into formation with something else. And she said, that's not any drone I know of. And she said it sounded like the actual noise of the helicopter and several of the other noises from the drones were all pre-recorded just to make them sound like they were conventional aircraft.
Yeah, and those are the same things I've been hearing too, because a lot of people are shoving videos at me a lot in their descriptions of things. And some of the stuff, looked like maybe it could be a spotlight from a helicopter, and then when the light moved, then you could finally see the helicopter behind the light. Then there was these other ones that was like, this is really weird.
My friend Mark saw one. Mark Norman, how did he describe it, Jamie? He said it was triangular, right?
I just remember him saying SUV size.
Yeah, he said it was the
big.
size of an SUV. He said it was triangular. He said it moved really fast.
So when they initially came out, they said, "Oh, they're all manned." All right. I think it was John Kirby who was the speaker, and I used to work at the FAA. So my first thing was, well, if they're manned, you just call them up and say, "Cut it out."
Right.
Simple.
Right.
But it kept going on, and then later on, there was a report that DHS said, "Oh, one of the drones has come down in a mall parking lot," but DHS is assessed as just a regular drone. So when you hear that, what are you thinking? DJI Mavic, something small, whatever. Someone on X is on a train going by that exact same spot, and they show a drone next to 2 police cars, and this thing is as big as the police car. And I'm like, so I have no way of confirming if that's what it really was.
Right.
But I have no reason to believe that this particular thing, it's as big as the SUVs. So.
And what does it look like?
It looked like kind of like a gondola with like large blades on the 4 corners. And
so it looks like a very large conventional drone.
Very large conventional drone. And so I'm sitting there thinking, was this a test that nobody knew about? What is going on for this? And nobody got any answers. So
well, the other thing that is they stay in the sky for like 5 hours at a time.
Right. That's what puzzles me is that takes industrial sized power generation.
Yeah. What are you using? Like, what is that thing using?
Mm-hmm.
Jamie, can you see right? Cold fusion. Can you find the
You just interviewed me. They recorded video interview. I'm fucking recording bowling. I had the video. You want to see the video? Colton plays inside voices. It ain't gonna be jokes. I'm moving my game, dude. I need to stick to this proper time. Eaten by a bioweapon here. You're a model guy. It's okay. You're smiling. You're a model guy. Yeah, exactly. It's never more important. Just here by the line. You're welcome. How'd they poison you? Yeah, they came back because they intentionally tried to murder you. Me. Yeah, now you have 4,500. You're welcome. Yeah, circuit goes on. The show must go on. Not eat today, please. That'd be cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'll freaking get money. Relax. How'd they poison you, though? Like, how'd they poison you? Get that from the your story. Like, what did they do to poison you? Can you please watch my YouTube video? Do you know how many fucking times I've repeated this to people who don't actually give a shit? Just go watch my fucking YouTube video. Just give me like a 15-second summary. That's it. That's what you gotta do. It's fucking not okay. It hurts, dude. I had a job channeling opportunity that was required for me on my physical science presentation. My teacher, Mrs. Vanderbunt, said, because in my career field as a genetic scientist, the only person I was allowed to job shadow was a radiologist at a St. Louis hospital. It made no fucking sense. They said that all hospital workers have to take a shot. And I was the only person in the entire class of like 100 students that were forced to take this fucking shot. And I argued, I'm like, I can do any other job shadow. I don't want to take that shot. I'm not taking that fucking shot. And you know, you have to fucking do it, or you're gonna fail the presentation. It's a tetanus shot. They said it's not a fucking tetanus shot. They gave me a fucking bioweapon. The state of Illinois is so evil, dude. Fauci, like, I literally think I am the example that Fauci uses when he says, like, oh, we've I'm gonna paraphrase here, but like, you know, we've proven that people will do what they're told. You know, it's like, yeah, if you like motherfuckers put me in a rock and a hard place situation, like, the one time I ever compromised my principles, I'm still paying to this day. It was my health, the consequences. What does everybody else feel? They're a bunch of retards and they don't have the special thing that I got. I got something special, dude. They gave me something special.
they're unobservant retards and they don't have the same fucking thing that I'm dealing with. I don't know. Why? It's a totally different case, dude. Why is that? It's two entirely different fucking things. That's why. It doesn't even it's not the same thing. Why they give it to you out of all other people? Why you specifically? What's your theory there? Are you fucking daft? How daft are you, bro? Like, you got my grandfather with a fucking master mason and my whole lineage, you fucking nitwits. Why are you calling me a nitwit? How am I supposed to fucking know that, dude? Because I've said this 1,000 fucking times to other people who don't actually give a shit, so it hurts me when you ask this because you're just fucking trying to mock me. You don't actually fucking care to actually learn. All you do is you want to fucking make fun of me and say, fuck you, drink your piss. I mean, yeah, drinking the piss would be funny, but I've never spoken to you before in my life, so I don't know why that's not me. Dude, I'm gonna give you $50. It's okay. Just keep talking. That would make me feel a lot better. So, what are your symptoms? Why do you think you were doing it? Look at my fucking YouTube video. No, I don't know. It's not on YouTube. I don't know how YouTube. I don't have time to answer your questions. Do you know you got trade orchestrator here? You have time to look at YouTube. Quit abusing me, you fucking cunts. You people are so disrespectful. You don't appreciate any of the work I've done to help save the owner of Discord.gg. Dude, I mean, this man can watch YouTube videos about Morgellons disease. Someone told me that you're really good at shorting in the market. Is that true? He crashed out. It already happened. Caleb says, are you in space with Caleb? Caleb told me that mention shorting. Yeah, I said, you're shorting up. I'm banned from space, so I can't. So is this like an orbital space for people? Yeah, it's the ordinance space. Nighttime, it's hours. It's like retards. It's space. It's very. Bingo, and that guy. Oh my god, it's freaking out. I said, come back and said, why? My time is valuable. Make it worth my time. And frustrating your okay. Actually, I blame it on. It's crazy. I've been really doing all this. Why'd you change your name? Dude, he's like in disbelief that like the $10 isn't real. I can't see
Bingo Bango, is that a Sproto? There you go. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu to the moon.
I didn't realize it was that shit. That means the bond curve is down so low. So much lower. Somebody sent me some sort which was literally it was like a great idea.
Hi, may I tell you about my project? My name's Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. That's according to The Economist magazine, which was published in 2018. And I have more data. Certainly. I'll wait. Absolutely. I'll be as patient as you want. If you want to learn more about me in the meantime, I'll wait. I'll wait all night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, if you about me, go to my profile and click the view more button. Let it load. I have over 50,000 characters in a biography. We talk about things like quantum computing, things like mind uploading technology, things like de-extinction, really cool information. You got it. I love Pussy Chief. Bingo Bango, do you ever go in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Telegram? That's all right. Everything I do is kosher, my man. Generally, kashrut has to do with things that you ingest, not necessarily collections. No, I don't, but I am live on more than 10 different YouTube streams simultaneously. More than 3.5 years. This goes back to the pandemic. It's the world's largest virtual archive of any single individual ever. It's essentially a time capsule for society. No, I live stream IRL. I've live streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've live streamed in Santa Monica, Beverly Hills. I've live streamed even at Disneyland. 100%. Perhaps I retain for the power of the community. No, I'm about unity. I'm about world peace. I'm not about things that divide us. I'm about things that unite us. Please tell me about it. That's a very good plan. I like it. Anything that is very well. Anything that involves world peace, I'm an advocate of. Pocket change. I started my stream during the pandemic, so it's more than 3.5 years long. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I am friends with the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, on Discord. If you ever want to check me out 24/7 and talk with me, I'm always live in Discord. That's at discord.me/rabbi. Perhaps it was my gift to you. That's my last name.
You know how our families have been feuding for centuries, then, right? I'm a Brummel. Brummels and Rothschilds.
Well, we can perhaps unite our families and our dynasties like the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Perhaps that would be possible, but it takes a lot. You guys gotta fucking make up your end of the bargain. You poisoned me as an honor student, trying to murder me to be like I know what you guys are all about.
Well, I am at least the olive branch to your family. I have done nothing wrong to you personally, and I don't want to. I want to be friends.
Well, I'd appreciate that, and that's good to hear. You could come back and look the chemtrails and organs. If you could, could you stop poisoning all the people of the planet Earth, please?
I do everything that I can on a daily basis to prevent those things from happening.
Well, that's good to hear. That's at least we're working on the same mission here, then. So
What?
you're I'm gonna guess you're the black sheep of your family, then, right?
I mean, we're all on a Twitter space at in the middle of the night. Aren't we all the black sheep of our families?
Touche. No, my family loves me like a shiny gem.
Yes, you are. Shout out to your family for being so supportive.
I have two adopted cousins too, and they're very loved. So
Hey, I see Pussy Chief's here. Pussy Chief, come on up. We want to talk with you. Okay, so we have Pussy.
I have to use a secondary account. Can you let me join on the Dragon Ball right now?
All right, very well. So do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I also want to help world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, things like saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst, which I've already helped to do through the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu token by digging wells in Africa, specifically Nigeria. I want to help through life straws and desalination plants where we pump the Earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. I've essentially created the largest archive in global history. You can watch my life going back to the pandemic, more than 3.5 years for more than 10 different streams. I have essentially the largest single data collection of any person ever. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Moreover, we talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster-than-light travel, dark energy, dark matter, alien disclosure. We talk about de-extinction. If you're not familiar with what de-extinction is, the first successful de-extinction, essentially the reversal of an extinction process, took place in the year 2003. That's coming up. We'll talk about that in a second. The first successful one happened in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex in if you don't know what the Pyrenean ibex was, it was a type of goat in northern Spain, southern France that was de-extincted successfully. Fast forward to the year... Excellent. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce, like you said, the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephants, which is a very exciting opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird back into society. So within the next decade or so, we might be able to see some successful de-extinctions of some once lost creatures. I am someone...
I had more ambition to pioneer those kind of things. However, since then, I've been hurt by so many factors of society and life that I hardly even appreciate my own life anymore, let alone care to bring back other creatures.
Well, we appreciate you and we appreciate your life. Other things that I talk about on this stream are things like life extension technology. I want to help every single person in here live to long lives and perhaps even further than that using life extension technology. Things like stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. These are all opportunities for everyone here to be able to extend their life longer than the average age of about 80 to age 100 and 120. But then the next type of technology comes into play. And I really mean this. If you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't have the money for that. Data is Earth's #1 resource. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, it overtook petroleum. And I have more data online than any person. I'm going to give away as much as I can when I go viral. The next type of technology, though, is really exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. That is where we, with your consent, scan your brain into a computer like an MRI or a CAT scan, knowing where every individual atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to every person in here is that you may have the opportunity at a digital immortality, which I feel is extremely exciting. If you want to learn more about my project, please feel free to look at my extended profile. There are over 5,000 characters in my biography. It's so large that you actually need it to load on Twitter. And I'm always live 24/7 on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter. I'm always live on Discord. You can visit me in my Discord at discord.me/rabbi. I just want you all to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be optimistic, and I'm here to give you hope. And really, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, OSD. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my project with everyone.
Absolutely. I don't think I know that about you. I think, man, we got a lot of people here that I'm sure are curious, not only of your culture, your project, the crisis trajectory of your token, but also, I think you'd like to discuss the merits of both piece of the, stopping the violence and the murder and the Freemasons. If you could tell your employees, those Freemasons, this is like a joke.
All right. Well, I am a Freemason. I'm a Master Mason. So I can tell you that, at least within my lodge, we don't do any killing. We don't do any abuse of any kind. It's really just a fraternity of like-minded individuals who are seeking light.
Interesting. So you're like, why are your rituals hidden from the public? What?
Certain. Well, I can't reveal any of the secrets within Freemasonry. If you're interested in becoming a Mason, what you want to do is, okay, that's fine. But what you want to do is ask one.
And you know what? My first experiences with Masons was getting molested.
Okay, well, that's a very sad thing that happened to you. I can tell you, at least within my lodge, I don't know of any molestation that takes place, and I'm here to protect children. I can tell you this. There is a phenomenal documentary on YouTube. It's by William Schoeben. It's known as The Light Behind Freemasonry. If you watch that, you will know more than what a regular Mason knows. You'll know a lot more secrets. So I can't personally reveal the secrets to you, but I can tell you that they are available, and I'll give you the opportunity to view them. You'll learn all our secret handshakes. You'll learn all our secret distress symbols. You'll know our secret words. You'll know everything about being a Freemason.
Okay, now, if you would like to watch another film, there's a Sherlock Holmes film called Murder by Decree, which unveils through Sherlock Holmes' cinema piece the true intention of Master Masons, which is to murder the children of the town and then lie about it.
Sure, it's The Light Behind Freemasonry. It's by a man named William Sullivan, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. It's about 4 hours long, and it is one former Mason who has demitted, but essentially he tells all the secrets of Freemasonry. I watched it before I became a Freemason, and I can tell you that it is as accurate as any piece of documentation on the fraternity as you'll find.
I had a 38-degree Scottish Rite Freemason invite me to an evening meal the week before I came here to Thailand, and he tried to convince me that Freemasons are not after me. Meanwhile, they've been gang stalking me for months prior and tried to assure me that they're good people. I've never seen any example of that whatsoever at all, period.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can tell you within my lodge, we do something called Food Finders, where we collect food for the less fortunate. We also have things where we collect glasses to help people without who have vision impairments. I'm also a Shriner. If you're familiar with the Shriners, we have burn hospitals throughout the world that help children, in particular, who have had issues because of burns.
Most of that, like, I come to find is I think all of that attempt to play good with the public eye is just, that's like soft surface level stuff, and like, yeah, that is good that you're doing that, but really behind the scenes, the entire legal system is set up to kidnap and entrap and imprison children from the school to prison system, and like it's all Freemasonic designed to enslave the world and then pretend like you're doing good and pretend what is good for you and just take it.
You're entitled to that opinion. I can't do anything to change that. I can just tell you that I don't do any of those things. I do my best to be a light to the nations. I do my best to be a positive person and very optimistic and to give people hope.
I can tell you that as a Freemason, you are being a good example, and it is nice for me to see a good example of a Freemason. I haven't ever hardly seen any good example of any Freemason whatsoever.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I can tell you, at least within my lodge, there are many like-minded individuals. We are family people. We're very family-oriented. We do things like go to baseball games and go bowling and do all kinds of things that you would normally expect from a group of like-minded men. The one caveat is that there are no women within our lodge or within any of the lodges within the United States and generally in England. No, not at all. And yes, we do associate with the Eastern Stars, but that's different. Generally, the reason why we don't allow women, I mean, it has been a fraternity for more than 300 years, but specifically, just imagine that we had a club and then we had people who started to get married in it, because what will happen is when you invite women into the club, people will fall in love and they'll get married, and then a divorce happens. Well, then it's... So that's a great question. So I'm a California Mason. So generally, whatever's on your birth certificate has been the way that you identify. But I know that there have been other lodges, such as I believe Ohio, that have made some changes that if you identify as a certain gender, you can be welcomed into the lodge as that. Great question. Our big phrase. No. So you have to be at least 18 years old. You have to be essentially of good character, and you have to. No, that's fine. And you generally have to be considered not mad, so someone of able mind and body. Not necessarily body, I shouldn't say that. We have people who have many types of disabilities. But if you want to be a Freemason, what you want to do is ask. And I can tell you that I have, in the past, not always known Freemason. And so what I did is I just wrote a letter to my local lodge, and I was welcomed in for a meal. I keep kosher, so I wasn't able to participate necessarily in the meal, but I was able to meet the people within the lodge, and they were very nice individuals. I can tell you that they're very accomplished people. We are very accomplished, very professional people. And then perhaps I may be a Mossad agent myself. Who knows? Generally, you that or Israeli at least. Well, that's a great question. If you're interested in becoming Jewish, the best thing that you want to do is contact your local Orthodox rabbi and make them aware of your intentions. Very similar if you want to become a Freemason, contact your local lodge. Well, certainly, I mean, we are a branch of Judaism, a branch of the Jewish people. Generally, there are Ashkenazi Jews, there are Sephardic Jews, Yemenite Jews, but there are Jews of all kinds of backgrounds. You're entitled to your opinion. According to the Supreme Court in the 1970s, it has been defined as both. Arguably, yeah. I mean, really, there's nothing stopping Christians from making the same arguments or Muslim people from making the same arguments, but they haven't done so, at least not within the court system, and we as Jews have. I can tell you this. I don't know what you've heard in the past, but I at least come to you with an open and honest heart. I've told you about my project. If you're interested in it, feel free to send me a follow. Feel free to join my...
I like the ambitions that you're doing. I really think you're doing a lot of good things. I just like, I've seen so much example of like terrible Jews. Like, bear with me, man. It's going to take a little bit for me to believe that you're not totally evil.
I understand. Well, you can at least watch the last 3.5 years of my life to be able to witness that. I can tell you as well, I do Orthodox things on camera, including Don Tefillin. I light candles. I daven or pray. I say brachot or blessings. So you can learn a lot about the Orthodox world within my stream. And just know, I do my best to avoid any kind of magic. Thank you so much. Yeah, I do have a crypto address. If you go to my Linktree, it's in my profile, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild at the very bottom. I have my ETH address. I have my Sol address. Feel free to send me whatever you'd like. That's very kind of you. I want you all to know that I am someone who wants to give to you. So I'm not asking for donations, but if you want to give them, most certainly I will accept them. And I just want everybody here to know I really appreciate the opportunity to share my project, to be able to talk with you all. And if anybody has any questions, I'm live 24/7 in Discord. You can find me at discord.me/rabbi. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Do you associate with any of the Rothschild orchards in America? I've been to some of their orchards and they make wonderful jam.
We do make wonderful jam. We also make wonderful wine. Yeah, certainly. We're all related. There are... That's correct. 100%. Yeah. So according to the state of California, on my ID, I actually have an X under gender. I feel that if I'm going to live a life of perhaps mind uploading and be able to live a life of thousands of years, if not millions of years, that I'm at a point where I'm transhuman. And that's what I define my plus being in the LGBTQ plus community. Dog, I love MILFs. MILFs are wonderful. You don't have to teach them anything. They have all the experience you need. They're like the goats of women. Excellent. On that point, I'm going to bid you all adieu. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and bless you all. Take care, everyone. Hey, what's going on, Frosty? Or is that Frosty? No, it's somebody else. Oh, it's fucking Blackberry. How you living, pimp? You keep changing your name. What's good, man? I don't know if you can hear me.
Video of the disclosure today. It was
While he's talking about the disclosure, the one thing I do want to mention is when I talked to that AWACS group, I thought it was kind of interesting because I said, "So, how many know about this?" And he goes, "The whole squadron knows about it." And I was like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, but we just don't talk about it because people lose their jobs over this." And I was like,
I've heard that as well.
And I was like, "So this is an AWAC?" And I said, "Am I to assume that if you're a British AWACS, then American AWACS can see it, French AWACS can see it, NATO AWACS can see it?"
Chief, do exactly what this FI said. I'll give you 50 bucks.
And he just kind of, yeah.
And everybody doesn't know what it is, so no one's talking about
And
it.
everybody just says it's got to be American.
Let's hear what this lady says.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office from President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news.
The part that gets me is the hobbyists being included in that. Is like,
well, they definitely were hobbyists too, because there was hobbyists in Austin around that time. There was a ton of drones. And just like people were like, "Whoa, it's a drone party!" Everybody was like,
okay, well, that kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense because there's so much drone activity.
Here's the thing that I got to look at it from an analyst point of view. The first thing that came up, I was like, so they knew this the whole time. Why couldn't they have said that from the very beginning?
It's a different administration.
Right?
Right.
And then two, why were they required to have a skiff briefing on drones? Nobody's ever answered that. At one point, the Congress guys all went into a skiff and got a skiff briefing on drones.
And then they didn't have a press conference about the results.
You're right.
Which would have been, could it be that they wanted to see what happens when you fly things over a metropolitan area and you fly a bunch of drones over highly populated
I would think
parts of
that
the country.
There's only a few reasons why I would say that you include both federal and drones in any kind of an activity. And there's only
Well, the
very few
hobbyists are including themselves, right?
Yeah, and that could just be that they're accidentally there. But the feds, what were they doing?
Yeah.
And why would they have a skiff?
That's my point.
Explain a
it's
skiff to
something.
people that don't know what we're talking
A
about.
skiff is a place for information above secret, and it's a special compartmented intelligence facility where we can go in there and talk about things that are above.
And there's no recording devices.
Right.
You don't
No
have
phones, no
phone,
nothing.
no
Just
nothing.
right. But the thing is this. I mean, most of us that are in the intelligence community or whatever, we're going to look at it and say something's not quite right here, because this is something domestic happening over the U.S. So would it really require a skiff? You know,
especially if it's authorized.
Right.
Correct.
You know, so would it really require that level of security to go on and have these guys talk? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the federal presence, to me, dictates the fact that if this was innocuous and unclassified, like you're saying, why was there not a press conference that described it and said the hobbyists are out there flying too, and they're just kind of interfering with our lanes where we go and fly
Yo, what's up, Pam?
Between one place to another. That never came up.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know about me? Perfect. Okay. Well, do you mind if I give you my spiel again, what I give to everybody? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a king, a death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a time capsule for the world. It's the world's largest time capsule, the world's largest timeline as well. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the digging of wells in developing countries. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. I'll get into that in a second. It's known as Harry Potter Obamasonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. And just to give you an idea, we have already built wells in developing countries, including in Nigeria. I am someone who thinks that the future of solving world thirst relies on desalination, which is the process of removing salt from saltwater to make it drinkable for people on land. Additionally, I am a major advocate for life straws, which essentially allow you to take contaminated water and drink it directly. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, things like alien disclosure. We're watching Joe Rogan on alien disclosure right now. We talk about things like de-extinction. If you didn't hear me earlier, essentially de-extinction is the process of reversing extinction of species that are no longer with us. The first successful de-extinction took place in 2003. It was the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that was de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or so, by the year 2028, to de-extinct the woolly mammoth, essentially reintroducing it into the Arctic Circle using African elephants. Following the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which is really exciting. I can tell you other super cool stuff. Talk about on the stream are things like life extension technology. When you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as things like stem cells, human growth hormone, ambrosia therapy, where the platelets of younger people are used for the benefit of older people, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, nootropics. These types of things will get you to age 100, 120. But then you're going to say to me, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the next type of technology comes into play, known as mind uploading technology. What is mind uploading technology, you may ask? It's essentially the technology that allows us, with your consent, to scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So what I'm saying to you, Left, and I really mean this in my heart of hearts, is that I think you may be able to experience a life of a digital immortality, which is extremely exciting. Don't you agree?
I do agree. Okay, this is a lot.
That's a really great question. But sometimes lakes aren't available, especially in the developing world, especially in areas that may have depleted their water sources. So with the idea of desalination, we can just pump the water from Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. Especially in an area, let's say, the perfect example of this is an area that's very desertified. Basically, it's a desert, but just has a coastal city, such as a city like Los Angeles, or even like Casablanca, Morocco, that doesn't have necessarily a huge river system. San Diego as well. We have to essentially, within California, have to pump our water from other states, specifically like the Hoover Dam, and we shouldn't necessarily be reliant on other states or even other countries for our water. We should be able to just suck the water out of the ocean to make it drinkable for people here. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Left, thank you so much. Your words mean so much to me. I really can't emphasize that enough. You should know that what I do say, I really mean. I know I got questioned and they're like, hey, do you eat babies and things like that? No, I don't. I don't want people to do that. If there are people who do that, I want them to stop. I feel that every person on this earth deserves a second chance, no matter what they've done. Certainly, I think that people may say that, oh, so-and-so is the worst person in the world. Okay, that's fine. But they've never known or had the opportunity to exist in a world where they know that someone, as I am out there, who is willing to be a light to them, a pillar to the community, someone who cares about the world, who cares about the little guy specifically. I am also an advocate, to get into more specifics, for women. I love women, but in particular, I think women are discriminated. Excellent. I think women are discriminated against, specifically on the internet. To give you an example, I'm live on YouTube right now. I have nipples. Okay, great. I'm not going to lose my account for doing that. But if I were a woman, I'd lose my Discord account. I'd lose my Telegram account. I'd lose my Instagram account. I'd lose my YouTube account. I'd lose my Twitch account. I'd lose my Rumble account. I'd lose my Kick account. I'd lose everything. Now, I'm someone who doesn't feel that we should discriminate on the basis of the color of someone's skin nor the content of someone's skin. And I am someone who thinks that we're moving towards a day where we will basically be of one color. And I do my best to ensure that I am an advocate for all people of all races, but also people of all genders. I don't think that the technocracy, as I refer to it, should be able to take away a woman's ability to be able to provide for her family, to provide for her children, just because she had a nip slip. That to me is absolute It's absolute. It's chaos in a world where a man can go around like this all day long, but a woman, if she does that, she loses her account. I think that it's unfair, and I want to stop it. I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment, essentially an amendment that means that you have to treat all people equally and fairly, and I'd like to see that pass someday. Other things that are important to me are really futurism and discussions of the future. So, as you know, I discussed a few of the things in that call, but if you're interested in other cool shit, like this is just the coolest stuff to me. And so, absolutely. So here we go. I like just lists of things. Like, all right, so you think that's cool? Here we go. And then just going through, and just stop me when you want to talk about one of these. But we're gonna start with types of clocks. And why do you ask, like, why clocks? Time is very important, and we don't really know what time is. I mean, like where I am, it may be 11:47. Where you are, something else. But in reality, that's still not exactly correct. So there are some types of potential clocks that we currently use, but there are also other types that people don't know exist. So there's the atomic clock, which uses vibrations of atoms, commonly cesium or rubidium, to measure time with extreme precision. There are nuclear clocks, which utilize nuclear transitions, potentially offering even greater accuracy than atomic clocks by measuring the energy levels of atomic nuclei. There's optical lattice clocks, which uses atoms trapped in an optical lattice, achieving precision by measuring transitions in optical frequencies. There's a quantum clock, which exploits quantum entanglement and superposition for timekeeping, potentially providing unprecedented accuracy. There's a strontium clock, a type of optical clock that uses strontium atoms, offering high stability and precision in time measurement. There's astronomical clocks based on celestial phenomena, such as pulsars or the movements of stars and planets for timekeeping, which, to my knowledge, is actually more accurate than the atomic clocks that we currently use. There's gravitational wave clocks, a theoretical clock that might utilize effects of gravitational waves on time measurement. There's biological clocks, advances in understanding circadian rhythms that lead to biologically integrated timekeeping methods. There's a photon clock, which utilizes photons and light-based technologies for high speed and high accuracy timekeeping. There are quite a few of these that I have, but now we'll go into biology. So what these are emerging or hypothetical technologies that we may be able to see within our lifetimes. And if mind uploading technology is a thing, then essentially we will be able to see these. Excellent, man. Excellent. Well, I'm glad I met you as well. So you've seen my expanded biography. It's like longer than anybody else's, right? Excellent. Cool. Exactly. And that's what I want it to be. Because when people want to find out about me, I want them to know who I am, what interests me, and what my mission is. All right. Exactly. I've done my job then. Exactly. Okay, so these are from a biological standpoint. Now, there are current vaccines that are, you'll see from the pharmaceutical industry and things like that. I'm not necessarily talking these. I'm talking like different vaccines. But there's an acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting the bacteria and inflammatory process involved. An anti-evolutionary drug, a theoretical drug to inhibit evolutionary processes in pathogens, potentially useful in controlling diseases. Anti-prion drug, a medication aimed at preventing or treating prion diseases, which are caused by misfolded proteins. Artificial gametes, laboratory-created reproductive cells that can mimic natural gametes, enabling advanced reproductive techniques. Artificial gill, a device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. Artificial supermitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities. A caries vaccine, a vaccine designed to prevent dental caries by targeting the bacteria that cause tooth decay. De-extinction, we talked about this a little bit. The process of reviving extinct species through genetic engineering and cloning techniques. A Dyson tree, a theoretical bioengineered tree designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. An ethnic bioweapon, a hypothetical biological weapon targeting specific ethnic groups, raising significant ethical concerns. I'm not saying that I want these things, but these are certainly discussions that we have on here about, what is the morality of something like that? What is the is it ethical? I don't think so, but some people may disagree. This is an interesting one. Female sperm. Engineered sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same-sex couples to have biological children. And we'll get to the male equivalent of that, or the female equivalent of that, whatever you want to consider it. Flying syringe, an automated drone capable of delivering vaccines or medications directly to individuals in remote locations. Hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. An HIV vaccine, a vaccine designed to provide immunity against HIV, preventing the infection and its associated diseases. This is an interesting one. A humanzee, a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. And the humanzee has actually been a project for more than 100 years. It was first attempted in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and then again potentially in China in the 1960s. And there is a possibility that it may be possible. The one thing is, it's difficult to impregnate a chimpanzee because they don't like to be force impregnated, essentially. They don't like to be raped. The next is life extension. Technologies aimed at significantly increasing human lifespan through genetic, cellular, or medical advancements. Liquid breathing, a method of breathing using liquid, for instance, perfluorocarbons instead of air, theoretically enabling extended underwater survival. Male egg, a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproductive possibilities. Mitochondrion, a nanoscale device mimicking mitochondrial function, potentially enhancing cellular energy processes. Nootropics, I talked about this a little bit earlier, a substance that enhance cognitive function, memory, or creativity in healthy individuals. Prime editing, a groundbreaking gene editing technology that allows precise modifications to DNA without introducing errors. Respercycle, a theoretical artificial red. Go ahead. Yeah, so essentially this is known as the CRISPR system. It's a type of gene editing that is currently available to people. It's very expensive, but what you're able to do is to edit your genes to perhaps remove certain types of disease-carrying aspects of them, or perhaps things that may cause birth defects. So you may want to edit out the ability for your genes to have Down syndrome, or perhaps autism or something like that. So this is something that's certainly available to people. We have a universal flu vaccine, a vaccine capable of providing long-lasting immunity against all strains of influenza. Universal snake bite antidote, a broad-spectrum treatment effective against various snake venom types. Now, if you're like, okay, well, that's a lot, I understand. That's just biology. And we talk about these things. They're real things. I don't understand why we don't talk about them in the mainstream. The next is a type of engineering. Go ahead. Absolutely. 100%. I agree with you. People are afraid to have courage to be different. Everybody wants to be in the mainstream. Everybody's worried about what their friends are going to think of them, so they don't have the courage to be able to talk about these things. I'm in agreement with you. Excellent. So the next section is engineering and manufacturing. And just know my favorites are lower. But there's biogel refrigerator, a cooling system utilizing biogel technology to preserve food without traditional energy sources. Chitlin cellulose composite, a biodegradable biodegradable material made from chitin and cellulose, offering sustainable alternatives in manufacturing. Diamond trees, structures made from diamond-like materials for extreme durability and utility in construction. An exoskeletal engine, a wearable exoskeleton that enhances human strength and endurance, potentially for industrial use. This is like what Iron Man's suit is. That's an exoskeleton engine. Mesoelectronics, miniaturized electronic components that integrate mechanical and electronic functions at a small scale. A microfactory is a small scale factories utilizing advanced manufacturing techniques to produce goods efficiently and locally. A pizer, a hypothetical device converting sound waves into electricity, enhancing energy harvesting technologies. A tectonic weapon, a theoretical weapon that can manipulate geological processes such as inducing earthquakes. A vertical zoo, a multi-level zoo design that allows for more efficient space use and more natural habitats for animals. A wearable generator, a device that converts body movement into electrical energy for powering personal devices. And if I may just include in here, I want to talk about batteries for a second. There are batteries that are currently utilized in people's households, but they don't know the importance of them. One in particular is within someone's smoke detector. I don't know if you've ever heard of a smoke detector that's low on its battery and it beeps and it beeps and it beeps. Excellent. Well, you have to replace the battery in those types of fire smoke detectors, usually about once every 6 months, something like that. But with modern or more modern types of smoke detectors, they utilize a type of battery in them known as americium. Americium is an element way down on the periodic table of elements in the 100s, essentially. But these batteries last much longer. They last 7 years. And a properly made americium battery can last 400 years. So what I'm talking about is like much longer types of battery lifespans. But even more important than those types of batteries is something known as a gravity battery. A gravity battery, what is it, you may ask? A gravity battery uses the microgravity of the Earth's gravity to be able to power a device without ever having to plug it in. So essentially, this phone would be charging right now using the microgravity that's happening on Earth. And that is the next future of devices where you never have to plug them in ever. And on top of that, they don't have a highly radioactive battery in them that could either explode or expose you to radiation poisoning. So those are some things I think are really important in terms of batteries. The next type of technology we'll discuss is computing and robotics. So there's a Dentrif robot, which is an automated dental cleaning robot designed to perform dental hygiene tasks more efficiently. In addition to dental tasks that will be automated in the future, doctors have already been automated, surgeons through the use of what's called the Da Vinci. It's essentially a robotic surgeon that allows surgeries to take place anywhere in the world virtually and is much more accurate than what any human surgeon could be. And then also lawyers as well. As you may know with AI, we're moving towards a world where AI has basically every single law case, every single brief, and can be able to compute it at a push of a button. These are things that we haven't had in the past that we will have in the future that may put a lot of these careers out of business, so to speak. The next is a hypercomputer, a theoretical computing system with capabilities for exceeding current supercomputers, utilizing advanced algorithms. Inferential programming, a programming paradigm where software can infer the intentions of users to automate tasks intelligently. Plant-based digital data storage, utilizing biological materials like DNA for data storage, offering high density and longevity. Quantum memory, a storage system leveraging quantum states to store and retrieve data with unprecedented speed and capacity. Quantum money, a form of currency based on quantum encryption, providing heightened security against counterfeiting. A robotoid, which is an advanced robot capable of performing tasks with a high degree of autonomy and human-like interactions. A rollerweight computer, a compact portable computer that can be easily rolled or transported, enhancing mobility. S-Money, which is a digital currency that currency system using secure smart contracts to facilitate transactions in a decentralized manner. And universal memory, a data storage system that can integrate and access information from various formats seamlessly. So that was engineering and robotics. The next part is my favorite. So these are megastructures. Cloud9 is a tensegrity sphere, a large floating structure designed for habitation or recreation utilizing tensegrity principles. Globus Cassis, a proposed massive structure that would encompass Earth potentially for habitat or resource utilization. A sea scraper, an underwater skyscraper designed to maximize space in ocean environments for living or research. A shell world, a vast multi-layered artificial habitat encasing a planet or star capable of supporting life. A vertical city, a high-rise city design that stacks living and working spaces vertically to conserve land and resources. In addition, there's a floating greenhouse. I talked about that. A floating skyscraper. So let's talk about the sea scraper. A sea scraper is basically on the ocean floor and is built up, and a floating skyscraper actually floats on the ocean surface. Both are definitely possibilities. And we'll talk more about megastructures because there are some that I'm an advocate for, and I like to talk. I'm passionate about. Next, nanotechnology, a bush robot, a small mobile robot designed for environmental monitoring and restoration in natural habitats. Claytronics, a technology involving programmable matter that can change shape and properties to mimic physical objects. Gray goo. Now, this one's really important because it can take over the world. Gray goo is a hypothetical scenario where self-replicating nanobots consume all matter to create copies of themselves. Have you ever seen, maybe like in Terminator 2, I think it is, there's like this silver goo. Have you ever seen that? You can imagine. Exactly. So basically, we have to be careful about gray goo. Next is mechanosynthesis, a process for assembling complex molecules using nanoscale machines. Molecular assembler, a device capable of constructing complex molecular structures atom by atom. A nanocomputer, a computing device built from nanoscale components, vastly increasing processing power. A nanomatrix skyscraper, a skyscraper constructed with nanotechnology for enhanced strength and energy efficiency. Programmable matter, very important here. Materials that can change their properties and functions based on external instructions. This is maybe my favorite thing that I'll even ever talk about. It's called a Santa Claus machine. It's a theoretical device that can produce any material good from basic raw materials at will. It's very interesting. Welcome, Frosty. Frosty, if you don't mind, I'm just telling our friend Left here about some advanced technology, so feel free to listen. Utility fog, a swarm of tiny robots that can reshape themselves to form any desired structure or perform tasks. Wet nanotechnology is manipulation of matter at the nanoscale in liquid environments for biological applications. And zettascale computing, a theoretical computing capability allowing for processing and storing of exabyte of data. These are my favorites because these are like all of that's cool, but I can't see some of that stuff. This is stuff that will help us as a planet. The first that I like to talk about is the Bering Strait crossing, a proposed transportation link like a bridge or tunnel across the Bering Strait to connect continents. So if you're not familiar with where this is between Asia and North America, basically between Russia and Alaska. It's about 51 miles of the Bering Strait there. And utilizing a tunnel system, we may be able to connect Asia to North America, which would allow me to drive from Los Angeles to go see Frosty in India, or I'd be able to drive from New York City to Cape Town, South Africa, or perhaps from Mexico City to Paris. I mean, imagine taking a road trip that you could just go international. It's really a mind-blowing idea. Next is the ET3 Global Alliance, a proposed transportation system utilizing vacuum tubes for high-speed travel. So essentially what this is underground tubes that allow you to travel at very fast speeds, faster than the speed of sound, essentially, in a frictionless environment. Next is a flying submarine, a vehicle capable of operating both underwater and in the air, enhancing military and exploration capabilities. A gravity train, a transportation system using gravitational forces for high-speed travel along the rail network. A gravity vacuum transit, a system leveraging vacuum tubes and gravitational forces for transport passengers efficiently. A transatlantic tunnel, a proposed undersea tunnel connecting North America and Europe for rail or vehicle transport. And I've seen this proposed being from like New York to Paris or New York to London. That might be an opportunity. And then there also may be a Trans-Pacific tunnel someday that may perhaps be able to connect Tokyo to Los Angeles or something like that. Go ahead. Absolutely.
Now, you have all this, you've done all this, sort of all this information.
Word.
Now, how do you plan to, actually execute it, you know what I mean? Or do you not plan to execute it? Do you plan to just keep it out for everyone to
No, I plan to execute all of it and perhaps be a global leader in all of it. So essentially what I need help with is just promotion. I'm just a single individual. And so I go in Twitter spaces and I talk and I tell people about myself. Now I did this like the way that my story goes is that it started during the pandemic. And the way that I started streaming it, you may know this, but I started by just recording my golf swing. And I'm certified project management professional by trade. I'm an app developer. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And I've had contracts with Fortune 500 organizations. Essentially, I've been able to use the savings from those positions to be able to finance my current lifestyle. But essentially, for the first year of me streaming, I didn't really do too much engagement when it came to social media. I would just start my streams. People would come into my YouTube or my Twitch or whatever, and I'd interact with them. The next year, I spent a lot of it on Twitter Spaces, but I ended up getting my Twitter account banned. And that's kind of par for the course. That happens to me. That's why I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts to basically be uncancelable. As of right now, this exact moment, I have over 25 different Twitter accounts live in Twitter Spaces. And if you're wondering, like, well, what are they doing? Basically, they have my PFP, my profile picture, which is like, read my profile. And if anybody sees that within a Twitter space, they click on it and they learn more about me. And then when I talk to people in Twitter Spaces, I'm not so foreign to them. And I do this through robots that I've programmed that I can show you in a bit. Additionally, go ahead.
I was just going to say something else. Didn't go that way. Like when I first heard you talk about it, I thought it was like a load of baloney. You're like seriously invested into this now, so it's actually like, you know, it's better than you were keeping like a job. Just making that, I think you're really doing something that is worth me.
Thank you so much. That means the world to me, Lev. You're absolutely right. For the first year that I did this, I simultaneously worked a job, but at a certain point, I didn't need money anymore. And when I do need money, I'm able to do projects for people, and so I'm able to support myself. But I recognize that if I really wanted to do this, I wanted to do it better than any person ever. And thus, I bought all.
You're definitely doing it. I'm telling you right now. Like this is the bottom of the iceberg. It might be the last, but it is the bottom of the iceberg.
Excellent. Well, as you can tell, I mean, I am very dedicated to this 24/7, 365. I mean, nobody else eats on camera, sleeps on camera. I've gone to the bathroom on camera. All of my interests are on camera. I'm as honest a person as I absolutely can be. I'm as doxed a person as I absolutely can be. The people within this cryptocurrency, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Emu, heard me talking about this futuristic technology about a year and a half ago, and they were like, we got to get this guy into our Telegram. So actually, you can't see it right now, but I'm live in a Telegram, just in a device right above above this camera, and anybody. Absolutely, 101,000%. I know that the efforts that I put into this project will eventually change the world, and that's important to me. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you're wondering, like, well, why haven't you become more famous? I mean, you've been at this 3.5 years. Why aren't you the most famous person on earth? Really, whenever I get any traction going on any of my social media, particularly on YouTube, my accounts get banned. And it's not for anything that I do that's wrong, but I'll watch like the Super Bowl, or I'll watch the Olympics, or I'll watch something that's copyright strike. And then you get enough copyright strikes and you lose your account. So that's why I have so many redundant streams, that if one of my accounts goes down because I stream the Olympics, I've got another 9 different accounts, and I'm multi-streaming this. So it's on Rumble, it's on Kick, it's on Twitter, it's on Twitch, it's on all kinds of other platforms as well.
When, like, obviously traction, but how do you plan to execute? How do you plan to execute it? Traction?
Well, that's where the Discord comes into play. I started this Discord less than 6 months ago. We've got 1,500 people in here. I have people not only in this server or this call, but we've got some other people in other calls. I'm very well known on Discord. So what's going to happen is somebody's going to see what I do. They're going to hear what I do, and they're going to say, wait, all you need is a retweet? Yep, that's all I need is a retweet. If you have a powerful account, just tweet about what I do. Hey, there's a real life Truman Show out there. Take a look at what this person does. Guess what? That's going to go viral. And when whatever you think is most beneficial, I can tell you that if you just type in hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, you'll find all of my information. If you want the most simple information, I'll send it to you. It's basically a breakdown of what I do. I appreciate that. I just sent you probably what I would say is a good breakdown of what I do. It talks about all my accounts. It talks about some of the technology we discuss. And somebody out there is going to have a powerful enough account. They find out what I do. It's going to go viral. And that's when we brace ourselves. That's when the entire world's going to take a look at what I do. And they are going to pick me apart. They're going to find all of my what I do, what they like, what I don't like. But really, I know this. I'm a very funny individual, and they're going to find what I do to be very humoristic, or humorous, I should say. And I'm going to be able to bring the world together through essentially being an example to the world. Don't do anything bad. I've never hurt anybody that I feel that in any way that it's been very serious, because if I had, I couldn't do this. If I'd ever cheated on a spouse or a girlfriend or something like that, I couldn't do this, because she would come out and be like, Rabbi's such a bad person. And no, I've only treated women with respect. And you ask any girl or woman I've been with, they're going to tell you that. All of my friends, I have a huge amount of friends. They're going to tell you that the person that you see on the screen is the person who plays golf with them, and who bowls with them, and who worships with them, and who teaches classes, and all the other things that I do. But I sent you I know it doesn't have a lot of traction, but I sent you a Twitter post that I just made recently, just something easy. But basically, please do. Oh, okay, I saw that one. Very cool. But essentially, people are going to say, I mean, like normally with any person who quote unquote goes viral. Okay, excellent. Let's see what you said. Well, firstly, thank you so much for doing this. I'm going to take a look at it right now. Oh, perfect. Excellent. That is. I absolutely will. I value you. I value the efforts that you made. And just know that you're like, when I go viral, I'm going to help every single person. I say this, share to be a trillionaire. And I mean that. I'm not just going to make millionaires. I'm not just going to make billionaires, but I'm going to make trillionaires. The reason why I'm going to be able to do that is data is Earth's #1 resource. It overtook petroleum in 2018 as the most valuable thing on Earth. And I have more data archived than any person ever. Usually when somebody goes viral, they are able to the world is able to see everything that they've done in about 20 minutes. They can go to their Instagram account, they can go to their Twitter account, they can see what they've done on YouTube. Not mine. Mine, you're going to have to spend years dedicating yourself to be able to study some of this. And I don't expect anybody to do that, though I know that it will be studied at an academic level, at a university level. But with AI, what will happen is that we will be able to edit my videos, but with AI, down to just when I'm awake and all of the conversations that I have, and that which would be of interest to people. But that doesn't mean that the other parts of the data are not of interest. There are going to be doctors and entire medical schools that perhaps have aspects of their organizations dedicated to just my sleep cycles, just my eating habits, just my behavior, just my emotional aspects, because we've never had one example with so much data that we've been able to study. No one's had the courage to be able to put themselves out there and the dedication to be live 24/7. With any creator out there, they're always like, okay, well, my stream's ending. Take care. Bye. I never do that. I'm always live. You can always watch me. And that's a really exciting aspect of this as well, that you can, like, if you're ever bored, you can just check me out. You always know that I'm live. You don't ever have to get my schedule or anything like that. And I watch really cool stuff. I have watched I don't know if are you into sports, Left?
Yes. I watch.
Perfect. Excellent. I watch all of those too. So we've watched the Stanley Cup Finals. We've watched the start of the NHL. We watch the AFC Championship. We watch every football game this year. We'll watch the Super Bowl. I've watched on the stream now. This will be my third Super Bowl that we've watched. Third Super Bowl or fourth Super Bowl? I even lose track. I can tell you I've watched 3 different. Absolutely. And I project it. I don't know if you can see, but I have a projector here. So like whatever I'm doing on a computer, you can just see it there. It's not always as bright as people would want, but I understand. There's only so much I can do. But I appreciate that sincerely. Thank you so much. You did not have to do that. And I will utilize. Thank you so much. You know what? Let me show you. I've got some other, like we can talk about technology all day long, but I want to show you. Excellent. I'm going to show you how I'm going to go viral. So in addition to what I say, that's really interesting, I use something known as the mere exposure effect. If you don't know what the mere exposure effect is, just one moment. I can tell you what I think it is, which I would say the more that you are exposed to a given symbol or sigma or something, the more familiar you are with it. But let's get the scientific version. I also have some technology I'll show you. Yo, dog, can you please tell me what the mere exposure effect is in like 3 sentences and keep it simple? The mere exposure effect is when you start to like something more just because you see it a lot. It works with faces, music, or even stuff like logos. Basically, the more you're exposed to something, the more familiar and positive it feels. It's like how you might start vibing with the song after you hear it on repeat. Okay, that's mere exposure. just for a moment, I'm going to show you a piece of technology. This isn't anything groundbreaking, but I really think it could be if it were utilized globally. So this is a universal translator. Do you speak any other languages other than English left?
I did speak Spanish for a bit, but not really.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm from the United States, and while I know some Hebrew, I'm not as fluent in Hebrew as many of my Israeli brethren. But with this type of device, I can be. So here we go. This type of device translates everything that I say automatically, simultaneously, and perfectly, and also displays it for people to improve communication styles.
סוג זה של מכשיר מתרגם לכל מה שאני אומר באופן אוטומטי בו זמנית ומושלם וגם מציג אותו לאנשים כדי לשפר את סגנון התקשורת.
Now, let me ask you this.
Sure.
When you go to, I've been doing some traveling, when you were to go to, like, let's say India, like across the India.
Yep.
If you were to go in there and go to, like, the Mumbai slums or whatever, they speak, like, 6 different languages. Now, does that, like, include every single language?
Absolutely. So here's Spanish. This device could really help relations, especially in places that are multilingual, where communication differences cause strife amongst the population.
Este dispositivo podría ayudar realmente a las relaciones, especialmente en lugares multilingües, donde las diferencias de comunicación causaban conflictos entre la población.
And this technology is over 5 years old. I bought this 5 years ago, and it still works very well. It uses a cellular signal if I need it to, so it can be used anywhere where you can get signal. And I don't know why we're not utilizing this type of technology globally. I know people say, well, that's just Google Translate. Yeah, but for some reason, Google Translate isn't as simple as this. And this also has a feature that if we want to, like, if you speak into it, it can speak to another person and then they can speak back into it. And I'm sure that they've improved on it in the last 5 years or so. But it's known as a universal translator, and it does every single language. I mean, it does Yiddish. It does not just Spanish, but it does American Spanish, Spain Spanish, Argentinian Spanish, Central American Spanish. I mean, it does all kinds of different Spanishes. Okay, so remember I was talking about the mere exposure effect. In fact, let's see if this, this might actually, this is hilarious. So we were in Bitcoin After Dark, I believe. Let's see if this works. Excellent. I'm not sure if it's going to work. Let's see here. All right. I am, if you're wondering, well, why doesn't it work? I'm just waiting for it to cycle. So we'll give it. So basically what these, well, I can just show you what the device does, what it will do. So what happens is I will get 10 accounts with my profile picture that's very vibrant and you can see it. And also, what else about my profile picture is unique, Left?
I think it's the colors, but probably the wording.
Okay, it's also a square. It's not a circle. So everybody else has a circle, and mine's kind of like a square. And you may not.
I did see that. That was
Exactly. So that square differentiates me. So what you're going to see, I have another device here that I'm going to use to show you. Okay. So, I've been talking to you this whole time, and I am, you know what, you can just see this right now. I'll just send you the Twitter space. So you can see at least 5 of my accounts working at once. I got 2 other computers that are going to join other people's discussions in the next 10 minutes or so. But here we go. This one has 3 of them going. Copy link. So this isn't the perfect version, but it's something that you'll be able to see right now. So you'll have reference to what I'm showing you. So this is just somebody's, they've got just like, I think a Twitter space to gain followers. And I just put a bunch of accounts in there. What I want you to do is go to the account, the message that I just sent you, and scroll all the way to the bottom, and you'll see 3 of my accounts just posted up in there. If you would just take a look at them, and you'll see, and you'll be like, all right, well, that's 3 accounts. That's not that great. But when I do it with 10 accounts, I get them to just, everybody in the Twitter space to be like, who is this person? They've got 10 accounts simultaneously in the space. What's going on here? Are we getting botted? What? They get confused, and then they start talking about me. I use the mere exposure effect to be able to gain more traction on them.
Okay, so you just want to recognize.
Exactly. So that people are like, oh, I know who this guy is. He's the guy who's in everybody's Twitter spaces. He's everywhere. And, I just talk to them. Then they're familiar with me. But also it causes them to click on my profile and take a look at my expanded profile. And they're like, wow, this person's into some really interesting things. And I have somewhat of an idea of who they are. So here's what I can show you. I will, so I'll show you this. Here's how the robots work. They're just pre-programmed macros, essentially, that I've created. I'm going to flip my camera in a second. Oh, no, here it is. Okay, so it's a very smart robot that I've created that knows where the start listening button is. You're going to see it with the hand. It just clicked it. And then over here in the corner, it opened up the discussion. And it will just sit in there for 15 minutes to give people the ability to know who I am, what I'm doing. And then it'll go to another, just a moment. If I keep hearing myself, it drives me wild.
Okay, so I get it. You're trying to use get recognition, just basically.
Exactly. 100%. Thank you. I mean, it works really well. I get random people who just come in here and I'm like, hey, how did you find out about me? And they'll be like, I saw you had 10 accounts in the Twitter space. How are you able to do that? And then I tell them and I show them, and then we get to talking, and they're like, wow, you're really fucking smart. I mean, I hate to say it, but they do say that to me, and I'm not any smarter than any other person. I've just maybe had some, thank you. I've had some unique opportunities to be able to learn from people, but in general, I mean, that's what I do. And if, like, what else do I do? Mirror, that's okay. Mirror exposure effect.
Okay, so you use the mirror exposure on me.
100%. And I used it on Elon Musk and the other 2 guys in here. If you can see them below, they're in the Join to Create there, Noor and Oleg. They're from Greece. I used it on Frosty. I mean, I've only met really one person. I had a fan of mine from a Telegram, and they were like, hey, Rabbi, I want to meet you. And I said, okay, well, where are you? They were in Northern California. They're like, I'm going to drive 8 hours. I want to come to meet you. So I let them come and meet me. They got to tour my room. They got to take a little tour of my house, and we had a picnic in the park, and we live streamed it. It was really nice. And those are some of the things that I do. I mean, I basically have given up all of my privacy for the world. But I know that in the long run, it's going to be the most important event in global history. Not only that, I'll be able to do a lot of good with it. And I really mean this. I think this isn't why I do it, but I think I'll be the most famous person in the world. And I think I'll be the richest person in the world. That's not why I do it, but essentially when people...
I know why you do it. You're trying to create peace.
Exactly. 100%. So that's, in short, so to speak, some about me. What about you, Left? Tell me about yourself. What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do? Excellent. Who do you got in the Super Bowl?
I'm just a big Bears fan, but obviously they're not going to be there.
Bear down, Chicago Bears, man.
I am Wisconsin, so I don't like the Packers so much.
Okay.
Whereas I don't think the Chiefs win. I don't really care who wins the Super Bowl because I feel like the Chiefs are just going to lose it. They've got us for these matches.
I'm with you. I'd like both teams to lose. I don't think either really deserves to win again. But I'd like to see the Eagles win over the Chiefs. I don't want to see a three-peat. I mean, I know that there are people who would, but that gets old. And I really wanted to see like the Lions and the Bills, two teams that have never won, so that we had a guaranteed new Super Bowl champion. But we, alas, didn't get that. I'm sure. You're 100% right. Well, excellent. So, do you play any video games? Yeah, dude, that's getting to be very popular. Dude, Frosty is Frosty, the guy who was just in here, is the biggest fucking RuneScape fan that you'll ever meet. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Very cool. Do you play any Fortnite? Definitely. Excellent. Excellent. Beautiful. What's your favorite thing to cook? That's a beautiful thing, man. Excellent. Shout out to your grandma for teaching you that. Okay. Go ahead. I want to hear what she does, but go back to that Twitter space that I just showed you and go to the bottom. Okay. Now, do you see how that catches the eye? And number one, I use eye-catching colors, red and yellow. It's very simple. You can read my profile from a good distance away, and it's a square, and everybody else's are circles. So it makes you be like, well, what is going on with this person? And it's just the mere exposure effect. But you see, I've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different accounts in there, and I'm having more that join currently. And what they do, I mean, they're new accounts, so I haven't been utilizing this strategy all that long, just like a week, but even less than that. But what these accounts will do is they'll gain followers, and then when they gain followers, they'll be higher and higher in the list. But basically, people see it, they click on it, they know who I am. I do get people who aren't positive to my message. They either, I mean, you heard it in that Twitter space. There are people who think that I'm the.
I think it's, like I said, I think it's more like I like to hear but I also do like jump to the back and judge.
We all do. Excellent. I'm glad you do too. I do as well. And the thing that was a game changer to me was creating a Discord. I considered it in the past, and this one has only been around. My Discord's only been around for 6 months. And I have 1,500 people in here. It's allowed me to build a community. Usually people would just see me or talk to me, and then it would just be like two ships passing in the night. This way, I get people who sleep in here all night. Elon Musk is actually in Egypt. We've got people in Greece. We get people in India. I have people in Canada and Australia. We play mini games every night. We play for like hours, and we're really, really intense about it. And then, of course, I have people. Oh, absolutely. If you're interested, the games that, like, so because I have to dedicate my computers to being robots, I don't like to use them to play games. So any kind of like, hey, I want to play Grand Theft Auto or something like that that takes a lot of memory, I just generally avoid. But I like to play mini games. So I play the Discord games that are available in here. But if you're ever interested in playing a game, we play mini golf. Do you know what mini golf is? Like miniature golf, essentially. So it's on an app called Plato, Plato, which has many different mini games in it. For me to list them, it's like Plato, as in the Greek philosopher. So it's Plato. If you download it, the available games are they have like Uno, they have Carom, they've got pool, they have mini golf, they have table soccer, they have. Oh yeah, I'll send you. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Absolutely, I'll send you the link. And no, you're fine. Do you have an Android or an iOS device? Okay, excellent. Well, then that's how you download it. So here it is on Apple, and if you download it, I mean, I'll play a game with you right now if you want, or if you just want to play it another time, that's absolutely your prerogative as well. But my friends and I, we've gotten really into mini golf, and so we know all the angles, and we're really competitive against each other. And I'm a competitive individual, so with that, those are some things that I like to do. I am interviewed a lot. I mean, not a lot, but like generally, I have people who come in here and do interviews with me, or I would be on podcasts. So those are available in this chat if you ever want to see what I'm like in an interview. Let me just see where I would find them. Oh yeah, they're in here if you search interviews. But I should probably move that up. Excellent. Excellent. I have interviews that I've done. I will. Let's see if I can see this. Okay, so in case you ever want to see what interviews I've done, do you know who Aiden Ross is? Okay, excellent. I'm the #1 streamer in his Discord. I've been live in there for 9 months, and he knows who I am. Even more importantly, though, the owner of Kick, basically his boss, so to speak, Eddie Craven, knows who I am. We're friends on Discord, so I have made some, connections with billionaires, which isn't a bad thing. 100%. 100%. That's why I can say with such confidence, I know I'm going to go viral. It could be any day. What I'm saying resonates with people, and it's really interesting. I mean, when we look at like vintage things or old school like data or media, we love as a society to be able to say, oh wow, this is what life was like then. Well, essentially I provided that to the world in a post-pandemic environment, and so people will know. I do have video of myself pre-pandemic, but really the far majority I have is post-pandemic, and I know people are going to want to connect to this. In addition, one of the things that really makes this important I have a radio that's going 24/7, essentially to AM 640 in Los Angeles, that always has news going. So what does that mean? It means that you know what's going on in a given part of the day whenever you go into one of my streams, because you can just hear what we've got, what we're listening to. And so if you're like, I don't know, like what news happened recently? We had there was a plane crash in Washington D.C. with a helicopter. So that was breaking news, and it's like we're able to kind of live in the global timeline together. I know where I was when the Queen of England died. I've been in earthquakes on this stream. Quite a few different really interesting things have happened to me, and I think in the future people will essentially see it as the biggest time capsule in society. Hey, there he is. Hey, Frosty, have you played any old school RuneScape recently?
Nope, I don't play that game anymore.
Oh, quit it. I was just telling Left that you were the biggest old school RuneScape fan that we knew. And the reason why I said that, we had some other people in here yesterday. He showed us video of himself, of videos that he's made on YouTube of him playing old school RuneScape. But apparently now he's too cool for old school RuneScape, so that's okay.
So I think I'm like arguably one of the most well-known MMO players, but I don't stream or anything. So I play the most MMOs, have the most kind of. But MMOs it's weird, right? Because it's like a storyline almost. So you play and there's like it's a drama happening with detail and stuff like that. It's more hard.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Well, Left, as you see, the robots that I have, at least in the Twitter spaces, they're going to get attention. They already have. People don't know what to make of them. They don't hurt anybody. They don't spam anybody. But essentially, it's like, oh, this guy's back. And I'm pretty well known on Twitter for having been really shilling my project over a year ago. But now that I'm back on Twitter, I'm going to continue to shill. And I say to myself, even if they cut me off, even if they ban me, even if people want to fight with me, I just have to keep going. And I know that the Twitter environment has enough people on it who are influential that it's just going to be someone's tweet, someone's retweet, something like that. And eventually, you get to be pretty well known on these spaces. And I know I have allies. I know there are more people on this earth who want peace than want war. And also, I mean, I can make you rich. If you help me, I will help you. As I say, share to be a trillionaire. And these are not necessarily. Go ahead.
One of the things exactly is that a lot of this technology, right, it's going to be come into use at some point, but not right now. Right? Right now, it's kind of like shaded and obscure, but I think a lot of this stuff will most likely be used in the future. People say, okay, fine, it's not really going to interfere with our lives. Or, I mean, it is going to help, but it's not going to like do any kind of bad things or all of this stuff. So it's probably going to be used by people like Elon Musk and everywhere. So not in the USA.
Well, perhaps. I know that my stream has been used for practical purposes. I was part of a community where someone got their wallet drained, and the people who drained the wallet were actually speaking in one of the spaces I was in. I had this space recorded, even though it wasn't a recorded space, and the police were able to essentially use that evidence in the case against the people. I mean, I even use these streams quite often for my own practical purposes. I'll put something down. I'll put my phone down somewhere, and I'll be like, oh, where did I put my phone? And I don't know where I put it. And I will go back and watch on my stream where I put it. It's like under a pillow or something like that, or it fell somewhere. I use them all the time for practical purposes, but I know in the big scheme of things, people will use them just to understand what human life was like and about the conversations that were had. And then when I go viral, then this becomes really, really exciting because it's like, oh, that was when no one knew who the rabbi was, and he was having to introduce himself to everybody. Unlike today, where he's one of the most famous people, if not the most famous person on earth. Excellent. Excellent. Well, Left, I understand. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. As you see, I've got some. Okay, well, excellent. Um, so I don't know. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? So he had this podcast on today that just dropped on aliens. I'm a huge advocate of alien disclosure. If you were to ask me what my favorite topic is, I mean, I certainly love Judaism, but alien disclosure is something about which I also have passion. I feel as we were able to, if we're able to come to reality, come to terms that we're not alone, then things like anti-gravity and antimatter, they become more realistic to us. But before we do Joe Rogan, if you don't mind, let me make sure of the types of technology that I've discussed. Now, let me first say this. If anybody were to watch just what you experienced in the last hour or two or however long you've been here, it would change the world. When people are starting to find out about artificial gills and male eggs and female sperm and all that other, I mean, every single idea that I discuss in here is a game changer. It's a world-changing idea. And so I think that perhaps yes. Well, yes, but you have to understand as well that the people that control the world, believe it or not, don't always feel safe in being public. I'll tell you who controls the world. It's my family. It's the Rothschild family. It's the Astor family. It's the Bundy family. It's the Collins family. It's the Carnegie family. It's the DuPont family. It's the Lee family. It's the Merovingian bloodline. It's the Russell family. It's the Reynolds family. It's the Rockefeller family. It's the Vanderbilt family. It's the Van Dunn family. It is the Warburg family and the House of Windsor. Basically, those families control the world. Do I have a notepad of it? I mean, I just have them memorized. But essentially, those families control the world. When they see that one of them essentially is a spokesperson for peace and love, it allows me to have a little more cachet with them. It allows them to know that it's okay to be public. That when I say this, it really makes sense. That if you were to run the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, every single time, a small group of people would end up with power over the majority. Every single time. And it just happened to be these were the families for whom the dice were rolled. It could have been the Smith family and the Jones family and the Johnson family and all these other families, but it just didn't necessarily align that way. And when the people out of the world recognize that there's someone who's uncancelable, essentially, you can take down my Facebook account, you can take down my YouTube account, you can take down my Twitch account. I still am on another 33 different platforms at any given time, live streaming. Eventually, they recognize that you are a force with which to be reckoned. And I am not someone who feels that, who wants to eat the rich. I'm not someone out there who feels that we need to hurt anybody in power. I am someone who feels that much of this technology needs to be shared with the world, and that there are still many ways to make money for them, and there are still ways that potentially to be able to control the world, but that we are at a time in existence where some of our previous behaviors, such as war, such as slavery, such as perhaps economic injustice, can be obliterated through the use of data, through the use of perhaps minerals, perhaps through mining, perhaps through the more adequate allowance of land, but still accomplish the goals that they envision. So, what are the protocols that are essentially envisioned? 15-minute cities, no carbon footprint. I mean, I am for no carbon footprint. That's why I'm such an advocate for not only nuclear energy, fission energy in particular, where you tear an atom apart, but fusion energy as well, where you slam particles together. I'm also an advocate for the use of tidal energy. This is a mind-blowing one that I don't understand why we don't use. So essentially, in order to create energy, all you have to do is turn a turbine. And so why don't we put turbines in the ocean and allow the ocean's currents to just turn the turbines for us? Instead, like we do that with wind farms now, but that doesn't produce that much energy. But the ocean,
Like I said, I think it was. Do you think it's more like people that are free power just
they can't be public, and there's a certain aspect that they don't like about them. They want to be able to walk down the street and people know who they are and perhaps not get attacked. And when I show the world that there is a certain humility and humanity to them, I feel that I can gain a lot of allies within all of these families. But essentially, the cat is out of the bag. We know how the world works. I mean, I've explained it. There are essentially 13 families at the top, and then from there, there's a council of 300. So that would be like the Johnson family, from like Johnson and Johnson. That would be like the Disney family from Walt Disney. That would be like the House of Saud and some other of the House of Monaco, those kinds of dynasties. And then from there, that's it. Then, but what people don't understand, what you may not understand, Left. Well, I'm sure you do, but let me put it to you this way: did you know Left technically probably are in the top 1%?
I think that. Yeah, I think so. Mainly.
Okay, excellent. If you have more than $30,000 in assets, you're in the top 1% of the world. So,
Yeah, that is mind-boggling.
isn't that mind-boggling? Exactly. So you understand it. But so basically, I'm a 1%er talking to a 1%, right? Even though we're not like at the very, very tip of the top, we're still doing much better than most people on Earth. And thus, I just want to open up the discussion a little bit more to more individuals and also help the world with much of this technology. I know that much of this technology can be used to enslave the human race, and specifically in artificial intelligence and robotics. And I at least want to be a warning to the world that this could absolutely happen. Skynet could become a reality, and there are ways to perhaps avoid it using perhaps ethics and morality when programming some of this technology. But in the end, we're just two 1%ers talking to each other, and we may not recognize it, but that's what we are. And there is going to be a culling, and I think the 1% likes to hear me talk about this. There's going to be a culling. Basically, 90% of everyone on Earth may be culled. Do I want that to happen? No, but there's nothing I can do to control it. And there's going to be a major race to the top in all aspects of society, but particularly financially. And the way that you'll be able to avoid that culling is through cryptocurrency. Not only that, I'm going to protect you. I'm going to make sure that all your dreams come true through data, and I'm going to be able to monetize it. And when I do, the sky's the limit. That's when we start building sea scrapers, and that's when we start perhaps building the Bering Strait Tunnel and all of those things. If I may say one more thing on the Bering Strait Tunnel, because I didn't mention it earlier. So People don't know this, but basically we need to connect 51 miles underneath the Bering Strait, which is again from Asia to North America, and then another about 90 miles between Central America and South America, known as the Darien Gap, basically a very heavily forested area of Panama and Colombia. If we were able to connect those two areas, you'd be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires to Paris or from Rio de Janeiro to Cape Town. I mean, how amazing would that be? Exactly. It would help people in transportation. Exactly. And so I mean I'm an advocate for those things, and they may try to kill me, and if they do, okay. I mean I lived a good life. I've been recorded as much more than any person in global history, but I feel as if I mean I know 1%. I know 1% of 1%ers, and I can tell you that there is a certain stress that comes on someone's life when you have billions of dollars, and there's a certain amount of humility or face that I can put on this. When people say, "Oh, the top 13 families rule the world," I don't like them, and then they see I'm their spokesperson, and I have a very good heart, and I want world peace and all these other things. It's a lot harder to hate the rich. Certainly. $100%. And cryptocurrency is going to give you freedom. It's going to give every single person in those Twitter spaces freedom. And whether they recognize it or not, they're the 1%. They're the people who people say, I don't like those people. Well, globally, you're the 1%. Exactly. Well, thank you, Lev. You should. This is what I need from you. Well, firstly, you've done more than most any person. You've given to the project, which is first and foremost very much appreciated, and will pay off in exponentially for you in the future. You've retweeted what I've done, which is absolutely extremely important to me. What I need from you just keep talking to your friends about, hey, I met this rabbi in these Twitter spaces. If you haven't heard him, you're gonna hear him. You're gonna know who he is. And go to his Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. It's very easy. And you can talk to him whenever you want. And he'll talk your ear off. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so you're going to hear more from me, and just know that when I say this, I think it could be. Look, I started this more than 3 years ago, and I always think it's going to be next week that I'm going to go viral, or tomorrow. But it really, at any point, could happen. But I really think, especially because of these robots that I have in Twitter Spaces, that it may be within the next 2 months. I'm really going to focus on the Twitter Spaces. And just telling people about my project. And I get people who want to shoot me down all the time, and that's fine. And but I know I've said to myself, I think by March 26th, I could be wrong, but I've kind of set that as my goal, that if I am in these Twitter spaces day in and day out, every single, I try to at least do like what I did, like, hey, do you mind if I tell you about my project? 1 hour of those. So if I do, like 15 or so of those a day, a lot of people find out about me that way. And what I have now that I didn't have before is a Discord where people can come in and connect with me. And also these robots, I mean, there's something to them where people are going to be like, oh, I know who that is. I get some people who I'm like, hey, do you mind if I tell you about my project? They're like, no need to. We know about your project. Rabbi streams his life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. And that's what I want. And those people in those calls are very influential people. They are high net worth individuals, and they have very powerful accounts. And it's just, what's going to happen? It's going to be like a lighting of a match in a room full of petroleum barrels. It's going to take off like a catalyst, and everybody's going to want to know what I do. People are going to come to my house. People are going to want to watch my old streams, and that's what I want them to do. What I do that's different than any other person who live streams, I feel, is I archive it. So I don't just start a stream and say, oh, well, what I'm doing now is important. I say what I did last week was important, last month was important, last year was important, and you can watch it all. And that's what really makes this special. And just know, Left, if I know you know this, but if there's anything that you ever need, or if you're ever lonely, or you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I know that at least, let's see here, at least Pacific time, usually about, like, just in the mid to late evenings Pacific time, so maybe a little later for you, we play these mini games. But what I'll do is I will send you a message when we're doing that, and just know that the light is at the end of the tunnel, and we keep getting closer and closer. And with that, I'm going to watch some Joe Rogan and eat my pasta, and feel free to enjoy. If you want to go do your own thing, I completely understand. But just know how much I appreciate having met you, Left. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure I sent you a friend request in this Discord. But if I haven't, I most certainly want to, because go ahead. Yeah, no one does it. Here, let me tell you what. I used to let people message anything they wanted in the I used to let people message anything they want, but I get a lot of haters. And so I had somebody come in here and basically put a GIF of someone getting an amputation in every single channel that I had. It was very, very bloody. And I just recognized that, until I have 24/7 moderation, I'm not going to give anybody the ability. And then also, if you do want to post anything, there's a section below called Free Speech Channel and Self-Promotion Channel that you can put whatever you want in there. So I get people who put swastikas in there and all kinds of hateful things, but I'm about free speech. And so I don't want people to think that I'm running away from free speech. If there are people who want to put that stuff in there, they can. The world will just see what they're made of, essentially, when this goes viral. So, and then there's one other thing. There's a way that people can, what they call, nuke your server. So what they do is if they're able to type in your server, what they will do is put their address, or they'll put somebody else's address in there, and then they'll report it with another account and say that they got doxxed. And basically that's a way that people can destroy your server. So to avoid that as best as possible, I have limited as much as I can. I've done what I can to limit those types of interactions.
No, this is just one of the services.
Yeah, that's true too. So I'm also live. I'm live in 12 different Discords right now. So I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. I'm the #1 streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord, and quite a few other major creators. I mean, if you ask Aiden Ross, does he know who I am? Yeah. If you ask Amaranth if she knows who I am, yeah. Basically, everyone on Kick knows who I am. Many people on Twitch know who I am. And even people on Twitter know who I am. But I'm really going to start focusing more on Twitter. And it's just a matter of time until we're viral. And Left, we'll be watching this perhaps on a tropical island, kicking back, just saying, remember when we had that conversation and neither of us were famous, and now we're both very famous, and we'll be able to watch any kind of sporting event that you want at the 50-yard line in boxes and do all those other kind of fun things. Well, excellent. I can tell you that no, I mean, at this time, I mean, you've done more than enough, and really, if anything, when you see those guys again in that space, be like, hey, I spoke to Rabbi at length, and let me just tell you, he's the real deal. He will talk your ear off about technology that you can't even comprehend. Take a look at his profile. He's got more than you could ever want to know about himself in there. And you can always check in with him in his Discord and just keep spreading positive vibes and keep being a positive person to the project. And it will pay off in dividends. How's that sound? Excellent. Absolutely. Please feel free to. Come back if you want. Just come back once a day. Check in. Tell me how your life's going. I'll give you any updates that I have on Twitter. And I'll see you in that Twitter space again because those guys were really nice to me. And I'll tell them they'll want to know more about the project and things or want me to say it again. So. They were really nice. Look, I completely understand. Anybody who had the experience that he had or they had, I would feel very negative towards what I was saying as well. But I can't let that stop me. That was something terrible that happened to that person. If anything, I would like to help that person. If I were able to sit down with them, I would say, some of the technology that I discussed, one of them is known as memory erasure. And this is a type of technology that may be utilized for people with PTSD, but also people who have had terrible experiences such as you, and something that you're dealing with on a daily basis and you have these terrible reminders of. If you want, with your consent, we would be able to remove those from your memory. Is that something that you want? And those people who would want to experience that memory erasure wouldn't have to deal with those types of nightmares anymore. But, it's hard to be able to discuss that with someone in such terms, but just know I have plans for them as well. Excellent. Left, you take care, my man. I'm always here for you. Thank you again for being so sweet. Peace, buddy. Whenever you're bored, just drop in. And if you need anything, send me a message in the meantime, okay? Peace, dog. Take care.
So why was the skiff even mentioned? And that's something that they did release in the press, is that they were receiving briefings that were in a classified environment.
And then there's still the problem with these drones popping up all over the world, especially over military facilities, and that part's not been addressed. It's just the other stuff that they,
Right, that was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had to get closed down, right?
Wright-Patterson, Langley Air Force Base, there's others. And then there's reports of stuff in Australia. There's reports of things in other places in the world.
Let me ask you this and tell me if this makes sense. If you were the government and you knew that there were non-human intelligence that were operating vehicles above our cities, would a way to sort of obfuscate that, to launch a bunch of our drones as well, and have some shit that you could explain, and then tell people, don't worry about it. It was just drones. It was our drones. Like, see, here's our drone. Here's a drone that crashed. Look, it's got propellers. Normal drone. Yeah, it's big, but it's normal.
You have no idea how many people have said that already.
Yeah.
You're going in the right direction.
Yeah, you've heard that one. You've heard the other theory. They're looking for a dirty nuke.
Right.
They're looking for
that one scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I did too. Honestly, I thought that's what it was about. But and then they have looking for HVTs like anti-terror, or looking for terrorist groups, because I think at that time it went through the press that there's over 1,000 of these, jihadists that were in our midst. We don't know where they're at.
Right.
Kind of thing. Maybe they're looking for those. And those are just some of the theories that you come up with this kind of a scenario.
And then there was the guy, the congressman that said, "Oh, there's an Iranian mothership out there," and we were like, "What?"
In the ocean.
Yeah. None of this stuff was making any sense. And then you have to wonder, where was he getting his intel? Because if it's that crappy,
right,
those people need to be fired.
Well, you got to take another thing into the calculus, and that is, wasn't this worldwide? I mean,
Right.
then we got reports from China even
Right.
that this stuff was happening,
Right.
and they don't just have hobbyists flying stuff around in their country.
Maybe they don't.
Right.
Maybe they have a much tighter control over the media, so they don't have to obfuscate. They don't have to.
Yeah.
Trick
But see,
us.
that's the one part that I find very confusing. Is just like if it's happening in Europe, and China, and all these other places, what really is going on?
You could have just did a notum and just said, "Hey,
Yeah.
we're going to be doing the test in this area. Don't want to scare anybody, whatever. But we're just going to test in this area."
If it's just ours.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it's not ours and there's a bunch of shit flying around there and we want to confuse people, wouldn't you have a bunch of conventional drones and fly them low over cities so people could clearly
Could have
see
been
them?
done a totally different way and not had all this stuff up going on. So yeah, you're right.
Why would you, if you knew the truth, why would you leave the Americans afraid of what's flying over their head?
I think they're still. Look, assuming you guys are completely accurate about all this, if they have had this information for a long time, I would assume that there's a lot of pressure to never release it. I think there's probably a lot of problems with lying to Congress about budgets and allocation of resources for these programs that are all top secret. Like, how have you done this? What have you done? Who's responsible? Who made that call? Is that even legal? And who are you that if you've been in contact with non-human intelligence and you have retrieved crafts, who are you to keep that from the rest of the world?
Exactly.
And speak for the American government for that if you're in the business.
Right. Right. Especially if you're not officially. I mean, you don't have the clearance to do what you're doing.
Right. I mean, they're making decisions for the entire human race,
Right.
not just America, but the whole race. And that's what my beef was when in the film when James Fox asked me about that. Well, why are you doing it? Kind of a thing. And I was like, well, I feel like this is the right of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth to know the truth. I don't know. That has nothing to do with the weapon systems and classified parts that I know of. But the fact that we're not alone, shouldn't that be something that everybody should be invited to make their own decision on?
Yeah, I would imagine that. But I would also imagine if you wanted to keep your job and if you have a high intelligence clearance and you're working for the government and you're a long time career employee of the government, and you want to keep moving up the ladder and keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right, and that's when people have to make that decision on their own. That have they seen enough malfeasance to want to report it or not?
And they're going to throw their whole life into a tizzy if they do that.
And that's what happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And what has it been like since then? Have you gotten support from more people than you thought you would, or have more people thrown you under the bus than you expected?
I actually feel more support than I expected. I've made it through. It's not been easy financially for me. They messed with my clearance. I haven't gotten the job since. I've been out of work since August of last year. So that's not been fun.
Was there a reason why they said they messed with your clearance?
No, they just made it sound like, oh, it's just an administrative error. Sorry. Yeah, we still have your clearance here. Everybody that wants to employ me, I've had quite a few employers want to hire me. And they say, yeah, we can see your clearance over here. It looks like DOD is trying to reactivate it. But month by month by month, it just sits there. And they won't pass it to the employer. Somebody is just sitting there going, oh, another request for Jason. Delete. That's what's happening.
Because you've stepped out of line.
That's what it feels like to me.
Okay. Logan, have you experienced the same kind of situation?
No. He's in a different class than me. He's an official whistleblower. Me, I just stepped forward to say that I don't think we need the government to do this. I think we as the public need to do this. And I created an app to do that. I was hoping that...
What's your app?
My app is called Phenom. It's an app to report UAP, paranormal, encrypted events. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that we can get multiple people to see the same thing, record it, and then look for the outliers and get people like Jacques Vallée and Dr. Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and others, the Graybeards, to look at it and say, okay, here's what we can figure out. Gary Nolan and all these people. Let's get them the information that they need. And then after we get them the information they need, let's get it out to academia so we can have kind of like a more organized approach to finding out what's going on. I wanted people to use my app on the drones. Some people did, but not enough. And I had a little bit of a problem because
when I put it out on Android, there was only one other app that was close to it that was in the same name. Go back there, there's like almost 10 apps with the same name, so people didn't know what was
They're
going
getting
on.
confused. But anyway, to answer your question about the support, yes, I do get a lot of support. There's people like Stephen Diener, there's Digby Furneaux and Tom Thompson, there's UFO Sarah that's on X. There's a ton of people that I can mention, not let alone how much support James Fox has thrown at me. That's what's getting me through this.
How many different versions of these life forms have been discussed with you?
On mission, I can say 3 I know of. 2 mainly, tall whites, grays. Those are the main.
And are the tall whites like this one that you encountered, the one with the big eyes?
Yes, like that.
But that wasn't that tall, you said.
Right, but apparently, have you seen the video from Mr. Hall, the guy that was supposed to be the weatherman and actually interfaced with the tall whites?
No.
Yeah, I totally believe.
I've seen too much.
But anyway, he says
it goes in and out of my brain.
Well, I can verify the fact that what he said about his position there as a weatherman, that he could walk around anywhere he wanted to, because that's what the base commander told me when I got my orientation drive-through on Dreamland. And he mentioned the weather site, and that person can walk wherever they want to.
And what did they report?
Well, just Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that the tall whites go through a growth cycle where they're kind of normal heights. But they're very long-lived. They live like 800 years or more. But when they start getting older, then they get very tall, like 7-8 foot tall, and then they begin to, the bodies begin to not function properly, and they die. Kind of like somebody who has a growth problem.
Like a giant.
Exactly. Yeah, and they're just vital organs just can't pump enough anymore.
Kind of large dogs that die early because of the heart problem.
Right. So the guy that I saw was probably a young person, probably only like 70 years old or something like that, which is kind of an adolescent to them or a young adult.
Oh, okay.
So,
and this was explained to him through some sort of telepathy?
Well, he would actually, as the weather, if you listen to that video, I really encourage you to do that. But Mr. Hall also published some books on it, but he claims when he was there at this one place that, I can verify it's there, that on the other side of that mountain or that hillside, that's where the trail goes off into where the tall whites are apparently have been given an annex of land to live, where they don't get bothered. I mean, it's a part of the military complex.
Is that on Google Earth?
There is parts of it, yeah.
Can we look where the tall whites live?
I'd have to get my laptop out, but yeah.
What does it look like?
It does look like there's some circular patterns. It does look like there's some possibility that there are some doors inside the mountain that it looks like it's camouflaged to look like it's part of the mountainside.
So the idea is that that's a base for them when they visit us?
Yeah, because apparently, according to Mr. Hall, they come here for a 5-year stint, I guess, and they have to refuel, and then they have another ship come through, and the other one's refueled, and it takes off.
So they're closer in the evolutionary chain to us than some of the other ones. Is
that's my assumption. Yeah. Now, the other third type that got mentioned on mission was reptilians, but every time that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up, that's it, is what they were doing.
They don't want to talk about the reptilians.
They don't want to talk about the reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab environments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation? Did anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No, the only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different things. And they're like, well, how many races are there? But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that.
And the thing is, we don't know if it's because of their appearance. You would assume something that's reptilian is maybe a demon or whatever, and a Nordic, where the blonde hair, blue eyed is considered like an angel, or is it that's just our perception? But that's what you hear.
Well, every reptile here is evil. Right? You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a goat? It's horrific. They're fucking monsters. Every single reptile is a monster.
Yeah.
That's here. There's not one cuddly reptile you can hang out with, cuddles with you. He brings you your newspaper in the morning. No.
I thought that was funny because the lady
Right.
was like, my snake sleeps with me every night. And the guy says, no, it's laying next to you because it's sizing you up for eventually it's going to eat you. I was like,
one day it's going to eat you. You have a monster that you feed. And as long as you keep feeding, it won't eat you. Yeah. People with like pythons for pests.
Well, to give it some credibility, I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a reptilian race that is very malign like that. And they even have, according to what I read, this one race has a penchant for blood for some reason. It's like a shark frenzy with them. They have,
Like a real reptile.
It's a euphoric experience for them. Yeah, a reptilian race that does that.
It just makes you wonder about human history, about the stories of demons and angels. And this is what Tucker Carlson believes, that they've always been here, and that this idea that they're coming from another planet it's not that simple.
No.
That's more complicated. And he thinks that it's the demons and the angels from the Bible.
Yeah.
So they could be seen that way, but here's something that we were just talking and throwing ideas at each other. He said if humans have actually been on the earth, like say this long,
right?
All right. When the dinosaurs were here, they were like
Yeah.
this long. So is it possible that some of them could have evolved to a certain point, know that something bad's going to happen? They're so advanced, they go off world, and then they come back and go, hey, what happened here?
Or is there a place where the Yucatan impact never happens? And so those dinosaurs eventually evolved to become super intelligent.
Yes. Because remember back in the day, there used to be an Omni magazine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. One of those hypotheses was if mammals like us hadn't shown up, what would we have looked like? And it shows a lizard walking upright and doing, everyday things that.
Hey, wouldn't you think that they would have done that already? Like they were around for like 100 million years, 200 million years.
Yes.
Like in that time period, they didn't evolve at all. Those fuckers, they just kept eating each other in the same way.
That's the assumption.
Right.
Now we're going back and looking at all kinds of different things. Like they said that maybe it wasn't the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. Maybe it was a combination of things, like there was some kind of mutation, something that they drank in the water, and all at the same time. Maybe the asteroid was the catalyst to start it, and then all these other things that happened after, the fireball, all the other stuff. But if there was a group that was so advanced that they could sit there and go, that's an asteroid, it's gonna kick our butt. We
Let's
better
get
get
out
off
of here.
or let's go under, because there's some lizard-looking things that can go underwater and do their
Live
thing.
underground, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Because I heard a
So
story.
Oh, I know. But anyway,
go ahead. You heard a story?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just heard a story that someone just said, imagine this. The aliens are coming down. There's another society here that lives underground, highly advanced. And they like to keep things the way they are. So they're going to direct all their energy to make sure that the NHI that we're seeing are paying attention to us and not them. And I was like,
yeah. But see, even for me, the way I look at all this reptilian presence is just like I've read in the Bible. That for some reason I feel like this whole experience I've had in my life actually increased my faith in the Bible and God, because even in the Bible it mentions the serpents, and that Lucifer, being the head of that genre or species, did cause the fall of mankind and all this other good stuff. So to me, I feel like I just got experience with the reality of the fact that these things exist. And even though they try to keep it all hidden, that I got exposed to the program where I could see some of it. And I think that there's some credence also to that side of it as well. So to give credence to the whole thing is just to say that I that's what I believe, but at the same time, I wasn't there.
This Eben thing that you talked about initially, this creature, what did that thing look like?
They didn't really describe the Eben.
They didn't?
Nope. They just said that it was just like them reporting on something for that day. So it was kind of like a daily thing with them.
So they had already described it. You just weren't privy to it, and so they were just
to
going
them
on
it
the
was probably,
assumption that everybody was talking about.
Yeah, it's
it.
kind of like somebody asked me what you look like today.
Right.
After the first time they asked me, they're never going to ask me about that again.
Got
so
it.
it was like it's just not.
Got it. So this Eben, was it here against its will? Was it here to
It sounded like it was imprisoned. It sounded like an interrogation result, is what it sounded like.
If you hear any of the stories, they make it sound like he was one of the survivors and he got stuck here. And he started working with us, and eventually he died in the natural causes. But it's all speculation because we're hearing all this stuff, but we don't have any way to verify.
And how many other stories that are similar to that, like the interactions and a thing being here with us, have you heard?
There's another one that actually escaped from captivity. But he actually convinced his interpreter or his interrogator to help him escape because the program was trying to get him to open a portal for them, and they wanted to control it. And the guy, eventually, the interrogator actually pushed him into the portal and had surreptitiously given him back to his own home world. And it ended that guy's career, probably.
A portal. Yeah. And what kind of portal are we talking about?
You're talking like it's kind of like a way of opening a wormhole that you can control.
And did they say where this thing was accomplished and how?
I think it was also in Reticuli. I think it was another being from the Reticuli system.
Right, but the portal. Where's this portal? How was it accomplished?
The portal, I thought, I was trying to think, where was that call from and to? Because you always get the originating location, but you're always trying to figure out who the distant end is. Trying to think the whole parameters, because you have to write down the phone number and stuff sometimes. It sounded like it might have been on the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast area is where this was taking place.
And did they say how the portal was made? Was this made by them?
They had recovered parts of one, and they were trying to complete it, and they were trying to get this